logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champs. Once we logging in games, we lit the squadron. Ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got them. Falling, groveling, so we lit in any room, server or camp. Know when they see us, we stamp. We never lead till we amp, lead till we champs. Beat them advance. We do we think for them when we in it, we kill it and leaving no chance to hell reclaim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change, shaking the industry. Plenty G's winning our team, we some killing bees, killing these new bodies too. We replenish, we load the artillery, hold the hostility, boosting these trophies. We win, we in it online on the grind, opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell, call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams, growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgamers league 1,000,000 degrees, and this is where gamers go pro.
to the Thursday edition of the Ultimate Endgamers League, season number 9. And while it may be Thirsty Thursday at your local watering hole, the only thing we're thirsty here for at the UEL is wins, baby. So I've got one question, and one question only. Are you ready? Because it's time to break forth the rhythm and the rhyme. It's time to get down like a clown like Charlie Brown and turn your frown upside down. It's time for the UEL to shine. So let's get down to that UEL beatdown.
Hey, log in games, we lit the squadron. Oh, here we go.
There's so many games out this period that a lot of people never really experience, and they get stuck in their kind of view. But another
person that's defined as a person that pushes past just beating the game and instead completes the game. As you guys know.
Did you miss it? All right. So they went ahead and did a timeout.
I got a lockdown on my team, man. What do you want me to do, bro? I need help. Mike needed Scotty. Carolina Reapers go back to back on the strength of Jekyll. Traded, journeyman, expect.
Ourselves as like pros.
I'd probably say 10K.
Yo, boys, no rush. Ultimate Endgamers League, so tough. Go capture that trophy. You can't win enough. It's the UEL, 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 UEL. This is the Ultimate Endgamers League. VA the Grand Rapids and out overseas. You don't got a clue, come and get up to speed.
Okay. All right. I like that. I like that.
Well, you know, we've asked this quite a few times to like other teams, and I'm curious between both of these teams having such a great record yourselves. You guys are 8-1 going up against them. I believe they're 8-0 right now. Is there a specific genre that you actually think you're going to take the majority of the games, or a specific game that in your minds there's no way you guys are losing?
Work. I'm so ready to put my virtual nuts on his virtual head. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to say that out loud. My bad. Excuse me. Pardon there. I was talking about fresh nuts, talking about you know hazelnut stuff like that. But I'm totally ready for that. You know, I hope he's got his mouth open today because he's gonna be tasting something today.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, to kind of put some into that, I know the the elephant in the room is always the fighters, and Reapers
Right.
always talk about we have no fighting game players. How are we winning fighters? But for one, that won't be the case today. But also, Cat, bro, I'm calling you out on CTR, man.
Wow. Crash Team Racing. Wow. Okay. By the way, CTR just got added to Game Pass, so anybody that owns an Xbox, be sure to pick that up to get some practice in. Yes, sir. Strix, you got anything you want to add, man?
I'm going to ask y'all a very simple question because I think both of y'all haven't argued. Why is Koza Rookie of the Year?
Oh.
So I got to look at it and staff the question.
So look, I'll start it off here, right? Koza has been one of the few rookies that have came into this game with already multi-game experience. As well. I mean, his weakest category, he doesn't even need to perform in because he has no need to. But I mean, if you watch any of the games, Koza is somebody who carries himself and is never, no matter who's in the lineup, he's never the worst person in the room. So.
Okay.
Hey, that's
I
a
like
great
that.
answer and great argument.
Yeah, man. Well, listen, fellas, I appreciate y'all sitting down. I'm excited to get into this, man. It's not as often as we maybe would like to see that we get an 8-1 team against 8-0. And please, for the love of all things holy, get your setups done correctly. Please, we are begging you guys. All right, man. I'm looking forward to it, boys. We'll see you here in a little bit.
And now we are joined by the undefeated North Carolina Reapers. We got the likes of Cutters and the Cat sitting down with us. Coming in today, y'all are undefeated. How are y'all feeling going up against this Raven squad?
Cutters got some words to say, I guess. So Cutters got
okay.
it.
Honestly, I did somewhat think that this could possibly be a championship preview, but I don't think they can beat the bots. Herb's bald and old. He's losing Tekken.
That's pretty personal.
No, seriously.
That was pretty personal.
No, seriously,
to be
though,
honest.
man.
Like keep it professional.
He's not that same dominant Herb anymore. Like, it's time to.
But you don't have to go at his age.
It's time to hang up the sticks, buddy.
Right, bro.
It's time to hang up the sticks, bro.
I love it.
Bro.
All right.
Hey, I'm comfortable.
Shout out Avid.
I'm comfortable.
Shout out Avid headphones.
This is light. This is a light day for me.
Shout out Avid.
I'm already thinking about going home and going to sleep.
Oh my gosh.
No. I wear work boots.
Well,
shout out Avid.
Yes.
They mentioned that Tekken. They mentioned that Tekken is essentially going to be a free game against you guys. Is there going to be a specific genre and/or game that you think you're going to dominate over a team that's 8-1?
Yo, Matt, you've been watching all of our games, bro. What do you think?
To be honest with you, I didn't expect you guys to be as good in fighting games as you are. Similar to the bots in the sense that, like, I thought that there would be a little bit of leeway with regards to the fighting games, but you guys are definitely showing up. So when they said Tekken, I genuinely was like, I don't know about
They can have whatever. They can have those little pity pat games, bro. We're gonna walk out of here with a win at the end of the day.
Okay.
And like Cutter said,
like that, because that's what it's
hey,
like,
bro,
man. That's what it is.
We'll be
That's
back
what
in
it
the
is in the UEL.
championship. I don't know who else is gonna see us there. So
I'm already ready to go home. I'm sleepy.
Well, so this is a question I do want to ask you guys on that note. One of the things that I compliment about you guys, and especially the bots, is how well-rounded you are within this wheel of 33 different games. Instead of saying, this is going to be a game that we dominate in, is there a specific 1 to 2 games on this UEL wheel that you guys right now want to tell the rest of the league that you are going to continue to lose matches unless you practice these specific games?
Oh, those specific. I mean, it's not.
You can say Lumina Rush. Please say Lumina Rush.
Oh, Lumina Rush. I mean, my philosophy has always been practice what everyone else in the league hates. So, I mean, that comes down to, like, StarCraft, game like that, Lumina Rush, like you said.
Right.
Even, like, the fighting games like Skullgirls, I think we took a mark on that this season. But, shout out Avid. But, no, we play the games everyone hates, and that's where we get people. So.
Right. That's true. That's a good way to put it. That's a really good way to put it.
Now, I want to ask the question because obviously I threw it over to the Ravens. There's been a big contention between, Midnight Koza Rookie of the Year.
Oh,
and I want to get y'all's perspective on it. And I got a follow-up question after.
That's the dumbest question I've heard. Hey, that man's might get it, but everybody in the league knows Midnight's the best rookie, hands down.
Ooh.
And I'll tell you another thing. I hope they get awards this season because they ain't getting no ring. That's for damn sure.
Ooh, okay. So the award show is where they're looking to claim something. And now it's both Cat and Cutters. Specifically, we saw a preview of it, Cat, when you got that Avid box really quickly from behind you. Ricky Rockham, the young GOAT, has returned to the UEL. Is there a reason why you brought him back for this game specifically?
Well, last game he annoyed me, so I had to bench him, and then him and Cutters I had to bench because they were getting on my nerves. So then this game I was like, bruh, I guess y'all can play.
Yeah.
I mean that's what happened. Like you ask Cutters, that's what it is.
Hey, I love the way you drive the ship though. Like you always have a clear head and you always have an intention, so don't annoy Cuddy or Cat for that matter. If you want to actually play over there on the Reapers, Matt, you got anything left that you want to ask?
No, man. I just, if anything, and not necessarily anything I want to ask, I just want to say, like specifically to Cat, I really respect your leadership within that team. I'd say Cat amongst the Reapers, I think, is one of the two best examples, like Billy the Goat on the bots, of two specific leaders that have sort of emerged on those teams and stand out amongst the entire league. And I don't think it's just a coincidence that those are two of the top teams in the UEL. If you find a leader, somebody to get behind, and you guys sort of form a synergy around that, I respect it, man. I respect it a lot.
See, I'm glad you said that because Matt's become my favorite commentator, so that's why I had to come at him a little bit and see what his response is. Matt's become one of my favorite commentators, so.
But we gotta run extra fine in the off season, though.
Oh yeah, that
hurts.
Dude, oh, man, listen. We'll talk about that another. Bad news just came out about X Defiant, which just crushed my soul.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, basically the game's going offline.
Hey, Cordy, go ahead.
Brother,
Hold up that one. One time, Cordy about to come in soon.
Cordy about to get a ring.
Cordy about to have a ring. Nah, about to pop out. See.
Nice, man. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for stopping by just for a brief moment before we get things kicked off. Guys, we have the Ravens versus the Reapers coming up here very, very shortly. Stick around because we're going to jump right into it.
What time? Easy.
Oh, hey. Riggs, going down today, brother.
I think we are in for a banger of a game. These are two of the most explosive teams in all of the UEL.
Yes.
And more than anything, I wanted to ask the question, but more than anything, the Reapers have kind of felt like they had something to prove this season in part.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's interesting that I love how confident both of these teams are. You can sort of see it sort of like oozing out of them, if you will, man. I think both of them are feeling a little cocky. There's definitely an energy within the arena itself that is going to be infectious to the viewers out there and all of you guys watching. I think it's going to correlate to the gameplay that we see. I think we're going to see some emotions as well, whether it just be through the fighting games or some of the more intense matchups like shooters. But I think just in general, this matchup is going to go late into the night. If I had to predict, I think it's going to go late into the night, and it's going to be within just a few games when that final clock hits 0.
This is one of the two sets of teams that play UEL better than almost any teams here in the league. So I know they're prepared, and we should see a lot of fun. If you're joining us for the first time, this is the UEL, the Ultimate In-Gamers League, where we play 33 different games across 5 genres. We're the only esports league doing this around the world, and it leads to some really interesting situations. These players have to be well-rounded, they have to be adaptable, as well as show their skills in all these different games.
Yep, but we got 5 different genres like he's talking about, guys. 33 games, 5 different genres. We got strategy games, we've got fighting games, we've got sports games, we've got shooters, and we have racers. All right, so this isn't just, listen, play the most popular game out that you see on the energy can at the store. This is jump into everything, be the most well-rounded gamer in the world. This is the Ultimate In-Gamers League where gamers go pro. And these two teams right now are at the top of the heap. Ravens with not just a winning record, but a dominating record. The Reapers currently undefeated. This is going to be an exciting matchup. We got to see a little bit of some...
Simple. And that's the veteranship. It's the veteranship of Herb. He just managed to throw it. That gives them control of the game. So as our wheel spins, you see it going right there between me and Matt. The first game is going to land, and during setup, you get a few options. So die by the blade is going to go ahead and drop, so you'll be able to pick the stage, and this will help maybe your characters, your weapon decisions, all these different things can play into that fact. So it kind of like earning your team home field advantage to start off the game.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to this, this particular setup in general, but I love the fact that the Ravens won that rock, paper, scissors because of how much trash talk there was towards Herb. So the fact that Herb ended up winning that is ironic in and of itself. So it's already created some cheeky energy, if you will, that is going to permeate throughout the night, Strix. Okay, sounds like they're playing.
Ooh, we're playing? Oh,
Okay.
I am excited for that one.
All right.
Die by the Blade is one of our featured games this season, and it's a super interesting one. I always compare it to those old school samurai movies where the duel happens, black and white, and the two look for that one hit, and then there's this freeze frame almost, and then you find who falls. In this game, it's going to take one singular strike to take out of your opponent. They do get 2 rounds, but if you're able to find those strikes and run through the entire enemy team, it being a 5v5, your team will earn that first.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, Strix, I have been stealing your description for this game to a T. I talk about 2 samurais, 2 arch nemeses, if you will, of samurais stumbling across each other in the middle of a dojo. Both of them have their samurai swords on hand. Who's walking out? All right. Die by the Blade in the fullest sense of the title. The first person to land a strike with these blades is going to get the elimination, and that is going to be a wrap, folks. Now, like you said, they do have 2 lives. But this is a game of footsies. It's a game of distance. It's a game of timing. It is a game of reading your opponent and finding that perfect parry in order to leave them vulnerable for a strike of your own. Now, something to note here. I'd like to describe this in the sense of it operates similar to Ubisoft's For Honor. If you guys have ever played that game, opponents can throw out specific combo strings at you, but they use their right joystick to decide what direction at which they throw the blade towards you. It can be an overhead, it can be a side strike, things of that sort. Now, if you're able to read your opponent, if you hit that same direction on your joystick, you can parry their attack and then leave them vulnerable for an attack of your own. That's what you're going to be looking for here. But something to note, as you're performing a combo string, you can parry a strike against you in real time. So even as the animation is occurring, if your opponent is swinging at you, you can still block it even though you're throwing out a strike of your own. So it looks a little weird, but it's also players that are sort of having their game sense or sort of performing their game sense at another level. Not only are they striking, but in real time, they are actively reading their opponent. That's why I love this game so much, Strix.
Oh, it's going to be fire. And I think, funnily enough, I might give the edge to the Reapers. They mentioned in their interview playing those less popular games.
Was that a pun? The edge, like Blade's Edge type of thing?
I didn't even think about that, but I appreciate you catching. I'm going to go ahead and claim knowledge of that, just like the entire internet. And a Kendrick Lamar bar, it has 8 different meanings every single time I say something. It's the Reapers, though, have, I know, put a ton of time ever since it was announced for the wheel. And it is one of those games, because it's not the most well-known game, it's one of those games that I know a lot of people tend to avoid. And something like the fighter category coming out of the Ravens, I need them to come out strong. We saw it in the bots game recently where the bots came out and kind of surprised in those sports games, and that gave them an early lead.
Right.
If the Reapers start off taking a fighting game, I think it really does say that, hey, the Reapers came here.
Right. Well, I think there's a sense in the arena right now of like the Ravens potentially taking a lot of fighting games, but the Reapers are just so confident in their ability to dominate the rest of the categories because they're so well rounded. But I underestimated the Reapers last time with fighting games. I'm not doing that again. I could see them taking a couple of these fighting games. Maybe not all of them, but maybe they do, man. I don't know. I can't get a read for where they stand against the rest of the competition. I know they are vulnerable. I know they have some chinks in their armor, if you will. I know that they can be defeated in just about any genre, but it's a matter of if they can capitalize on the vast majority of these games.
All right, and I agree with you. We're going to have Cutters going up against Herb. Now, remember, we started off this game with Cutters saying Herb was washed. He's not the same Herb, and now we are watching these 2 players. It's a big game of footsies, both sides looking for their opportunity, trying to find the hit, and it looks like Herb has found the first strike, first life coming off of Cutters right then and there.
Okay, but he gets killed in this second round. Cutters slicing and dicing, staying true to his name. And now we got 1 life each. Both Herb and Cutters go again, but Herb takes him out with an assassination.
No, that was Cutters. Cutters managed to get it. That is, I thought the same thing. They're both players using Butterfly, and he managed to get the cinematic, which ends up leading to an instant kill if you don't perfectly parry those strikes. So a great job. Now we see the Tony Monk from Koza. A lot of pressure on the young players shoulders right now. You know, again, I wanted to ask because I think it's one of those things that people have had up in the air.
Right.
We're stepping up with the Tony Monk. This is the meeting of the two fastest characters and the meeting of the biggest difference in weapon. A long-range polearm there from Cutters, and these double swords from the side of Coach.
Well, the double swords have a huge, a much more like sort of, oh wow, it's not even going to matter. Just the sheer range on that staff blade, if you will, is just hard to get past. I would like to see that staff blade being used just like that in the offensive manner with a little bit of aggression. I'm not sure, is the last hit of that string unblockable? I do not remember.
Yes, you have to perfect parry. There is no other option to survive that without dying if you do not perfect parry it, which really does force players to be aware. It's a tricky string because for such a long weapon, he doesn't need a lot of space to use it. It feels like almost like he's fighting with this short sword and you just get clipped and you end up going down. We're getting everybody back into the lobby, so we'll pop back over to us casters here for a split second. But already boding well, they're going up by 2 players to start off the day. Both Herb and Koza going down in this die by the blade is big.
Yes.
Big for the Reapers. I think the Reapers are trying to make a statement.
Yeah, I think they're trying to make a statement specifically because this is a fighting game, like I talked about. You know, I feel like it's the fighters are one of those sort of categories that I would say amongst a lot of the teams in this league, there tends to be 2 to 3 fighters on each team that are relatively skilled. It's just a matter of like if you're able to outperform your opponents. Whereas the Reapers, like I think they excel in so many of the sort of some of the off-brand games, if you will, that a lot of players don't necessarily put enough practice into. So they get a lot of wins in those categories in such a dominant fashion that people tend to underestimate them when it comes to fighters. Cutters does get taken out though by Flying Kittens. Flying Kittens is going to be on the left side of your screen, guys. He just basically took that life really quick because they are resetting for a brand new matchup. Cutters is out, and now Cat from the Reapers is coming in.
You mentioned underestimating, and look no further than one of our youngest players in the league in Flying Kittens. For a long time, there was a lot of questions. He was a great shooter. He could play a lot of games, but where was he going to find his second genre? Where was he going to really evolve fully into even a more well-rounded player? And fighting games have been that home. Taking out Cutters and ensuring his team stay in this game is going to be big. But now he's got to go up against last season's MVP and the leader of the Reapers, the Cat, looking like he just swapped characters, still wanting that long-range weapon. And we see why. Spacing out and getting a clean strike to take away Flying Kitten's first life.
Yeah, and Cat just feels super confident. I mean, look at the way that was just a breeze for him, Strix. He was not worried about that at all. That's unfortunate. I mean, it's the range. It's the understanding of the range, and sometimes that's all that matters. Certain like combo strings, for it, because it'll be a 3-hit combo string. I think he understood the distance of.
Oh my.
Got you, I got you. But the first hit of these specific combo strings, he's sort of just poking with it the same way that you would mid-poke in just a regular 2D stage fighter. He's throwing it out there, gauging the distance perfectly. He knows where the range is on that third hit. He's going to take his time, get some stamina back. You can see him reading that footsie's range. Oh, okay, nice parry there by Cat. Again, I like how he's holding into the overhead. He's holding the overhead position, and then he's engaging with it. He's going to look for a mix-up right here. He's not going to strike the overhead in order to land that killing strike. He's baiting the overhead defense, and then he's going to swing in a different direction in order to take this kill.
Really big. KIC has the stamina lead, and he's starting to close in now. Both sides looking for that strike, and KIC is the one that finds it. This is 2 tier 1s. These are the teams most valuable. They're kind of star players here going at it. And you notice how much more calculated they're playing with each other. A nice deflection there. Back to it again. Close range play, and he steps in saying he's ready to fight. And the parry barely misses. Cat takes a life, and he looks like, I thought you were the tier 1. This is, again, Cat's biggest strength. He can go from laughing to locking in. I think he's looking to take down another player, playing just on the edge of that range and finding a victory. But the newest Raven now looks to stop the flood with LA sitting down for the next one. Right, we're gonna have to see here what he's able to do, if he's able to stop all of the pressure coming out of the Cat. Cat just sweeps this game, and we're off to an early 1-0 deficit.
He was practicing.
It's not default, right?
Yeah.
And it looks like they're just finding the stage. We got to go back to that same stage. Everything together. So Class Naja versus Tony Monk. Now we have QWERTY sitting down. Now QWERTY is using a similarly longer range weapon as the rest of his team here, but instead losing this large blade here. LA continuing to put the pressure on, but it looks like QWERTY was ready for it, deflecting everything and returning a blow of his own to take LA's first life. Now it's do or die for the Ravens. Their point life, their game life for this game of Die by the Blade is on. A nice deflection. LA's not going to be able to find the kill there. The distance was too much for him to close. I like the patience that QWERTY setting up the strike like he was about to go down. And the delay! LA there, and this is where we talk about the fighting and prowess there. Just delay a little bit longer. You're gonna, yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna parry it. You get caught, but QWERTY says, give my team the point. That's it.
I can't move. You gotta boot the game up.
It really is. It shows they've been practicing. It shows they put the time in. And I think the Ravens, maybe if this was the fighter, maybe this is the fighter they just said it's gonna happen, and they're pretty good at the game. But a good showing by the Reapers. I'm happy to see. Now we can move from one featured game into another with Lumina Rush coming up next. What is Lumina Rush? What's it about? Let the people know at home.
Right. So Lumina Rush, guys, is kind of speed running platformer, if you will. I want you to think about some of the more traditional platformer games from back in the day. I'm talking Mega Man, Metroid Prime, Mario, things of that sort, right? Now imagine trying to get through those particular levels or stages in a speed run time as fast as possible against another player. So both of these teams are going to be trying to finish those stages, and they're trying to do it as fast as possible, because if they don't do it as fast as their opponent, they lose the round. So that's what we're going to be seeing here. This is one of our sponsored games. We work one-on-one with the developer here in order to basically put together this versus mode that you're going to be seeing unfold. And just great developers. It's a great game. Personally, one of my favorite, because it shows sort of the complexity and diversity of the games that we have within this 33-game library here at the UEL. I love it, man.
I can't wait to see. I have to agree. Love Lumina Rush. It's a game that the more I feel like you play it, you watch it, you see these little tricks, and you start to fall in love with those different moments.
Right.
And it looks like we have some of these lineups going in. So KIC, Flying Kittens, and Koza will be going up against the likes of Rez, QWERTY, and Ricky. Now, you'll notice some of these players are grayed out down below us. That's important. Our lineups work like baseball lineups. Everyone has to go at least once before you're allowed to go in for a second game. Now, we played a 5v5, so everybody went in and then was reset. So now the teams are going to have to start picking the players they want to hold out, maybe for what could possibly roll next, or what players have to go in to secure a game. I'm most interested here to see how Ricky looks. We haven't seen him on the stage in quite a bit of time. He has traditionally been one of the best players in the league, so I want to see if maybe there's some rust that he has to shake off.
Yeah, and you mentioned the baseball lineup. For those of you at home, an really easy way to sort of suggest to you how important this is. You did a great job of explaining it right there. Imagine that you're playing Halo Infinite, right, in our UEL wheel as a shooter. Well, we play Halo Infinite in doubles. It's going to be a 2v2 in Halo Infinite. So that means 2 out of your 5 players are then selected, and they're unable to play for the next match. Well, if the next match is Apex Legends, which is a 3v3, those are the only 3 players, those 3 remaining players after you play Halo Infinite have to go in for Apex Legends 3v3. So that's why these baseball sort of dugout rosters that we have here, is sort of the mechanics of it is so important. The fact that the Reapers are sitting in tier 5, tier 4, and tier 3 players. Some of you at home may be thinking, oh, maybe that's not the right choice. You want your tier 1 player going in for a game like Lumina Rush that tends to be a little bit more difficult amongst sort of the players' capabilities within the Ultimate In-Game League, right? So why are you not sending them in? This might be a situation, Strix, where they're legitimately sending in their tier 4, 5, and 3 players because they're just super confident they're going to win this. I think they're super confident they're going to win this, so why don't we keep Cutters and we keep Cat for whatever this next game is going to be, because we're just that confident. Do you think that's the case?
I think yes. It goes back to that philosophy of practicing the games that people hate, dislike, aren't the biggest fan of. But I'm telling you right now, the way Flying Kittens is moving, I'm a little bit happy right there.
Flying Kittens has been practicing? Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. He took a break. He got off the swing set, and he is practicing Lumina Rush. You gotta love it, man. He actually, this is a fun story for any of you watching that are looking to become fans of a lot of these players within the league. During a lunch break, when Flying Kittens wasn't even playing during one of the games, he actually came up to me and wanted to talk to me about how much he's been practicing Halo Infinite, right? So he is putting in time off the clock, definitely practicing a wide range of these games. We're probably seeing a little bit of that here, because I believe he finished in like an 8-second time frame. Is that what we saw? Yeah. Okay, 6 seconds. Yeah, I think it was 6 seconds. Oh. Right. Right. Oh, goodness gracious. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, and you mentioned something interesting. You're only as good as sort of your slowest player within this game. And sometimes we see some interesting sort of strategies, if you will, where teams will actually pick a very, very difficult level with the intent of just having more people finish it on your team than your opponent, right? So if everybody isn't able to finish the particular stage except for one player on your team, well, if everybody on the opposing team could finish, then obviously you got to be a little bit faster of an advantage in terms of that time allocated. So this does seem, though, Strix, like these two teams are sticking to a little bit more simplistic in terms of stage design. I can promise you, for those that you at home looking to get into Lumina Rush, there are very, very difficult stages that are much more difficult than this. So I think they're going with the simplistic overview of things as opposed to sort of challenging themselves in this really complex level. Ooh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, and sometimes, man, it just, like, I feel bad, right? Like, because sometimes these players will be practicing quite a lot of Lumina Rush, but the way these particular stages are designed, there could be one corner, one specific hallway, one specific wall mechanic that you just haven't practiced because you didn't select that particular level, or the developer is constantly adding new stages to this game. So you can practice stages for 2 or 3 weeks straight, and then you jump on, maybe you were busy over the weekend, had Thanksgiving dinner, decorating the house for Christmas, and then you jump on Lumina Rush and your opponent just picked a stage you've never even seen before. So, I mean, Koza definitely knows how to play the game. It's a matter of, hey man, maybe he just didn't know that level quite as much as he probably should. Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. I like this. I like this. I love the fact though that Koza is using this sort of zoomed out field of view. Sometimes, if you have good hand-eye coordination and you're able to identify where that character model is on your screen at any given time, I think it does help some of the players. Whereas other players, I think this wide-out view is a little bit sort of distracting or overwhelming for them at times. If you're trying to focus on all aspects of the stage as opposed to the particular position of your character model. Right here. Yes. Yeah, and it has to be. I think it's going to have to be one of those difficult, sort of wonky levels, if you will. One of those confusing levels that has sort of mechanic, a collectible sort of off-center, a sneaky gate or latch that you have to open up, particularly something with a change in momentum, some of the gravity tunnels, if you will, that shift sort of the momentum or mechanics of the character model. There has to be something, right, in order to sort of throw off the Reapers and just give you that slight edge in terms of time and or just not allowing one of those players to finish. It is possible, but only amongst, I think, the more difficult levels. Oh. Nine seconds, Strix? I know. Yeah, we're just watching Koza. Okay. Oh, man. Right. Right. Well, you know, something I noticed right there at the end behind Cordy was Cat walking behind them. Okay. So they're tallying everything up right now, guys. We just got word from AV in production. But I'm right there with you, man. I actually think that this is going to be a Reapers win. Something to note, though, was even though he wasn't necessarily playing, Cat was walking behind Cordy, I think sort of coaching him throughout that in order to secure that final time to bump them up. I think we're seeing a little bit of that. We talked about the leadership of Cat on the Reapers prior to starting today's game. I think you're going to notice that very often. You made a really good point a few weeks ago, Strix, when you had mentioned it's super important to sort of manage coaching within racer games because a coach can sort of be behind players and notify them of specific sharp corners or just really hard turns that are coming up, and it's sort of notifying the players to start slowing down a little bit, specifically if they're in a little bit of a shoulder-to-shoulder, bumper-to-bumper action kind of coming up to that corner. Hey, man, just tap the shoulder, slow down a little bit. There's a corner coming up, right? Subtle things like that with regards to coaching can make all of the difference, and I really do think that's what Cat was doing a little bit right there.
I would believe so. Having spoken with Cat and watched Cat in person a good bit, he's a very hands-on coach as well. He's not the kind of we did this in practice, we step away. He's you'll feel his presence whether you're playing the game or watching, and he's there and he'll keep you locked in. And I think that was really good. There was a couple times where we saw Cordy, I think, even get a little bit frustrated. Lumina Rush is one of those games where like the smallest mistake can cost you a second, and a second can be the difference between a win and a loss. But having a coach there kind of just like, do it again, lock back in, keep it going. And that is the type of person Cat is, I think, is really important. Jected Rivals, it looks like all the featured games, though, want to come out to play now. This is going to be another racer, but it's not just a racer where you drive a vehicle or you are the vehicle per se. It's a combination of those two ideas. You got jetpacks, gliders, along with vehicles and cars, and you have to navigate through these different levels. Now, there are different points, there are different styles of event. We see a lot of races for the confident teams, but sometimes we might see a demolition derby or even sometimes like a distance jump situation. So I'm interested to see what these two teams pick, especially with the Ravens. We get a chance to see them picking exactly what event they want.
Yeah, and sort of how you described it, in the sense of there being jetpacks and gliders and things like that. I want you guys to sort of picture a vehicle driving at a fast speed coming up to a cliffside. And right before they get to that cliffside, you're thinking this car is going to crash. Well, the reason it's called Jected Rivals is because the actual driver is going to eject out of the front of the vehicle, and then you're going to use that character model to traverse the rest of the course until you come across some more roadage, and then you will sort of transform back into your car, sort of land in your car, if you will, and then continue driving. So the actual drivers are going to be flung from these vehicles, and you're going to see them flying around, whether it be jumping, gliding, jetpacks, you name it, in order to sort of finish the tracks, if you will, or traverse the actual race. And that's why it's one of our more unique racers. I think it's very awkward sometimes. Typically speaking, within racers, there is one specific sort of physics within the game, right? Like if you're playing an arcade racer like Mario Kart, Crash Team Racing or something, typically speaking, each of the characters is going to operate with a relatively similar function, similar speeds, similar drifting around the corners, but really it just comes down to mastering the kart itself. Well, in this game, not only are you driving vehicles that all operate sort of differently, there are so many different little mechanics. Once the driver is ejected from the vehicle, there's so many things that you have to master. And it's really difficult given the fact that it's almost like a maze, man. There is so many little power-ups, batteries, and things that you have to collect while you're flying through the air. As we jump into the gameplay right here, what a perfect example. There's so many aspects of this game that you kind of have to master in order to sort of race it effectively. And that's what you're watching.
Yes, and here we go. Another one of the featured games coming up next. But right now, this is one of those distance jumps. So your goal is to using a few different abilities, the ability to kind of push yourself up. Think of it like bumping the pinball machine, a nudge to give yourself a little bit of extra distance, and then to get as much distance as possible out there. So I'm looking and I'm seeing immediately that Herb is out in first right now with Cutters coming up directly behind him and LA dropping down there. But Ricky, he didn't have a score, and that's because he was going the distance with 1,100 meters covered. And so now the Ravens are going to have to make their move. They're going to have to go a little bit further.
Yeah, and this is probably my favorite mode to watch. For those of you watching at home, obviously this game has a few different modes. Strix had mentioned sort of a demolition derby aspect of the game. This one in particular is sort of managing all of those mechanics, leveraging those mechanics of the game in order to help you traverse the course as far as possible. And you can see the leaderboard in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Ricky currently sitting in first. This is Cat now that you are watching on.
Oh, he's on Ricky's account. That makes okay.
Oh, okay. So that's
I'm sitting up here. Yeah, the MVP of the league kind of showing why players and people know. He hit the water. Unfortunately, that means he doesn't get a score. You have to land on solid ground in this game mode, but still sitting up there with the 1,100 is going to be big now. And honestly, this could come down to a few small decisions. LA as well has gotten a lot of distance. So it's going to come down here. I believe this is a cumulative score round as well.
Really? Okay, so I thought it was just the furthest your best player is.
But Cutter's also getting there, and that's gonna all do it. They're both at 1,100. I think LA was able to do the same, but now it's on Herb to be able to catch up and keep up with the rest of the players in the lobby to hopefully give his team a chance. I don't think he has the time. This game will end at 0 seconds. It won't go on and give you that extra little bit of distance. So unless Herb is already in the air and flying, I think this is going to be another Reapers win. I see the smile on Cutter's face. Cutter's pretty accomplished. We'll see. We'll let the game masters do the tallying there and find out exactly who ends up taking that point.
Yep. Wow. So we We just got word that the Ravens lost on Lumina Rush by 58 milliseconds, guys. Milliseconds. So not even a full second was the difference. That's how close it comes with a speedrunning platformer like Lumina Rush. That's why you got to get those practices in. It also sort of illustrates how important it is to just, until the clock hits 0 and you have to move on to the next round, just fight your hardest to finish that course as fast as possible. And listen, Strick, even if you finish the course, keep going until the round is over because you have to improve on your time.
Exactly. You are hitting on it because that last level, QWERTY in the last 2 seconds took that third place spot.
Oh, it was.
That
it was.
0.5 second could literally come down to that very last run where he didn't stop. He didn't give up. We talked about it. Cat was behind him. He was locked in.
Yep.
And he managed to find his victory.
He did, man.
I think that's the closest Lumina Rush game the entire season. Those players came locked in and ready to play. They got to be ready to go again. Final Stand Ragnarok coming up next. Looks like the Ravens may have taken the point for Jected rivals then. I think maybe Herb had managed. Yes, the Ravens did. We got confirmation when Jected rivals. When the scoreboard came up, I did notice that everybody was above the 1,000 mark, and actually, I believe Cutters was the lowest distance there. So maybe Herb did manage on that last run, those last few seconds, to get enough distance to ensure that they take the victory. This game is still going to be close, and another featured game means another one of the games that teams should have been practicing. But specifically, again, at the top of the day, the Reaper said, we play the games that no one else wants to. Those different games, those weird games, and it may continue to pay off.
Yeah, because we were watching the perspective of LA sort of right there at the end of that game, but it might have been Herb that sort of clutched it right there within those last few moments. Nonetheless, guys, we have a 2-1 situation moving into now our 4th game in Final Stand Ragnarok. This is a PvE game. Again, one of the most sort of unique games on our wheel. We've already played Lumina Rush tonight. Again, another very unique one. This, I think, is the only PvE experience that we have. I'm a little bit of it kind of within that Formula One racing because it's a 1v1 with other sort of NPCs on the track, if you will. But this is a like through and through PvE experience, guys. I want you to think of this like Dynasty Warriors and/or if you were playing Call of Duty Zombies, where both of your teams are going to be fighting to take out as many NPCs as possible in a timely fashion in order to rack up a specific score. If your score ends up being on average or just cumulative total of all the players on your team, if your score is higher than your opponent, you will be winning the match. But it's interesting because there's different character types. There's archers, there is sword swinging characters, axe wielding characters, dagger sort of throwing characters, if you will, that all have different means of eliminating these NPCs in a timely fashion. It's just how the players use them, their knowledge of the specific maps, recognizing respawn points, and so much more. It's super fun to watch, and personally, one of my favorite titles on the wheel.
I have to agree. We're getting another wheel spin, and it looks like it's an Archer type of a day with one player playing the exception and a first sports game of the day, FC rolling next. And that's Rez on the Job Al-Sul. All of these characters are fire-based characters. They have some form of AoE. So most of the archers are going to be able to lay out that AoE in a rain of arrows that then coats the ground in fire. Whereas Rez will be able to essentially ignite his shield and turn it into a flamethrower for a period of time.
Right. Yo, I like this strat. I believe that is that the... No, okay, so that's actually the Ravens. We're watching the Reapers right here, but the Ravens are the ones that win a full team of ALs.
Yes.
It's interesting because casting over this particular game now for the last couple of months, this is my favorite character because of like the simple utility of being able to take out NPCs from such a huge range. In particular on this map too. I just love the aspect of being able to help, aid, or assist your teammates at any given time because of the range on this character, but then also the dot effect that it applies. So when this character lands one of its arrows, there will be a dot, damage over time, a burning dot that is sort of applied to those NPCs that I think helps with just DPS, with just damage output and just managing your damage output with your team. You're taking down these NPCs in a timely fashion. And there's a little bit of a sort of AoE effect, right, on it. When it hits the ground, there's a little bit of splash damage that can catch multiple NPCs on fire at the same time. So I love seeing the fact that they're going to try to stack on that Ayala sort of dot damage and see if they can't rack up the most.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And I really do care about Rez's perspective because maybe this could be the difference, having that one extra character. You can see this AoE and this fire, him running in immediately, trying to stop some of these kill streaks from the different players, just trying to pull a little bit of the group off. So maybe Flying Kittens, as we see there, loses all of the points he could potentially receive by continuing to max out this kill counter. I like the idea, playing a little bit of disruption while still making sure he's picking up some points for his team. QWERTY on the other side seems to have found a pretty comfortable spot for himself, away from prying eyes, looking to get some points as well.
He did get a 300 kill combo. Just something to note. He's already, look at the top right-hand corner of your screen, guys. QWERTY is already over 300 kills. We have seen players halfway through this game not even have 300 kills. So the fact that he already does is pretty impressive. But that, I think, is the result of being able to sort of hit or take out these NPCs from any range. You can see the way at which he's doing it. Now, when we talk about sort of the kill streak and the kill combo, when some of these eliminations start happening, you'll see on the left side of your screen, there's going to be like a little progression bar. You have to get kills in tandem with one another in order to maintain that progression meter. If it reaches 0, you will lose and drop your kill combo. Having a really high kill combo obviously is going to stack up huge points for you specifically as a player, and if the rest of your team also has been taking out a lot of NPCs, racking up a huge kill combo, it's going to mean mega points for you.
Wait, I'm about to go down.
It's going to mean a lot. So this group of enemies is exactly what QWERTY wants to see, but we see Koza over here with him, so they're going to be fighting, trying to trade points out for each other, and Herb as well running in this area. The chaos has started to erupt. The first wave on this zombie style mode, this arena, is really fun because everybody kind of picks their spot and go. From there, it's just chaos. Everyone's running around and just finding kills wherever they can, and it's just about maintaining, getting one kill to keep that bar resetting, continue to pick up more and more points.
Yeah, and you'll see that bar right there on the left side. He almost drops it. Wow, there is no reason for Koza to have dropped that combo. He had quite a few NPCs around him. I'm surprised that he ended up dropping it.
I got you.
Certain things like that might make a difference. Now, nonetheless, he does have 570 some odd kills here, but he could have maintained an even bigger combo. That might just be the difference maker. Because like we said earlier, this particular character, the reason it's so beneficial is even after you wipe out all of the NPCs that are right here in front of you, you can shoot other NPCs at a range at which other specific character models in this game cannot do. Because this is the art, okay? So that's why I like that. It will be interesting to see if, is it Ricky that is playing the offset character?
Rez.
Okay, so Rez is playing sort of that offset character. That's going to be the difference. I personally tend to think that this entire stack, this fourth stack of Ayalas, I think is actually going to be super beneficial. And you can see his kills right there, guys. In the top right-hand corner, he only has 100 kills, and I think it's because before he's even able to get to those NPCs, to get to those zombies, if you will, in order to take them out, they're already getting picked off by the archer that is Ayala. Now, something he could potentially do moving forward to help his team is to rush the camp of his opponent and try to steal as many kills off of the spawn point as possible. So maybe it's not necessarily about how many kills he gets, but more or less how many kills he can actually steal from his opponent by sort of going into their territory and getting those NPCs off.
It's gonna have to happen. We were on Koza. Koza was at 600, so he seemed to at least kind of be keeping pace in those waves with QWERTY around that 300 a wave mark. And that tells me then it's gonna come down to, once again, that slow time. Again, Lumina Rush was less than a second, 0.5. And so this is a game where we've seen 1,000 points be the difference, and that's only maybe 100 or so kills. Can really swing pretty heavily depending on where these players
Look at how far he is, Strix. He's so far away, and he's already getting damage on these ads. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's such a solid character, and the fact that I believe it's the Ravens are running a 4-stack of these Ayala characters. Boy, oh boy, is it going to be hard to sort of surpass that. We might just see a situation, Strix, where this is 2v2 heading into Game 5.
I'm hoping for it. Herb is down. It looks like Koza's in the area is going to go ahead and get the revive, but I don't know if he can do this with the health he has. He manages to get him up, but they're going to need to pop abilities immediately and start to move around here.
Yeah.
A good job. So those revives are important. They do give points as well. Not going to be necessarily always the most points depending on the game mode. But that's going to clear out now. For people at home, 8 minutes is our timer. We have 2 more minutes left on the clock.
Yep.
And you were looking, Cordy just had 500, close to 600 kills when we looked at him. Koza was sitting at the 800 mark. Flying Kittens is at the 400 mark. So Koza right now is doing an amazing job of, even if he's not keeping his kill count or his kill streak up, he's keeping the kill count up by constantly finding these enemies to continually deal damage.
And you just saw a little bit of coaching right there in the ears of Flying Kitten. But right now, there's sort of just, this is sort of the in-between time. I think they're sort of grabbing a few of the chests that are on the map, which are giving them buffs and so forth. Buffs on this map, when you get them out of chests, guys, can give you certain things. You manage your mana pool, damage boost, speed boost, things along those lines. But I think they're sort of, during that downtime, you could see that they were actually coaching Flying Kittens, one of the younger sort of players within the UEL. So, and he's actually doing pretty good. He almost has 400 kills, so he's definitely holding his own, carrying his weight in gold for the Ravens. But I love seeing that sort of coaching aspect coming out of both of these teams now. We saw it earlier with Cat on the Reapers, and now you're seeing it a little bit with Kittens, sort of being the player getting coached, if you will. So, interesting sort of dynamic there.
Yes, and now looking at LA is also around that 500 kill mark. And if you need any help at home, I just want to highlight this because I keep glancing up. These SurfThing PCs are getting up to 700 frames per second, even with
700 frames per second. Wow. These
with
PCs
thousands
were
of
made
enemies on
Mars.
Yes.
That is insane.
They are our official PC sponsor, and they're what allow us to play a game where you can have thousands upon thousands of enemies running at you from all directions with explosions going off and still keeping those frame rates hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of FPS per second. There.
Very, very impressive. I think
already
I feel like that is a specific production decision to actually put the frame rate in the top right. I bet you that's a setting that they do in order to give a shout out to SurfThing PCs. All right. Oh,
hey, it's a good. That's W production. Everybody at home, because I know people at home always are watching. LA there after the 8 o'clock move or 8 minute 8 o'clock lol. 8 minute timer moved. He was in a healing aura, so just being fair, he steps out of the healing aura so he can die to make sure that he will go ahead and the game can end. And we'll get a quick idea of these points before the game master does by looking at the scoreboard. The scoreboard generally is going to give you an idea. Just by placement of players. I'm going to be really looking at Rez. Koza with the MVP Herb taking the most damage, but let's see. Koza at the top, Cordy and Ricky right behind them, but LA is up there.
Yeah,
but I'm looking.
Cordy is 3,000 behind Koza, my boy.
And Cutters and Rez are on bottom of the leaderboard. Cutters and Rez just above him. I have to believe.
Wow.
I have to believe. That all the birds are flapping, they're flying, the flock is up. I think this is a 2-2 game for the Ravens.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, this is going to be a dub for the Ravens. We're going to go to 2-2 going into game 5. That's what AV in the studio likes to see. We're trying to get this thing in overtime tonight, Strix. Let's go.
I want to highlight this to you, Matt, because we have it up here for a second.
Right.
We mentioned that 3,000 point difference. Koza hit 1,100 kills, excuse me.
11,000 kills, Strix?
11,000.
Holy moly.
He killed everything. All of the FPS was his kill. 1,100 to Cordy's 600. He was 500 ahead of the next person in the lobby. So he was constantly finding more and more and more kills time and time and time. Again, and FC being the next game, be fun to see what's coming up next. We finally get to see some sports games. I'm happy.
Yes.
Every time there's that little fear that you and I have had it where we sit down and we're like, all right, we're in for a good game. And then the game turns into like 8-0. And it's like, there's a comeback in here somewhere.
Yeah. And we always try to like mathematically decide how a comeback can occur, you know, because we want to keep it exciting. But like, we don't even have to do any of that tonight, guys. This game is going to be good late into the broadcast. I'm super excited about this. 2-2, essentially. We'll see. We'll get confirmation from the game floor, but I think it's going to be 2-2, and then we're going into FIFA. I think both of these teams are relatively experienced at FIFA, and I think most of the sports games, to be honest with you. So anytime I think there's a sports game that gets spun on the wheel, it's going to be a lot of fun. Some trash talking earlier with regards to 2K. Definitely NCAA is going to be a lot of fun. Maybe some roller champions, but right now jumping into FIFA. Oh man, this is going to be good.
It's one of those games, and I am super, super happy in this moment that we get to see kind of those lineups that people want. And we do have a confirmation on a Ravens win in Final Stand Ragnarok, making us at that 2-2 mark. Just saying, if people at home thought this was going to be a free game, thought that this was going to be a blowout, I think we already can tell you that these games are going to be playing closer and closer and closer every step of the way. But we're looking at the tier 1s and 2s from both of these teams going in for the side of FC. For those who don't know, FC is FIFA, rebranded. The FIFA license is no longer with EA, I believe it is. So it's just football company, I believe it was FC, and we play one half of Volta football with the 3-on-3 style or first to 5 points. It forces the players to really play together, be aware, know how to kind of play defense and offense while simultaneously transitioning between the two in a pretty free-flow manner.
Yeah, and something to note here, I think the biggest mistake that players tend to make specifically on games of FIFA is because it's a 2v2, when they swap to their goalie, sometimes they'll accidentally swap to their goalie and not pick it up in time, and they'll actually take the goalie away from the net just enough for basically a goal to just happen, right? They accidentally pull the goalie out, leave the net vulnerable, and then basically just get scored on. You hate to see it, but it happens a little too often than we may like to. It sounds like we got a tech timeout going on, guys, so we got some time here before we kick it off.
I'm going to be honest, man. I thought he said Tekken timeout, and I was fully down for it. I'm down for Tekken. Tekken timeout sounds like a great
we play
time.
Tekken during the time. Can you imagine? Oh my god!
It'd be amazing. Like, we just need a break. We could do that for every game. Just be like, we need a Siege timeout. We need a Halo timeout. Just give him that a second. Just we load up the game. We play a couple rounds. It will get back into these
everyone
games.
playing DJ. That just everyone would be playing DJ during a Tekken timeout.
That would be amazing.
But nonetheless, man, I think this is going to be an interesting matchup because we've seen both of these teams dominate in FIFA before. So I don't know. I think all of the sports games are going to be really tightly contested. And there's probably, I think it's going to sort of ignite a little bit more of that drama, the emotions, the heat of the moment that we saw a little bit during those interviews prior to tonight's sort of matchup starting up. I think because of that, that it's going to be so closely contested, these teams are going to be sort of at each other's throats when it comes to the end of the season.
We will have to see. I'm wondering. I don't know. I don't know who I have.
What do you think?
Normally, they came in and took a fighter. I'm gonna bet on the Ravens here. Herb has historically been one of those incredibly strong FC players. I know both Cat and Cutters have played a good bit, but I think that and this is I'll come from perfect game though. KSC has told me there's only one game he's not he feels top 5-10 in the league on the entire wheel. And we're gonna have to go ahead and see if maybe it's FC, maybe it's not. If that's the case, I think he and Herb should have the advantage here, even though I think both teams are going to come out with strong strategies. I expect to see France or PSG, one of the two teams. We've seen it kind of dominate the vast majority of teams play. And this is a setup we're on game 5.
Right.
So this should be a Ravens setup. That does tell me that we probably will be going to Tokyo with walls on. And this is the funny thing, man. I'm going to let you, if you haven't seen this before, they do this, and if both teams pick PSG or France, they...
Yeah.
Aren't really careful. Now imagine you're the blue player wearing a blue jersey on a blue stage right now, just trying to stay in front here, and we have control. We'll get you colors here in a second. White will be the Reapers, blue will be the Ravens. The Ravens having control of this, and now it looks like they're trying to play together, but I'm liking the offense from the Reapers. A lot more pressure coming out here. I like the tackle there to kind of stop the pressure and continue to move forward. Let's see if they're able to find the goal. Oh, this. Yeah. Maybe, just maybe. Oh, it's right there. It goes in. Ooh, the footwork? I don't know. I think the offense is there. I think the Reapers have figured it out. You might have been right. They have an idea of exactly how they want to play. Ooh, nice pass back. Ooh, just one of these. And I'm letting you know right now, they're up for the first time. The Reapers are now in control of this game. They're trying to make their movements. They're trying to play around. If that had gone in, it would have been a beautiful shot. It would have been an amazing play. But the pressure. Oh, look, get that ball. Get the ball. How is this ball not going in? Now I have to ask what's going to happen first. Are we going to see 5 goals out of the Reapers, or are we going to see these last 30 seconds run out and the point go their way? The Ravens have to start right now. Right now. Oh! But they'll just win.
It's night.
That was a crazy game.
You jinxed it. It's your fault, Strix.
Cast a curse. Okay. So let people know at home, we're going to come back around to Rainbow Six Siege. There's some technical stuff we're handling just to get everybody, make everything. So we're going to do Maelstrom first. We'll look back and check back in on the game. It will, fingers crossed, looking at Matt specifically, get played tonight because I know you'll have some fun with both these teams on some Siege.
Listen, I'm going to be playing a lot of Rainbow Six Siege. We're probably going to be playing a little bit more Rainbow Six Siege here soon as a result of that X-Defiant news we got over the last few days. So, RIP X-Defiant, we loved you, we enjoyed you while we could. But that also means that Rainbow Six Siege, the other Ubisoft shooter, is probably going to see an increase in the player count. So if you guys are ever thinking of a time to jump back on Rainbow Six or potentially compete in the Ultimate In-Gamers League, head over to uelesports.com. Join us for Season 10 of the UEL. You think you can compete on some of these games? I know a lot of you guys are sitting at home saying, why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? Well, why don't you come take a seat? Where you at? All right?
Hey.
Head over there, man, and we'd love to see you for Season 10. I know Strix and I would.
I am super excited, and I think the Reapers are super excited because another featured game has rolled. Maelstrom is our next game. Yeah. The featured games, sometimes they like to sit back. They like to sometimes decide our matches. Seems like today they wanted to come out and be front and center. Maelstrom is a nautical battle royale, a boat based battle royale. You pick your ships, you pick your we gotta hop on the we gotta hop on the high seas. Do your best Jack Sparrow impression, maybe Davy Jones, and try to sink your opponents as quickly as possible. You get points for kills. You get points for placements. It effectively is going to come down to which set of 3 players is going to be able to play. Now, Matt, not all the ships are the same. Not everybody plays the exact same way. Maybe you can let the people at home know a little bit about that fact.
There are multiple different factions within this game. You have, help me out here, I believe there is the Dwarven faction, utilizing some mechanical sort of engineering feats, if you will, so they're not going to have sails. You have the human faction, clearly having sails, can sort of catch, I would say probably catch turns and sort of maneuver a little bit more effectively with those sails. Then you have the orc faction that is being sort of strung forward, if you will, like a chariot of sharks in the water, which is really, really cool. And then I believe there is the Ghost faction, correct? And they have specific abilities. Basically, is it a teleport or like an invis ability, where basically they turn invisible?
Yeah, a few different ones of the captains. Yeah, a few different of those abilities.
Right. So, but each one of these different styles of ships, if you will, guys, are going to have different crew members and or a captain. So think of your crew members that you select for your ship like your loadout, right? So if you play Call of Duty at home and you want to pick a specific weapon, loadout being your perks or attachments to your weapon, kind of what you're doing with your crew members, because each of the crew that you select for your ship will give you different perks, whether it be health, armor, speed. Looks like we have a timeout on the floor as well, so we have a little bit more time here, guys. But depending on what crew you pick will determine your loadout, but then also your captain that you choose has a unique ability called a trick. Trickster just mentioned that the Ghosts have captains where basically you can go invis for up to 4 or 5 seconds, right? Which may come in handy if you need that last little second in order to sort of evade your opponent, if you will, stay alive and secure a higher position in the match. There's also a trick available where you can actually bump and push enemies away from you. You can imagine, if true to its name, there is a Maelstrom whirlpool right in front of you, and there's an enemy between you and that whirlpool. You can actually boop your opponent into the whirlpool and eliminate them completely. So there's a lot of really fun things, a lot of really fun aspects to this game, and we'll try to do our best to sort of walk you through all of the different mechanics and how it functions throughout the night. But personally, man, a very vibrant game, super lively player base. They've got a battle pass, easy download. It's not that necessarily big of a download, but they constantly have in-game limited time events, all sorts of fun stuff. They actually just wrapped up a Halloween event, and I'm sure they're going to be pushing some Christmas cosmetics as well. So a lot of fun stuff, man. Like, I believe during the Christmas event, they had a cosmetic event, Strix, where you could turn your cannonballs into jack-o'-lanterns or pumpkins. So as you shot your cannons, you're seeing pumpkins fly through the air. They're going to do the same thing with snowballs. For Christmas. You know they are, man. It's a fun game.
I can't wait to see it. But these teams are going to have to get in, get loaded up, and get ready to go. And once again, similar to what we saw in Lumina Rush, the Reapers are sitting in their bottom 3-tiered players in Rez, QWERTY, and Ricky Rockham. We're on the other side. We're going to be seeing Flying Kittens, LA, and Koza going in now, kind of matching that same pressure. So it'll be interesting to see what they're able to do in this game. I'm super excited. I, for one, hope we see the Dwarves in my favorite vehicle, the Cybertruck Boat Edition. It's also amazing. It's always amazing. I'm interested to see what these players do. We see a lot of strategies. Sometimes, if you've ever seen competitive battle royales, you might see some teams and some players will tend to play a little bit safer. These are players in another battle royale play the edge of the zone. So you'll see these dark waters closing around the map, and those dark waters will push our players closer and closer together. But some players like to kind of hang back and pick their fights really carefully. Other players have decided that, hey, I'm just going to kill you. I just want to drop hot. I want to find the first fight. I want to take it fight after fight and win purely off of kills. So I want to see what the strategy for both these teams is going to be.
Yeah, very often, this is actually an interesting. I mean, just in terms of the map selection, I think this map plays sort of as a standard sort of meta, if you will. I think if the players are comfortable, and I will point this out, Flying Kittens actually had to sort of have a little a talk game with the Game Masters last week or the week before that because he was too high of a level as a result of actually putting too much time into Maelstrom. So I know he's been playing. I think this is going to be a matter of just skill versus skill, trying to get as many eliminations as possible. Whereas in the past, we have seen certain teams try to
critical hit.
probably just survive, right? Because you do get additional points depending on where you place in this nautical battle royale. But if you're able to secure kills on NPCs, if you're able to complete contracts or bounties, and you're also able to secure quite a few PvP player kills, that's going to rack you up the most points. I have to imagine that's going to be the playstyle of the Raven, given the fact that they are super experienced and they have the likes of Flying Kitten on their team.
We will have to see. I see, as I mentioned before, Rez and the Reapers look to be running two of those Cybertruck boats, the dwarf boats. You mentioned they're a little bit different. They don't have sails. One of the key differences, they have engines. This allows them to go forwards and backwards. They don't have to necessarily always turn around. And it looks like we're going to get a fight early on as the Ravens pull up. Red versus blue. QWERTY driving towards three Ravens players, trying to get an opportunity. And we're going to have to see who is able to get their fight for a victory. See Rez trying to position himself. LA stepping forward as he accidentally pushed himself too far. Rez doesn't realize he's in a current that is pulling him back. Makes that adjustment and is starting to move out and look up. And it looks like LA is just looking to be that front line to really get in the face of the Ravens. We see a couple of mines going down. This will start to do some damage. But I have to believe that LA might have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew. And Flying Kittens is also in this fight. But LA seems cool, calm, collected. He doesn't seem worried. In fact, better than that, Ricky Rockham's down. He's gone. And now the pursuit of Rez begins with LA completely locked in. He's trying to maybe zone this other tanky ship away from his team before turning back around, keeping the armor facing. Now, these squares that you do see on the side, and they've trapped him. They've made sure to keep him locked in place. LA dropping some mines and moving so that those boxes you see on the back are still facing his opponents. When you don't have any of those boxes facing your opponents and you take fire, you will take damage to your ship. LA is about to go down. He has 78 health. He needs to get in a position to use the armor. He's down, but most importantly, I think he bought his team time to take out the second one of the Reapers, and now Rez is sailing away, fleeing as fast as he can to hopefully continue to stay in this lobby and to give his team more and more points. But there goes Koza, raining fire from above, from a distance. Shot after shot finds its mark, and we see that armor dropping lower and lower. It's a beautiful thing right now. And Flying Kittens doesn't want to let him get away. Unfortunately, the trap misses this time around. And instead, Rez just drops some mines and moves on. I kind of want to see the Ravens pivot here. There's one player left. Yes, they can get some points, but as long as you can find a few more of these fights, you're in a good position to continue to take these points. If Rez was in the lobby, he can get a few more points than you. But having the extra players, I think just finding someone else to fight as opposed to just chasing him the entire time, you can guarantee you get some points. But it looks like they've decided that they're out for blood. And the lone player has been caught by Flying Kittens, the young player trapping him, making it so he can't go anywhere. Rez tries to turn. What Rez is doing is trying to keep his most shielded side up as he takes more and more fire. His cannons, I wonder what cannon choice he went with. Not a whole lot of distance on these cannons, maybe expecting to being a little bit closer. The backside of his ship, though, has almost lost all of its armor, and he's going to start taking damage. If you look at the top left, the middle part of the ship, the hull there is his life bar, and you can now see each barrage of shots will chip away at it more and more. And when it hits zero, he will perish. He will die. He will be gone. And he's just trying to get that extra little bit of space, but it doesn't look like the Ravens are letting him get away. Now, this is the big issue. He's going up current in a dwarf ship. Doesn't move that quickly. Doesn't move that fast. He's kind of like a sitting duck. He's hoping these mines are going to do big damage, and he does seemingly get a big hit on Koza. But now it's not going to necessarily be enough. 420 health left. He's trying to get away. Smoke coming off of his ship. Fire and flames. The water's not able to put this out. He has to find the time to heal up and to get a little bit more health. And I think he's just playing for placements here. Yeah. He doesn't really care about much else other than getting as high of placements in the lobby as possible to get his team as many points as possible. He's running and running and running, and maybe now deciding that maybe I can give this kill, give these points over to the NPCs, and maybe get a kill of my own. Charging this green and yellow team, looking maybe for a weak target. This could backfire if the Ravens maybe decide that they want to steal some of these kills. These low ships are easier to take out, and he's on a collision course. I want to see these mines come out, but he still has another 15 seconds. Unfortunately, a kill goes down. Koza managed to get that kill. Rez did manage to get a boon, a bounty of his own, but now he's trapped near the edge of the zone, and once again, Flying Kittens has locked him down. Luckily, the armor, the weakened side, is away from him. Who managed to get that last kill? Flying Kittens did as well. That's another point going on over to the side of the Ravens. They're doing a great job here of keeping things up. I like Rez's idea, though. You're getting higher and higher in these placements. If the Ravens make a mistake, you could walk away with that first place spot and you get 15 points for your team, and that could be the difference maker here. All of the games have been down to a razor's edge, and it matters. I love Rez's positioning. He is doing a great job of keeping himself away from big bursts of damage, trying to get this Galleon down, hoping to get maybe a boon, a buff, something to heal himself up, get a bump to get a little bit of space away from Koza. But I think Koza's just looking for his shot, looking for his opportunity to take a kill. I don't know if this game is just over just yet. That is the end of the game, but getting first place are two of those players from the side of the Ravens. I have to believe, again, strong performance, and with those kills and kind of that last skirmish, it should have put them over the edge, because while Rez got placements, they were able to pick up a few more points, and that's, I think, going to sign, seal, and deliver it. A good showing by the Ravens, and showing that, hey, maybe Reapers, you got another one of those games, those featured games, a little bit less focused up. Might want to touch up on in Maelstrom.
Yeah, man, and it didn't surprise me at all that the Ravens excelled in that match. I really was confident within Flying Kitten's ability, just knowing how many hours he must have put into that game in order to sort of get in trouble, if you will, for how high of a level he was at one point. So I was really confident sort of going in there that he would sort of excel, and I thought he did.
And he did. I think that he and Koza, and again, I want to bring this up. I think it's a conversation that people kind of have like written it off, in terms of Koza and Midnight, this rookie of the year conversation.
The action gets started. The violence is on the menu tonight. Ops for the throw.
Oh, wow.
Yawn.
Here we go.
Ooh, a nice DP here. So I can tell you from some quick knowledge that Manon on the right side of your screen is Koza, so the Ravens are on the right, and on the left is the MVP himself, the one, the only, the cat, focused up and locked in on this Ken. He's going to continue to put pressure out, and if you don't know how to deal with it, he'll run you over, and there we go. We see the first player going out. Now I want to see who they send in next after Koza. It's gonna be LA coming in on the Akuma. LA still win one of his first few games. I think 3 games in now on the side of the Ravens, but is a known strong fighting game player. Street Fighter V was his best game in his rookie season, and is still a force to be reckoned with here in Street Fighter 6. I like the idea to bring him in here. This is the real strength, by the way. When we're talking about fighting games, the real strength of the Ravens, more than anybody else, is the Ravens. I think the bots, depending on lineup, can have this. There's a few teams where you just have a strong list of fighting game players. You have to fight KIC, you have to fight Herb, you have to fight LA, and you have to fight Flying Kittens. And we see a lot of pressure coming out of Cat, but Cat may be expecting buttons to come out there from LA, and LA just being willing to be patient and just hold whatever's coming next. But Cat finding his offense, pushing him towards the corner, and finally LA says, I got a DP of my own. Cat jumping away, trying to avoid. Still in burnout, is about to get out, though. And here we go. LA throwing a fireball of his own. Nice awareness there, the block. Ends up taking a little bit more damage, but Cat's finding so much. Here we go, LA. I'm going to need you to cash it out. Get as much damage. Block.
This is gonna get. Oh yeah.
And he did. He dashed up, and he was waiting for it. Fireball catches him jumping. LA takes him out, but Cat almost taking out 2 players did his job amazingly well. And now QWERTY jumping in next on that Cammy is going to be an interesting game.
And something to note for those of you watching at home, because this is Street Fighter, between each round, the winner of the round only regains a small amount of health. And you can actually watch that health sort of regain in real time at the end of each of these rounds. So Courtney coming in, obviously, with full health. LA probably should have about 40. Yeah, he has about 40% health, but clearly he's very capable within this game in order to take out Cat the way he did. I really liked the way Cat was playing. But clearly, we can see LA definitely sort of finding his footsies range. He needs to get out of the corner here, applying a little bit of pressure, gets a hit confirmed, and is able to stagger, gets a grab right off just a walk-up grab strict. Almost disrespectful, lands that neutral jump into a low strike. Needs to watch his blocking a little bit. He can't afford. There we go. That's what we like to see. That kick confirm is going to finish the round. He's trying to just chip out 40 at this point. He may be able to do it after the string. He realized the window, the opportunity to just get some quick jabs in there to finish it out. That's interesting, man. Cordy definitely, I thought, played decently well in terms of the pressure that he was applying, but LA understands Street Fighter from a holistic perspective. The fact that he was interrupting combo strings with frame advantage, this guy knows his Street Fighter.
So I'm going to go ahead and just let you know as well, and the people at home, Matt, that for people that don't know, earlier this week, a big Street Fighter patch actually came out, and it really hit some of those top tier characters, Cammy being one of them. So some of her ability to kind of make you guess and side switch isn't as prominent, and I think that may have caught Cordy off guard, unless he maybe practiced a good bit this week. You never know. This is going to be Rez here on the JP. This is a pretty annoying character to deal with. Plays a very different game than everybody else. LA immediately jumping in his face and trying to keep the pressure up and not let him do too much. Now, we have to see LA managing to continue this pressure up is going to be big. A nice throw puts LA in the corner, and you never want to be here as Akuma. You don't have the health to really play. You are a glass cannon, but the cross-up finds its mark, and LA is going to go ahead and put him in. The combo drops, but he predicts the parry. He gets amnesia. Throw. All right, LA might be able to find his third kill. He finds it, but the reaction. Red should be able to get the kill here. Anything will go ahead and take him down. We see the smile on LA's face. He knows he did his job. He knows he was able to put in some work. Flying Kittens coming up next is a huge boon for this team as well. His Akuma, he's actually been grinding out the game as well. This is another one of those games. He is picking these fighting games and then grinding them out, working his way through the ladder, getting better and better and better at them. And again, I think LA just rounds out. I think LA as a player, someone just worked with him, as a player that succeeds when he can just like lock in and really just play his game. And on this team, he knows he doesn't have to carry every single fighting game. He doesn't have to play perfect in every single one of these games, or at least he doesn't feel that way currently. And so that gives him a situation where he was able to just kind of play his game. I can still say, hey, clean it up. You got to hit a few more of your confirms. You got to get those combos down. Right. He could have killed Rez if he had landed the connection there off of the drive rush. He should have been able to confirm into some meter damage. But luckily, this means that Flying Kittens will have it. Again, this is a glass cannon. Flying Kittens, though, is on hitbox. Looks like it's working today, making sure everything is set up right and is ready to go, making sure all these changes are where they need to be.
Quick little
and the game unpauses and the fight starts. Caught at a perfect either way. I think Rez was like, all right, I might die here. Let me see if I can't just get a little bit of cheeky damage in. But next up is Ricky Rockham. Yeah. Flying Kittens, is going to have some fun.
Yeah, he's going to have some fun because we've actually seen him sort of pop off on quite a few of these fighting games. It's really interesting to see him sort of develop as a player within the UEL, sort of become sort of a monster within himself, man. Because I think when he first started, he was clearly a little bit more, I would say, he needed some pop, right? But I think really within the last, I would say, month or two, clearly has been practicing a large amount of these games and actually got a full 5-piece against a full ace against, I'm trying to remember what the team was, but basically the fifth player, I believe was Bosi, actually just forfeited at the end of the night in order to give him a clean sweep, if you will. I mean, I believe that was on Street Fighter. He knows how to play, whether it be Street Fighter or Tekken. He's been practicing, man, and you can see a little bit of it right here. Oh, I like the shift forward to continue the pressure. Kitten's feeling good. and he needs to, man. Ricky has his work cut out for him right here. And it's not going to be enough. You can tell they are energetic in the top left-hand corner of your screen, giving Kittens all the props he deserves. And now Cutter's stepping up. You think he has what it takes?
We have to see. This is going to be going back to that patch. If there's one winner of that patch, it was Cutter's character, Kimberly. She is seen by many as a top-tier character now. And Cutters is a player that has reached the top ranks of this game. The thing is, he's going to have to go through 3 players to find a win here. And so he's going to have to do everything in his ability to minimize this damage he's taking while still getting damage out himself. I like the use of these anti-airs, making sure that Flying Kittens isn't able to get started too much, throwing him back into the corner to keep his pressure going, to keep jumping. I'm going to keep anti-airing it. Do it. Jump. I dare you. The Flying Kittens just waiting, comes in with the overhead, put the pressure in. But Flying Kittens, I want you to spend it. If you get it, give me that level 3. Grab, slam, ayo. I'm Akuma. I am the original boss. And all it's going to come down to is next hit for both of these players will win this game. And nice job. Good job on just the anti-air. Keeps it simple. Flying Kittens doing a lot of jumping. Cutter's finding these anti-airs, finding his opportunity. Punish isn't big, but he finds a kill. Cutters keeps the Reaper's hopes alive.
Yep, alive. Flying Kittens, I know, is a little frustrated. I think he would have loved it, right? Like, he would have loved if he could have swept the rest of his team, but now Cutters with the team on his back right now, back against the wall, and it looks like we got Herb sitting down. This is going to be tough, man.
It's going to be a tough one. Cammy coming up here. I want to see. Now, the big thing about Herb, and Herb's biggest strength in fighting game, more than anything else, is, I think, the stability of his play. He's a longtime veteran in the UEL. You don't see him really get hit with nerves too much. As long as he's been playing and practicing these games, he's in a position where he is going to be able to 5 confirms just like that, keep the pressure up, and continue to time and time again.
5% health, those strings, I don't know if that's going to be enough, man.
Cutters is one of those players. The Reapers picked him up last season. Got his first chip with them last season. And he is a player to me that sometimes just creates magic when he gets locked in. The walk-up throw will do it, though!
Little bit of a mix-up there, if you will. Not an overhead, not a low. That's just a neutral walk-up and let me in this round right now. Cutter's trying to do everything he could, but it just wasn't enough. Herb obviously was feeling really good going into that.
I'm at the end of the day, I think it. You could tell that was a fighting game moment more than anything else. When so much stuff was going on, everybody's jumping around, and it's what's the option? The simple walk-up throw. You're thinking, am I jumping? Am I pushing? I'm just gonna walk up and give you a hug. And in that moment, some great play. I think there's still some stuff. The Reapers are not bad fighting game players. I just think as long as the players are able to maintain their calm, I'm looking at LA. He had low health against 1 or 2 players. He didn't get super flustered. He managed to go ahead and clean up some of those rounds, which enabled his team. Same thing with Flying Kittens. He found those rounds. He was able to continue to keep his pressure up. He was able to put his team in a position, and all of them were like, all right, well, the last person gave me an advantage. Let me just run with my advantage and take a victory.
Yeah, no, I mean, and they're definitely comfortable on certain games, too. Like, sort of, even though it's not a fighter, I know they're really comfortable on Checkmate Showdown, for instance. You know, there's a few different sort of fighting style games that they definitely excel in, especially, I would say, against some of the teams that are sort of middle of the aisle, if you will, in terms of their placing within each of the conferences, the North and South Conference. But when you're going up against a team like the Ravens, who are very comfortable within fighters, that have a very good record, that are pushing into these playoff brackets, it's going to be difficult to sort of steal away some fighters from them. You're going to have to bring it. Not enough for Street Fighter, but maybe we see a little bit of that sort of moving forward with some of the other fighting games, especially some of those anime fighters like Blaze Blue, Skullgirls, things like that, man.
Well, I have to say, I'm happy to see Ricky back in the building because we might get some really fun Skullgirls as well. But first, we're going to get some really fun Apex Legends with 2 of the main shooters over there on the side of the Reapers in Ricky, Rockham, and Rez. Funnily enough, the only way that I think this lineup could have been better is if Cordy had been available to go in. Cordy just being, again, those 3, 4, and 5 for the Reapers are some incredibly talented shooters, rounding it out with Cutters as well being up there. But it's going to be Flying Kittens, KIC, and Koza. So we should, I'm just going to say
yeah.
We should have some shooting. This is a Raven setup, which means we are jumping in to the side of control. And you asked for Blaze Blue, you asked for an anime fighter, and it looks like that's going to be our next game coming up. I got to take a look at these lineups because that's going to be really important.
Yeah, dude. And listen, Reapers were talking about that game kind of moving in tonight. That game and a couple of those other anime fighters like Skullgirls being potentially like those games I just talked about, something they could steal away from the Ravens. And then when you start talking about and diving into some of those offset games, those games that don't necessarily mesh well with a lot of the teams within the UEL, they capitalize on the games that people don't want to practice. That probably is going to make a difference moving into tonight. But listen, Ravens right now are getting a lot of fighting games on this wheel. They got, sports titles in there and what have you. They're sitting in the lead right now against the undefeated Reapers, 4-3, going into a shooter that I think they're relatively comfortable in. But the Reapers definitely got some hitters on their team with this one. It's going to be interesting because this map in particular, there's a central point to this map that sort of acts as like the anchor, if you will. The map control, being able to peek into the respawn points of your opponent and just basically maintain damage on target at any given time, keeping your opponent constantly having to heal and make them feel uncomfortable, basically. I think, if either one of these teams basically just locks down that central point, that's going to wrap things up for the rest.
Interesting lifeline coming out of KIC. She did get a big change recently. So it's interesting to see the character we don't normally see her coming in, but we're focused in on him. Time and time again, Matt. That Rookie of the Year conversation. Koza trying to put his name and stamp it on the leaderboard, and he's playing the Pathfinder.
Yeah, he's
the character to do it with.
Yeah, clearly very comfortable. You can just tell by just in terms of the wiggle, if you can, if you will. Very comfortable, constantly just sort of slide canceling. His manipulation of the actual grapple hook here on Pathfinder. Very good game sense. Already knew where he was throwing the grenade prior to even pushing into here. He wants to blow those doors off the wall so that people can't hide behind them and pop kills behind them. So he's basically showing a bit of confidence here by controlling the room. He gets to the actual room itself first because he's playing Pathfinder. Now here's where that damage starts peppering out. If you can keep your opponent uncomfortable on this B objective, because it's a game of domination, right? They're going to be controlling this middle objective as they push towards it, keep them uncomfortable, landing just a few shots on target, right? That's going to delay them long enough to control this middle objective. It's going to be the difference maker, I promise you.
And I love the use of the Gibby shield to play the top of the steps. The doors might not be there, but as long as it's your shield, you're safe to push out and play back and control exactly when these fights take place.
Right.
And now we have to see. They've gotten control of B, and what are the Reapers going to do? They peek the door. They're trying to run in, but I'm seeing flesh damage already go down.
Yep.
One of the Reapers, Ricky Rockham, has gone down already, and now they got to be playing a man down. We got to see what's happening.
Just something to note, Flying Kittens just got an elimination. So even if they were pushed, at most, it's only 2 players pushing in here. Kittens sort of taking out some kills. I believe that was at the... Is Kittens right here in front of Koza? Oh, potentially getting a stick? Oh my goodness gracious. Solid damage output by Koza. Look at the way he's managing the actual doorway, shrinking his hitbox as much as possible, playing his angles. And now we're taking a look here at Rez. They are able to capture now this middle objective. They do have a Gibraltar of their own. Oh no, this isn't necessarily. Okay, this isn't the Reapers. That's an enemy.
Yeah, this is. Oh no, that was Rez. Rez smoked the Flying Kittens there. Importantly, on that last push, after Flying Kittens got his kill, he pushed out, Matt.
Yeah.
And he ended up, I think, taking a 2v1, which ended up causing him to die, which meant Koza had to take a 2v1. I think a little bit of patience once you have control of this middle point can benefit you a decent bit, especially when your opponent has to push into you.
Right. Yeah, and it's something we actually see out of Flying Kittens and a lot of our younger players. Typically speaking, they tend to be very, shall I say, trolly. They tend to be very aggressive, pushing fights that they don't necessarily want to because they want that montage moment. They want that crack moment, that highlight reel play, if you will. Kittens does that very often, but I think what he's doing is he's forcing himself to play Gibraltar, which is one of the lower mobility characters, so that he can actually benefit his team, sort of forcing himself to play with them a little more. So just a little bit more environmental awareness where he is. Now, the reason he threw down this Gibraltar ult, just to kind of give you guys an example, why did he throw down that Gibraltar ult right there? Well, the actual crashing of the Gibraltar ult led to headshot with the shotgun, picked up 2 kills. Flying Kids popping off here with the Gibraltar. I love it. He didn't actually throw the Gibraltar ult. That's interesting. I guess when he actually threw that leading up.
Yeah, so I saw that too. Maybe those quick young hands, the quick animation cancels there that I was like, oh yeah, he definitely blew up the door with the thing out. Wait, he still has it. Just some really good awareness. Now they have control of B again, control of 2 points, and are in a great spot to go ahead and take fight here.
Well, I was going to mention sometimes people will actually throw the Gibraltar ult indoors because the actual barrage of the missiles themselves will actually cause the screen of your opponent to shake, throw them off a little bit. But it also gives you audio coverage so that you can potentially flank. I thought he might have been doing that with a player potentially flanking through the zip line and or to just cause screen shake in order to get that sort of visual advantage over your opponent. I like this pressure that he is putting down. He knows he has the shield coverage. He's popping just a few shields here. He obviously was landing a lot of shots on targets. I like the slide cancel, but he does get chipped out. Now he's in trouble. He needs to surf the backside of his shield. He'll get picked here if he's not careful. He identifies where a player is. He finally does throw out his ult, but it's not going to be enough.
It's really interesting that I was happy to see Koza immediately pull up to try to help him, but Rez says, all right, y'all been doing enough shooting. It's my time to go ahead and start taking some shots. But now the tier 1 is going to look to maybe take this back, and the shots are off ever so slightly. He has to drop out, but he manages to get down to his team and start to get some heals in. A big play there, but he's getting pushed. He's pushed out of the healing zone. Can he play with his team?
I see landed shots, and I gotta give credit to Flying Kittens holding it down on that defensive character here at the bottom of Zipline in mid. Flying Kittens did everything he had to right there as the defender of this team, the big body, if you will. Ironically enough, the youngest player on the team is the big body. You gotta love it. Minute 30 left in the round as KIC pushes into the opponent's objective. I think he realizes they need to cap this objective potentially in order to clutch, and or he's trying to just potentially just put enough pressure on his opponent to throw them off to help them get the win. Crazy rotations out of KIC using this R99 SMG, switches over to the R301. He now has to get inside the shield. Is it going to be enough?
Okay, choosing to shield back up. I like the idea. After everything that happened, I think the idea of just choosing to shield back up. He's trying to get up. Can he get up the wall? Not in time. Rez finds the kill, but he bought his team. I think, no, the Reapers still have control of A and C. They've kind of abandoned this B point. I've noticed that Ricky has been riding the tram back and forth between the 2 points, constantly keeping pressure up. And it looks like time may have just been called.
Reapers stole it, potentially?
We have to see. We'll see.
It ended up being super close, man.
It might have come down to that last kill, and it will fit in line. And now the Ravens get a choice for Blaze Blue. Who are they going to send in? Who they want to get the opportunity to play? We'll see. They will get the setup, and we'll get that information to you. Blaze Blue, I'm interested to see that. Yep. That was some really good control, though, from both teams. Some really clutch plays. Both teams, I think, really worked well off of each other. Yep. Their players where I can look at it and be like, yo, Flying Kittens, don't push out so hard. But similarly, good job playing around KIC. When he jumped down, 2 players from the Reaper said, he's one hit. I can get this kill. And both of them found themselves in a body bag, giving up that B point. And that could have been the key difference here. We'll see in a second. How were you feeling, though, about that game?
I feel really good about that game. I liked the fact that KIC was pushing into that next objective to basically, I think what they were trying to do was cap the objective because they already had B cap. I think the problem with it was if you're going to do that, you need your team with you. It needs to be like sort of a full frontal push. You need to be able to secure the objective. And then after you have it, maybe send one of your players back to the B objective to maintain that 2-to-1 cap ratio. Had they been able to secure that, that might have given them just enough time to maybe get a few points and then sort of leverage out that win. But I just don't think it was enough because Cat was able to sort of hold it down. And, interesting, I thought that Cat would have played a different operator. We saw right there at the end, he was actually playing Forfeit Reapers. What?
They know without whoever, I don't know who they consider their Blaze Blue player, but KIC is one of the best players in the league. They have, and they will acknowledge and respect him. and they were putting in cutters there to make that play. Roller champions being the next game, I love to see it. I'm going to have to believe this is going to be Ricky going in on the other side, and we might be in for some really, really good roller champions.
Did we get a confirmation? Did Ravens end up clutching that game of Apex Legends? Is that what we just saw?
I think so that last fight with KIC, I think bought enough time to click the moment even before the extra 2 points gave them enough points to win.
Right.
It was really close. It is now 6-3. The Reapers are down as we have closed our first hour, which is not a statement that it's weird because I think this was going to be a close game, but I don't think that a 3-point deficit is what I would have expected at this point in the game, especially with what's rolled.
Well, I don't know. I think there's a few titles like Apex Legends that I don't think they were even expected. Like, for instance, right, when you take that moment where KIC and Flying Kittens were at the bottom of mid zip line, I think when they dropped down there, that's probably 2 kills that they thought were easy secures. KIC is one shot. He just dropped out the window. You go down there to finish him off so that you have man advantage. You go down there and Flying Kittens is like, wait a moment. I'm Gibraltar. What do you think? Next thing you know, they pick up a double kill. They re-secure B, and then they're pushing your home spawn. That was the playmaker in both of those players. KIC and Flying Kitten working in tandem with one another in order to maintain that B objective. And didn't I say it at the start of the game? That was going to be the key to winning that map. It's interesting, man. I think, Reapers had an idea to sort of traverse the zip line in between the 2 home spawns to sort of try to offset the point coverage, but clearly it wasn't enough because occasionally when they were pushing into B, they were getting picked, and that was the difference. But the reason I bring that up is I don't think Reapers expect to lose that game. I think a few of these games that have been really tightly contested, they assumed just because of their experience, their skill set, and what have you, that they would be taking a couple of them. Ravens have been stealing games, if you will, away from the Reapers. And I don't want to even use that word, but in reality, you expect a team that is 8-0 to be able to put up more of a fight. Ravens now have twice as many wins. It's 6-3, Strix.
It's 6-3. The crazy idea. So people at home that are wondering how we got here, we can do that while we let the setup timer roll down. Early games like Die by the Blade and Lumina Rush went the way of the Reapers. Came out, were strong 2-0. And then we saw Jected Rivals, I believe it was, where the Ravens found their first win of the night.
And they almost had that. The Reapers almost had that.
They had it literally up until the last second.
The last second, I believe it was it Cutters? Cutters in the last second of the game ended up stealing that. I mean, that's one of those moments where it causes this like almost deflation out of your team where it's like, okay, this is a good win, guys. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. Whoa, what's the leaderboard say? Oh, no.
When you look up, imagine that you're looking, oh, man, he only has 800 points. As time ends, where did he get 1,500 from? What in the world happened here? After Jected, they also got Final Stand Ragnarok, which was quickly answered by the Reapers in FIFA FC. Now, these last 3 games that have come up, Street Fighter, Maelstrom, and Apex Legends all have gone the way of Ravens, and BBCF was forfeit. So we're in a good position. I think this is a Reapers win. I'm a big fan. Obviously, teammate formerly with LA with the Ravens players. Very good. Like I think they're good, but Ricky, QWERTY, and when it comes down to crunch time, Cat. There are very few people in the league that can begin to keep up with this. So I think I'm throwing my points and my prediction behind the Reapers for this Roller Champions, bringing us back to 4-6.
Remember, listen, last time you made a game prediction on FIFA, it didn't turn out so well. Let's see if the caster's curse remains true. No, I agree with you. I actually think that the Reapers are surprisingly sort of experienced or adept to just sort of managing Roller Champions, the mechanics within this game. Okay, so we got a timeout by Ravens. Who has set up? Can we get a confirmation as to who has set up?
And now, my question there is, that's the second timeout by the Ravens. Now, we're luckily 30 minutes out from half, so you're going to lose them anyway. So it's kind of fine. Makes me a little bit, that's the scary part.
Yeah, they took a timeout to just finish out that setup. And listen, we have 30 minutes until halftime, guys. 35 in-game minutes until halftime. We're currently sitting at 3 timeouts. They're doing okay in terms of their timeout management. After we come back from halftime, both of these teams are only going to have 2 timeouts each. So just in terms of like the economy of their timeouts, Reapers haven't spent any. Here's a question. Rick, I don't think we've ever asked this. Is there a situation? Is there a world where the number 1 team right now in the UEL should be spending more timeouts because they're losing by 3 games right now? Strick.
I think this is where I think yes. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say yes. I don't think they are worried about the state of anything, but sometimes just taking a time out to go over game plans, to just recollect yourself, to get everybody on the same page.
Right.
Even if you just need that moment to just for everybody to lock in and give somebody an extra time, I think it's worth using. If you know your setups are clean,
right,
and you know you're not going to, I would love to, with 30 minutes left, be willing to burn a timeout, saying, all right, cool, what are we doing here? How are we going to play here? But this is the thing about the UEL. The strongest teams in the UEL always will have the opinion they win more games on the wheel. They don't want to do anything but get through as many games as possible, so I think a lot more teams are willing to use forfeits and use that extra 2 minutes when they know they're going to forfeit to then move on to the next.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you make a good point. I think it's one of those situations where the Reapers are just super comfortable in general. It's just some of these games have gotten away from them. But it's sort of, listen, give credit where credit's due. Ravens have been putting on the show. They had that sense of confidence during those pregame interviews, and it is sort of at the forefront of tonight, leading up now 6-3 going into a game like Roller Champions. I think we've seen the Reapers play this particular game. I think it is kind of one of those games that when a team goes to play it, typically speaking, there is going to be a Hollywood player on the team that clearly has been practicing, that has been playing this game for a little while now. I think against the Reapers, you have to have 2 to 3 of your players that are pretty adept and that are pretty well experienced here in order to steal this game away from them. It's going to be interesting to see if the Ravens can actually do that. I just don't see it necessarily happening. So I agree with you, man. I think this should be a comfortable Reapers win.
I'm hoping here. I can't keep cursing people. People gonna tell me to stop rooting for their team during games. I'm just gonna have to be like, I don't know who's gonna go ahead, and win. And next game will be Need for Speed, another good game here. And here we see Pastor starting to move around and get some momentum. Now, one thing that before your time, when Roller Champions was on the wheel previously, there's a famous saying that was always brought up. It was by Ricky Rockham, and it was, I don't pass the ball. And this is because he didn't need to. He could single-handedly handle entire teams by himself. But my guess is that his team has now gotten to the position where they can collectively support him, and he feels comfortable, Ooh, and Herb mistimes the jump, isn't able to stop the goal.
Oh, my goodness.
Fortunately, early 1-0 lead going out the way of the Reapers. Ricky Rockham there coming down the wall. You see him. He waited for the jump and then said, whoa, why you jumping? Just like in 2K, why you jumping?
Yep.
He takes that easy goal.
Now, okay, there we go. Okay, so now we're watching. Okay, so that is going to be the Reapers. I was just curious because I was reading the overlap. But nonetheless, I think Herb was trying to, and just something to note for you guys watching at home, this is basically like roller derby, right? These players are on rollerblades, which basically creates sort of a physics within the game that is difficult to sort of traverse. You're going to see a lot of figure 8 patterns as they surf off the left and right side of this glass, if you will, in order to gain a little bit of speed, a little bit of momentum. But while one specific player on your team has the ball, the rest of those teammates have to do their best in order to protect that user. Okay, so that means tackling, uppercutting opponents, doing whatever you can to put bodies in front of bodies and make sure that your player, whoever has the ball, is able to get through these laser gates to get enough progress and create an eligible point. Now, if you get through 4 of these laser gates, the likes of which I believe you're getting ready to see right now, Ricky has the ball, is going for a shot, and it gets denied. Ricky gets denied in real time. That was super, super clutch by the likes of the Ravens. Gotta love that, man.
And here he is. LA with the close bank to tie the game up.
Was that a 360 no scope on Roller Champions?
I need you to understand. LA does enjoy the game. He loves the game, and they say, "I can do it too." Don't. Why are you jumping?
What is this, Black Ops 2? 360 no scopes on shipment? What is he doing, Ed? Oh, man, you gotta love it. LA with a big smile on his face, tying things up now, guys. Ravens, Reapers, 1-1. Now, something to note, guys. If they go through 4 of those laser gates, a point becomes eligible. Well, you could steal the ball away from your opponent, which denies that point, and then they have to go through 4 of those laser gates again. Now, if they do go through another 4 of those gates, you don't just get 2 points eligible, you get 3. So the multiplier creates a stack of 3. And if you go through them again, it doesn't create 4, it creates 5 points. The first player to reach 5 points wins the game. All right, so there is huge comeback potential within Roller Champions as long as you're able to skate around this roller rink and create those eligible points, right?
Well, the Reapers managed to take the ball, resetting this on that last turn. And you're right. We saw in our last game that a team was all the way down and needed what felt like a miracle and got a
comeback.
Got it in the literal last moments. But the Reapers are trying to not even make it close. They're trying to get the same speed. I like their speed management here. Ricky trying to move through. He throws it to a team. It bounces off the wall. It's on the ground. Can either of the Reapers pick it up? No. It's been reset, which at least means the Ravens have a little bit more time to play. Neither team seems to be able to get a full edge here. It seems like they're starting to really read each other and make some smart plays.
Yeah, Cat's sort of playing this awkwardly. He's looking for a teammate to pass through. The reason why he passed it to that particular teammate, guys, was they were on the downward trajectory of their wall surf, which means that they were flying down the wall at a really high speed. That's when you want to pass it to your teammates so that you can race around this roller rink as fast as possible, going through those laser gates, creating that eligible point. You'll see a lot of that. The other thing to note is there is a slingshot mechanic in this game. So if you're behind a teammate, you can press your left bumper, grab onto the backside of them, and then that player will then slingshot you forward, picking up speed, picking up momentum, and allow you to race around this thing that much faster. All right? Ooh,
a lot of tackling going on. It's a physical game right now.
Yeah. Now, they're basically just hitting each other over and over again. All 6 of these players are basically collapsing on top of this ball. What they probably could do, at least one of these teams, they could have 1 to 2 other players split off and act as a receiver as if this was a game of NFL. Okay? You can basically get down the track, and then once you have secured the ball, at least once, you can then throw the ball down the court in order to advance away from the players that are stacking on top of the carrier. That's one thing they could do. Little bit of that right here with Cat sort of finding a little freedom. He's going to pick up a 3rd laser gate. He's jumping as much as he can in order to... Okay, Cat gets the pass off. The point is eligible, and they score! The Reapers going up 2-1. Great leadership, great understanding and game sense coming out of Cat right there to get the ball off the last millisecond before he got shoulder checked into the year 2056.
Just the scrappiness, and for them to find that play, it shows you why they are a championship team.
Scrappiness, that's a good way to put it.
All right, let's see. Yeah. There's 3 players, and it looks like one of them was just trying to run with the ball, and all 3 Reapers said, we're ready to throw hands. Regardless of what happens, a nice jump, picks up some speed. So you mentioned this. It's important to note that only the ball has to cross through those gates. The players don't actually have to.
Yeah.
So if you are willing to throw it down, you can get a lot of progress really quick. But right now, it looks like the Reapers are looking to start to close this out. We saw this in FIFA once they started to get the rhythm down, and a bonking of your head leads to a 3rd point. Now you got to go around the ring twice, and most teams, both of these teams, are struggling to get around once.
I think this is a situation where I think if you just looked at how they just gained that point and scored that shot right there, Strick, they did not go around this roller ring in a counterclockwise motion. Okay, just gate after gate after gate. That was very, very sort of wonky, if you will. They got the first gate, then they went backwards, collected the ball on the other end, sent it down the track, and then Pat actually stayed at the 3rd gate to just basically collect the ball off of a pass, go through the 4th, and score the goal. So they're finding like awkward rhythms to their actual gate collection that is allowing them to sort of take this thing home. And now they have another point on the board. They whiffed the shot. Ricky looking more like a rookie here as he missed that easy basket to potentially go up 4-1.
Got it. Balls out.
All right, so look,
Knocked again,
Hitten's trying to do everything he
Balls out.
can, but he's struggling right now. All right, he's
Hold on.
getting stuffed in the lock. He needs to kind of get away from this player group because he's constantly getting knocked over. Create some separation. Look for a pass of some sort. Get an interception. He needs to sort of find his rhythm. This potentially Strict, being a game that Strict can go home and practice a little bit more. We have seen him becoming a more well-rounded player, but maybe practice this one.
Yeah, I think that everybody could. Roller Champions is one of those games that the more that you play it, the better I think you get at all the little mechanics. And as this time runs down, it does mean with control of the ball, the Reapers will claim their 4th point and make this a 6-4 game. Good showing by the Ravens, but the Reapers are one of those top Roller Champions teams that you can't beat with duct tape, spit, and some hard work. You got to come in with a little bit stronger of a game plan and some skills.
What?
I think there's a saying somewhere in there that I really messed up. I wasn't going to try to fix it.
Elbow grease, bro. You confused elbow grease with spit.
It's close enough. You know, that's not tell you. Y'all from the city, aren't y'all? Y'all city folk. Okay.
I'm not
y'all
city
ain't
folk.
Okay.
I'm definitely not city folk. Born and raised in Virginia, brother.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. You never know. There's some
That's
cities
funny.
out
There's some
there. But
cities held together by duct tape and spit.
hey, I'm just out here saying, okay. Right now, y'all are doing this, and you mentioned them heading home to practice some Roller Champions. Well, we'll get to see them doing that right now in some Need for Speed. Unfortunately, somebody doesn't. One of these two teams is not going to want to let the other get the chance to practice, and that means they're going to be playing the cops. We play Most Wanted. One player is designated as the Most Wanted. The player, the VIP, so to speak, and we'll have a detail of 3 of their teammates to protect them using a variety of power-ups. Well, there's some officers that have a few words to say about that. 4 of the opposing team will try to catch this player. They can catch the player by either damaging their car enough or by getting close enough to them for 5 to 10 seconds to bust them, to fully arrest them. So it's going to come down. We're going to have to see, and I'm looking for some hard work, some spit, and some ingenuity.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Vix, we'll see if a Guaguca Glex champion emerges here amongst the Need for Speed Hot Pursuit remastered gameplay.
Fair,
I love watching this game. I love watching this game. Personally, I would put this in my top 3 in terms of just viewership, in terms of just being able to cast over it is fun enough, but the gameplay itself is an absolute pleasure to watch. Love it. Like he had mentioned, the game mode that we played is Most Wanted, so there's going to be one particular player that if the cops take out that player, it's game over. But I know you're probably thinking, well, what about the rest of the player's teammates? If that's the Most Wanted racer, what do the other 2 teammates, if you will, do in that case? All they're trying to do is protect that single racer as much as possible. But by doing so, you might actually take out some of the cops that are then trying to chase him down. So you're going to see an interesting dynamic of both of these teams, whether it be the cops or the racers, utilizing all of their abilities at their disposal. We're going to see spike strips being thrown out, trying to pop the tires and crash vehicles. We're going to see roadblocks being called in, helicopters flying ahead of some of the racers. There is an EMP effect where you can EMP a player that's in front of you, but you can also jam the player that is behind you trying to EMP you. So you may be able to put out a jam in order to just save some of your health, or just buy you those last little seconds to get around the corner and to prevent that cop from taking out you or the Most Wanted player. Nonetheless, it very much stays true to sort of that racing category because they are going to be flying on these highway roading, basically at top speeds. Interesting selection of vehicles. You have sports vehicles. You have more sort of factory model cars, including some of the police vehicles themselves. Anything from SUVs to sort of sports cars in general. It's a lot of fun to watch, but it really comes down to just damage output. If you're able to damage enough of the cop cars and disable them, that's going to get you the win. If cops are then able to damage the racers and take out their health pool, it's going to get them the win. So a little bit of a roller derby aspect of it in terms of just damaging these vehicles, but nonetheless, it really comes down to some good racing, man.
It's really going to, yeah. I think you hit it on the head. Now, I want to ask, as we're going to hopefully begin in this game, this timer is winding down. We got to see if the Reapers are ready to go, maybe see their first time out used.
Yeah.
In a second. Which side do you prefer? If you got to get on the
Ooh.
sticks yourself, or do you want to be one of the racers or one of the officers?
I think I want to be. I think I want to be the officer. To be honest with you, I think I want to be the officers just in the sense of I feel like if you're a racer, you're constantly playing defense, which means you're sort of playing off your back foot, and you're a reactionary player. I don't like being. I like being in command with regard to all of my gameplay, whether it's a fighting game, if it's map presence in a shooter or something like that. I have to be sort of in command or control of the map itself. And it's the same aspect when it comes to racing. I'm a huge fan of the Burnout franchise. I miss playing Burnout Revenge and Burnout Takedown back in the day because they were aggressive racers. There's a little bit of that with regards to Hot Pursuit Remastered, and so yeah, I think I'd lend. I sort of tend to want to play the cop.
Okay, good.
Whoa, dude.
Ooh.
Ooh. What? That's surprising. I mean, that's got to be a Kittens thing. LA is such a chill dude. Why are you beefing with him?
I think this is the benefit of having strong-willed players for games.
Strong-willed players. You said that. That is a perfect phrase for it.
Strong-willed players. Opinionated. Look, we've all been there, right? Like, pick whatever your game of choice is. You might be a battle royale person. You might just like maybe zombies. And you're sitting there, and then that I'm gonna use zombies because it's a little bit simpler. And you were like, oh yeah, we should open up this room. And there's that one person. What? No.
Yeah,
we're going this way, and you're like.
That's why Flying Kittens is throwing up that W gang sign down there on his profile picture because he's strong-willed. It's the W for strong-willed personality.
Yes.
Of course.
No, it's really funny because it's the best thing because I think that it helps you sometimes just be very decisive. But in a team environment, LA is like you say, he's very chill. He's like, okay, cool. Okay. If LA and him are going back and forth, I think luckily they have Cassie, they have Herb. I know they have Vape here as well today, their GM. So I think they'll be able to get it under control, but it's interesting to see. I think that roller champs, they feel like they could have won that roller champs. Maybe you just write it off like, hey, things happen. Hey, things happen.
Right.
Hey, things happen.
Well, out of curiosity, I want to see who has set up because you're like, we mentioned sort of at the top of the hour. If you win rock, paper, scissors, and you do get the initial setup, you get to choose in a game like, say, Dead by Daylight, you get to choose whether or not you play. Okay, so KIC is going to be most wanted. It'd be interesting to see if Reapers actually had set up for that and chose cops, the same way that I would. But sometimes players just like playing racers. They tend to think, I think a lot of people tend like playing racers because the pressure is then on the cops to actually have to, apply that pressure and take you and your team out. So even though you're sort of on the defense, you're sort of the more defensive sort of side of things. The pressure, make no mistake about it, is on the cops to secure that elimination in the game mode of most people. Okay.
All right. And it looks like we're going to be popping back over to us. Small technical issue that once again still trying to get that resolved. Make sure everything is smooth for our players going into this next game. And I largely agree with you on that front, actually, Matt. I think that also playing cops, it's a lot easier, in my opinion, to coordinate what's going to happen. Racers need to be understanding where most of the cops are, there are finite resources. So we mentioned things like jams and EMPs, even turbos. You don't get unlimited of those, so you have to be able to put everything together and pick your shots and pick your places, just like you should pick your hardware to be able to compete in any game around the world, in any genre, at any point. And that's SurfThing PC's our PC sponsor here at the UEL. They cover all 33 games across all 5 genres. Any game you're looking for, any game you want to jump in and play, SurfThing has it handled. You can go ahead and get your own over at surfthing.com. Go ahead, head on over there. Show some love to SurfThing because they do magic. We saw it from 700 frames in Ragnarok with thousands of enemies. We've had people play with thousands of characters in StarCraft while playing Overwatch and both games running at full speed.
Yep.
These PCs are second to none, top tier, top end.
Yeah,
hardware.
Not just that, thousands of units per player. I mean, like it gets pretty wild on StarCraft. The fact that they're capable of handling that game, it's an incredible PC brand. Okay, so Koza is going to be the most wanted player now, guys. It is not going to be KIC. That's interesting. I mean, you said Rookie of the Year, man. So, this is going to be a sort of proving ground, if you will, for him. Going up against the likes of the Reapers, the #1 team in the UEL right now, sitting with an 8-0 record, and you're the most wanted. What a statement this would be if he's able to sort of escape the cops, if you will. Now, just to explain how escaping these police is going to work, I want you guys to think about Grand Theft Auto's most wanted stars system. Okay.
Okay.
The more stars you have in Grand Theft Auto, the wider the radius of the actual police are. If you're able to escape that circle radius on your mini map long enough, you then escape the cops. Okay. The same mechanic is applied here to Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Most Wanted game mode. And so you're going to see that. Okay. Yeah, just a couple of tech issues on the floor will come back to us, but that's basically how the actual escaping is going to work, and you're going to be able to see that within a mini map in the game. But listen, we're going to get all of these things figured out. I can promise you on the floor, though, the things that aren't failing us is going to be these SurfThing computers that have basically a 5-and-5 setup. We have 10 SurfThing computers on the floor. They're all over the production studio. I've got them here. Strix has got them over there. Check them out, guys. This is SurfThing PCs.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail.
Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there Cannon. That one goes in there, taking this one away. 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely. Yes, this could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Okay, and we have to think about it. Sorry there. We got some technical stuff happening right there. The SurfThing PCs are amazing, and we're having a lot of fun. We're just getting everything handled here before we jump into game. Lethal League Blaze will be our next game, which will be pretty fun for us to jump into as well. Oh, my goodness. Thank you for joining me. This is AV2 Slim, head of production. You'll hear him from the clouds from up above. He is what helps us keep moving. And we're going to have a good time here. This game of Need for Speed, almost said Lethal League Blaze there. Need for Speed is going to be pretty fun. And it is one of the Reapers, I would argue, best game. It's something season over season they have consistently gotten better and better and better and better at. That has made them really, really difficult to lock down. So if Koza, if whoever is the most ones, if the Ravens take this, much like Roller Champions, I think this would be a surprising win and definitely something the Reapers have in their win category from their game plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I think that, Lethal League Blaze is a game that fighting game wise, I have to imagine it's not necessarily Lethal League Blaze isn't necessarily something that I think either one of these teams are worried about. The only thing that these teams will be worried about with Lethal League Blaze as our next game, guys, is going to be sort of the randomness of it. Sometimes that ball on Lethal League Blaze can just catch you off guard, if you will, and next thing you know, you end up getting eliminated. So we'll see with regards to that game coming up next. But right now, we are jumping back into some Need for Speed Hot Pursuit Remastered. This is the most wanted game mode, and I believe Koza is still our most wanted player. We're starting the engines up here in a second, and we'll jump right back in.
All right, let's see what we have to do, what we're going to be able to accomplish here. I'm interested to see who is going to be able to take each and every single one of these wins. Getting away is a difficult ask, but all it takes is one good crash, and you're able to get there, no problem.
Right, here we go. And what you'll notice at the start here is Koza is going to be relatively far ahead right here at the start, all right? But the police officers are going to catch up. quick note. Just note the top middle of your screen. That is his rear view mirror, and before you know it, you're going to see some blue bodies showing up there, applying some pressure on him. You see the orange right there is actually going to be his teammates. They're trying to aid him at any and all times, but those flashing red and blue are closing in. Koza, you can see him on the top right-hand corner of your screen. He's constantly going to be checking his rear view, managing his ability economy that you can see in the bottom left-hand corner. He has a police on his 6 o'clock right now as he takes this corner. A little bit of damage, nothing too significant though. But he has these police officers jamming into these side rails. His teammates trying to aid him in any way possible. They're going to be brake checking. They're going to be laying out spike strips and so much more. There's a player that has been flipped on the track. Good night.
KIC is gone. He's been captured by the police. He is out of the race. The races are already down to 3 players.
Wow, that is very unfortunate. That puts so much pressure on Koza. Very unfortunate. Listen, guys, this is going to be incredibly difficult. Yeah, listen, this is Rez that we're watching. Rez has 1 player ahead of him, and he has 2 of his teammates behind him. They're on Koza's tail right now. When all 4 of these police officers collapse around him, it is going to spell absolute trouble for Koza. There is not enough spike strips in this game to get him out of the trouble that he's going to be in here in a second.
Gonna matter a ton here. But with LA and Herb still here, I think there's an opportunity. This EMP, if it hits, is gonna do a ton of damage, taking half of his bar. And Koza's still maintaining that lead along with one of his teammates right behind him. So it's gonna be a big play here. I think the Ravens have kind of stabilized. After that early loss of KIC, I think they've managed to get back into control of this game.
They've gotten back in control, but it's mostly just because of some solid actual racing, which may be the difference maker here. If Koza can continue to race very well, it may just be enough for them to sort of sneak out this win. But, you know, the racers need to also damage some of these police officers. I don't think that he's going to win this just by racing. If you don't take these police officers off the track, eventually they're going to catch you. So there's a lot of pressure on the teammates of Koza here in the likes of LA and Herb to basically protect, not just protect them, Strix. They need to eliminate some of these police officers to sort of alleviate that pressure, if you will.
Yeah, the big thing I'm looking for now is going to be some of these spikes. Now, we saw Herb with that EMP. He's a little bit further behind. He's trying to catch back up to help his teammates out. And he's used the turbo and is managing to take these drifts incredibly well and to catch up. I like the bump there, but his teammate is done. He gets there in time just as they put Koza in handcuffs and walk him to the back of the car, saying, no more practicing for you tonight.
Yeah, that's going to be it, guys. Unfortunately, Koza wasn't able to just get away. I think it really came down to KIC getting dropped at the start of that. It's really difficult, man. It's difficult to sort of manage just the track in general. When you've got 4 officers on top of you, there's nothing you can do to sort of escape. And I think that really was the difference.
Yeah, he was early on almost playing between Koza and the cops.
Right.
And I like the awareness by the Reapers. We see a lot of teams that over-focus just taking down the most wanted.
Right.
But they realized he's upside down. Why don't we just get him out of the race right now? Why don't we just capture him? We make it a 3v4. And we just secure our advantage and allow us to continue to play as aggressive as we want to.
Yeah. I mean, he did what he could. Like, he was racing really solid, but I think, you know, looking back on it in hindsight, I think it was more or less because the actual track itself was relatively smooth and simplistic. And then once we started seeing those 90-degree turns, those sharp corners, then the police started catching up. But also, props to Herb for, catching up there. He did catch up there at the end. He landed an EMP sort of as everyone was sort of collapsing on top of Koza, but it just wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. You got to have bodies there to block them out, sort of box them out on the track, if you will. And when you go down that early, it's difficult to do. Nonetheless, they're still sitting in the lead. Make no mistake about it. Ravens are still in the lead, 6-5. They've got to regroup, come back to this next game feeling strong.
Yes. And remember, we do still have, we're still working on the technical difficulties with Siege as well. So that's still looming out there as a floating point for either one of these teams coming up at some point tonight. And Lethal League Blaze is an interesting sports game. I wonder who the Reapers send in here. I don't know who the Reapers Lethal League Blaze players are by default. It feels like a Ricky game to me. It feels very much like a Ricky game where he can kind of really style on players. And we get the first time out coming out of the Reapers here with 12 minutes left in this first half. I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see them using those timeouts.
Yeah, I mean, it's their first time out, and I think that's just sort of as a result of them feeling really comfortable. This isn't a team that's going to panic. I mean, clearly they didn't panic when they were down by 3 wins. They were able to secure another couple of them, and now they just need this win. This is a game, though, that can go either way. I think both of these teams know how to play Lethal League Blaze. And how this is going to work is I always suggest that we explain how this works, because by the time it starts, it's already over. It's a very, very fast-paced game. I want you guys to think of a platform fighter, similar to Super Smash Bros., okay? The actual player profiles will be at the top of your screen, the character profiles, if you will, and you'll see lives beneath them. Each of these players, I believe, has 3 lives. Think of them like stocks, right, in Super Smash Bros.?
Yes.
Well, how do you damage your opponent? Well, you're not going to be using your fists and kicks and headbutts and things like that. There's going to be a volleyball that drops onto the field, and these players are going to be hitting that ball back and forth to one another. And if that ball happens to hit a player's hitbox or hurtbox without them sending it in the opposing direction, they're going to take damage from that ball hitting them. If you can continue to hit that ball across the field of play, if you will, it's going to continue to gain speed every time it gets parried by either yourself or an opponent. Like Jack. But it's going to be... You're fine. But it's going to continue to basically fly across the stage, constantly picking up speed. The more speed it has, the more damage it does. It's going to get to a point, though, guys, where it's very hard. Even if you have the best hand and eye coordination, it's going to be very difficult to pick up on the trajectory of this volleyball, and you're going to see bodies start to drop.
Okay, so the red team, it looks to be the side of the Ravens. That should make yellow the side of the Reapers. So it's Resin Cutters going up against Kittens and LA. Maybe they can settle a little bit of their differences here in this moment. Nice job catching a hit.
Oh, 1v1. 1v1. Oh, and he does it. I love it. I love the decision of one of the Reapers right there, which may have been Cutters. He actually jumped over the ball. Sort of, I think, there may have been a Ravens player that suspected he was going to hit it again, but he didn't. Jumped over the ball and ended up capitalizing on the positioning of the Ravens.
It's the other Reaper this time that manages to take a round. The Ravens are down to their last lives. We mentioned it would be fast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And we continue to use these smashes.
Wow. This is an interesting strategy I've never seen before. They're basically hitting the ball right as a player hits it. You see that? They're basically jumping in to send that ball back immediately after the hit animation occurs. The Ravens just actually stroll around, and now there's 1 life each for all of these players' potential comeback right here by the side of the Ravens. Look at the
Ravens take
it! The Ravens stealing the game with both players still on the field. Guys, I have never seen that particular strategy, what they were doing. I think they picked up on it from the Reapers, and they thought, oh, okay, you want to play like that? We can do that too. What was happening is if a player from the Reapers decided to hit the ball, after it picks up speed, when you hit the ball, it goes into an actual strike animation. They would float right outside the hitbox of that strike animation and immediately hit it as soon as the hit animation finished. So they never had a point that they could breathe strikes. Every single time that they struck the ball, a player from the Ravens was right there in their face to send it back the other way and cause massive damage.
It's like somebody adding a beat when you're doing a rhythm. Like, to think of like a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then somebody's just like 6, just randomly. And you're like, why? Can you not? I'm the 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah. What? Why? No, don't do that. And it was enough to take that home and to maintain this lead. Maintaining this lead is going to be important because I've said this before about the Reapers. The Reapers win the UEL and have been our championship team for consecutive seasons now. 3 consecutive seasons for a very specific reason. It's not that I think that they play flawless, perfect games every single time. It's not even that I think that they haven't gotten continually better as the league has improved. What it is they are better than any team at having an extra gear of ability. They take it to a different level in the second half, and you can manage to take them in the first half. You can manage to hold a lead to even keep the game even and close, but it feels like that second half is when, that fourth quarter energy comes out of the Reapers. But I think we have some word from AV. AV, what you got going on there?
I knew for a fact that they were going to full send, and full send did they. Ricky, Rockham, and Cat versus KIC and Herb.
Okay.
The dynamic duos of both teams, bro, it's gonna be
Yeah.
crazy. Y'all
And
stay
I
tuned.
believe the Reapers, prior to starting up today, were talking about Skullgirls, no?
Yes, Ricky.
Here we go. We're jumping right in.
Herb versus Cat here immediately. Now I know Cat knows his combos and Cat knows how to get his damage out. And it looks like Herb is maybe like refiguring out his buttons, figuring out where he wants to sit. Nice job using the tiers to deal with all the pressure, looking for the command grab, but it doesn't end up getting it.
Zoning tool tricks.
Yeah, gotta use the egret. I love it. So as he jumps out there, he's able to eat projectiles. Herb says, if you want to go projectile for projectile, I got you. He said, hey, yo, come here, let me grab you. Oh, but the super!
Oh, no!
It hits just in time to cancel it out, though. Herb, I want to see her maybe take some space here.
Right.
He's getting chipped down, and he can really get some pressure started, but it looks like he's more than comfortable. He gets in, but this is what we'll see. Straight into the super, a big chunk of damage come out. Cat ready to come in and play his game. And a nice jump. He should be able to find it. He can confirm this into a ton of damage.
Great.
Unfortunately, there. And we see the yell come out.
Yeah, we saw it
of
top right hand
Cat.
corner of your screen. But listen, Cat isn't just comfortable zoning. You can see it right here with this huge combo string. Ends up getting a 13-hit combo, potentially going into another. But now he's just gotten caught by the likes of Herb, getting another combo of himself. But it's not going to matter because Cat applying this pressure, he does it all. Between the regular just combo strings and now he's back to zoning. Herb has to be careful here. I do think that Herb has been losing this zoning game. Ooh, solid chip damage. So we'll see if he comes in to finish this off. I think he's sort of trying to play a little smart here, potentially get a round, and it is enough. The problem here is, okay, so he's going to close the distance to try to re-engage in this last and third round, but I just don't know if it's going to be. Oh, solid damage out to put those tricks. He lands a little bit of, I think he caught Cat mashing buttons is what happened right there. This is an 18-hit combo, and now the life lead is all but even.
Cat might end it.
This might be it.
No, he doesn't spend enough. It's going to be back to full screen. He's just going to try to ship him out. He's just going to keep spinning these bars. He has none left, though. The shot comes out. It hits. Herb gets a chance to cross the screen. He just has to watch for it. This should do it if he confirms this into damage. And Herb is taking him out. He stands up. He hits his chest. And Cat claps as he walks away.
Strix! That was the that might be the closest round in a fighting game we've seen in a minute, my dude. And the fact that Cat popped off after he got the first round win. Cat stood up, he pounded his chest. Herb stayed over there, calm, collective, in his chair, and he thought, okay, keep zoning, let's keep playing this game. That was very methodical, very sort of just descriptive in terms of his gameplay. I love the fact that Herb sort of picked him apart, found his opportunity throughout that, and capitalized where he was making some huge mistakes. Dropped Herb. Now Herb is getting chipped back into his own quarter. He needs to be careful here. He has a lot of confidence, but he's going against the likes of Ricky right now. So he pokes him out, but now he's getting caught with an overhead into a brand new combo string, continuously getting juggled. As he blocks a single hit of this, he's going to go for a mix-up, guys. Either an overhead, a light strike, or grab something. This is probably going to be it. It looks like the umbrella hitbox Strix is just too much, man.
Ricky plays fighting games at his own pace, cadence, his own ideas, and he's constantly able to put out damage. Herb has not been able to get a hit in. Finally, we see him finally get a touch. He's going to need to make this count, get as much damage as possible, bring him back down. Yep, continue into the super. Boom, shot, and he's going to be able to. And this is the big thing. He swaps out characters to preserve the health there and gets a hit on the Black Dahlia, and we have to see the damage come out. Historically, Ricky has played 3 characters, opting for 2 here.
Oh my God.
And instead goes for the explosion to end the game. Ricky with a little bit of style. I like to see it. But
Ricky plays Skullgirls Strix. This is a wow. This probably is the best performance I've seen on Skullgirls because he went out with some style right here. Now we got KIC sitting down. I don't know, man. Ricky doesn't. It's not that Ricky has his opponent downloaded. He has Skullgirls as a game completely downloaded. It looks like the mix-up pressure, the blender of the corner work he put in right there, Strix. Oh my gosh!
And Matt, as happy as you are, and as happy as the Reapers are, I know the happiest person in that building is KIC. He has been saying all season, "Let me play Ricky."
Right.
And let me show him how to actually play Skullgirl. So right now, KIC, you got something to prove. Because Ricky Rockham looks like he is playing, everybody's playing to his tune. Everybody is playing his game of Skullgirls. You have to come in and really show out, show that you're different, show that you're able to come out here and perform in this moment. And we're going to be popping back over to us casters as we get everything set up. KIC locking in, Ricky locking in. Again, I'm happy to see he dropped one of his characters.
He broke. Ricky crashed the game with his player skill. That's basically what a good moment.
He's the greatest. He's Ricky Rockham. I don't just call him the young goat for no reason.
I like that though, man, because that's definitely, we talk about that all the time. Like, I love when there is a tier 5 player that has that standout moment. And that definitely was a standout moment for Ricky. He's played well in some of the other games today, but that was so distinctively a Ricky performance. You don't have to know a lot about that particular player to know the moment you were seeing his gameplay, you're like, wow. I mean, this guy clearly plays some Skullgirls, and what an awesome platform to sort of put his talent on display. And right here at the Ultimate In-Game is like, I gotta love that, man.
Yes, I'm super interested to see what's going to happen. Even just the awareness to swap characters, right? We saw Herb get a hit playing one character. It tends to lend you to having tons and tons of damage.
Yeah.
But Ricky was calm. He took the damage, got an opportunity, got the character out, was going to let Umbrella heal back up and come back in for another fight. So, again, like you said, the awareness is what is really, really, really doing work here. And them stealing a fighting game is going to be important. They got Die by the Blade. And I say steal, but the way Ricky is playing, they might just take this game fair and square. It might just be their game to lose. But if there's somebody that I think can really come out and put some pressure out, KIC, I'm fingers crossed here. Fingers crossed here for some really good Skullgirls gameplay.
Okay. So we have a tech timeout on the floor as we're going to get things figured out. We're going to be having Ricky and KIC go up to a little bit of a 1v1, if you will, here on Skullgirls. This is a great moment for me to sort of learn about KIC as a player. I'm not as familiar. I've seen him in, quite a few shooters, and I've seen him obviously perform in some of our fighting games. But I tend to, and I think a lot of the viewers at home can sort of agree with this too, I tend to sort of remember players, not because they were a well-rounded player, but because they particularly have one moment. But a great way to sort of remember specific players is when you think someone that they're playing against is about to absolutely destroy them. And then they actually outperform that person. It's like, okay, who is this? That is where KIC comes to play against Ricky right now. This is going to be a tier 1 player against a tier 5 player on the other team. Gotta love that. And we haven't even talked about that much today yet. Listen, guys, at the bottom of your screen, you'll see all of these different players in a range of tier 1, starting from the left side of the team, all the way to a tier 5 on the right. The higher these tier players are when they show up, the more money they're getting paid here at the UEF. So they're always jabbing to get a higher tier location. So jumping into it right here, it looks like Ricky is going to be in that tier 1 slot. Or I'm sorry, in the player 1 slot.
Yes, and KIC on the side of Annie here, trying to get his opportunity. But I don't know how well he knows the Black Dahlia matchup. He's doing a good job, but he can't seem to get his offense started.
None.
And he's already almost down to half health. You mentioned it, and Ricky might be defining Skullgirls as his game. This trap is doing so much work to prevent the approach, but this is where everything is going to matter. Can KIC start the offense and keep it going? Each time Umbrella gets the hit, KIC is going to take a ton of damage here.
Yep.
He's going to have to start playing this game because right now, I don't know who this is.
Put your controller down. You're doing nothing against Ricky. I mean, his actual game knowledge is ridiculous. There's been multiple times when he's had him trapped. Look at the setup. The actual setup with these bubbles is
dead.
Insane. That's touch of death. The touch of death territory coming out of Ricky. Absolutely dominating the Ravens right there. It is clear. I'm saying it right now. Ricky is the best Skullgirls player in the UEL. I said it, Strix! I said it. I've seen nobody perform.
There's one matchup I wish I could see. We're getting towards playoffs, so we may not see it this season. We'll have to see in the future.
Who is it? Who
But
is
Ricky
it?
right now? Oh, why Chris G? It's different type. But I'm not gonna say anything about it because Ricky right now don't care who might be the best. He's the best in the room, and I don't know anybody else that's stepping up there. I really expected KIC to get more than 1 or 2 hits there. I expected KIC to be able to show up. Hey, at the end of the day, Cat said what he said. Sat at the beginning of this game. He said, it doesn't matter the games. We're going to win the match.
Right.
I don't need to name off a category or specific game, because at the end of the day, there's going to be a 9th victory in that column for the Reapers.
Right.
And that's all they're worried about.
Well, fighting game wise, like I think that's one of the things, right, about the Reapers, the fact that like sometimes I think the quality of their team with regard to just the fighting game genre on this 33 game wheel here at the UEL. I think the reason why they actually do relatively well within the fighting game genre is it because all of them know how to play fighting games really well. It's a matter of like there's certain games like Blaze Blue, right? That's a 1v1. There's certain games like Skullgirls that's a 2v2. Where as long as you have 1 to 2 players on your team that really know those games really well, you can sort of not just steal victories, you can dominate victories in the likes of both of those anime fighters. Another great example, Dragon Ball FighterZ is a 3v3. So you might have 2 players that aren't very experienced with regards to fighting games and or just Dragon Ball fighters in general. But as long as you have 3 that do, you can play against the best teams in the UEL because of that 3 stack. And we saw a little bit of that right there. Ricky doing everything during that match.
But now we're on to some Overwatch, and we're seeing that 3 tank, 2 healer composition that we've seen time and time again this season in our open view play of this game. We're looking at Flying Kittens on the Mauga. He's going to be standing out there in the front, taking his shots for his team, looking to make a win here. They would love to go into half up by 2 versus this game being tied. I have to believe that.
Yeah, and they're going to try to do it. We'll see what happens. I do like the composition, the fact that we are running open queue, and this is a game of push, right? So we're not going to have 2 rounds. And basically, whoever wins this right here within this round is going to take it. We're watching Forza, who is playing the Ana for some of these heals. Looks like they are going to have an Orisa on the team, which I like a lot. We'll see what the tank selection is from the likes of the Reapers here in a second.
Yeah, this is a standard composition. You see LA on the Brigette as well, moving there, trying to get some positioning. Now Koza just doing his best to heal up his team and keep them in a good position. Flying Kittens haven't taken a ton of damage already. And they're still stepping forward here, looking for an opportunity. Runs in, stomps. The anti-heal goes down, and it looks like they want to take control of this game immediately.
Woo! Just look at the plays, though, from Koza. Very, very precise. Not enough to keep Flying Kitten up. They do get eliminated. It does look like Flying Kitten, though, feeling still pretty comfortable. He needs to back up, potentially regroup with his team. He doesn't. Oh, never. That was just the actual kill. My mistake.
Yeah. But both the healers are down, and we're now looking at Rez as Rez takes control. He's playing Orisa as well, and is helping to push this forward.
Yeah, and they're going to get some good coverage here because Herb and KIC both got stagger picked, meaning they got picked separate from their team. It wasn't a complete team wipe, so they're going to have to wait a few seconds in the spawn before pushing back out to this objective, which is going to allow them to get some solid coverage here in the game mode of push. All right, now they're starting to apply pressure. This bridge is definitely where they want to apply pressure. The problem is they need some type of DPS pushing the back line to take out the likes of, just some of the healers, for that matter. Potentially taking out Koza and so much more. Koza on that Ana player struggling right now. He's doing everything he can. Solid damage, but he jumps up onto a hardened Orisa, which isn't doing much for anybody. Rez doing everything he can to pump out as much of this damage, this DPS. He's sitting at 90%. As soon as he gets his ultimate, guys, he is going to lunge forward and rack up an absolute ton of damage. But there's sort of pigeonholed here within this bridge. Here comes the ultimate. He lands it. He's probably going to pop it as soon as he drains this. Doesn't even need to. It's looking like the Reapers might just steal this.
Hey, I think this is the Reapers game, much like Skullgirls before it. They're playing this amazingly, and I think you hinted on what the difference between these 2 compositions. Every time I'm looking at that kill feed, I'm seeing LA and Koza go down early in these fights. There is not the sustained healing to keep the Ravens winning, keep the Ravens in this fight. And now they're playing this corner. Remember, we know Rez has this ult. We have to see if the Ravens realize as well, Big damage coming out. It doesn't look like it ends up taking anybody out. KIC is separated from his team and goes down. And now it doesn't even look like he's getting low anymore. He's just walking forward. The damage is unending. Ricky Rockham throwing out the punches, sending him home and saying, hey, I'm back in the league and I'm taking back Overwatch for the Reapers.
God, throwing some grapefruits out here. Absolutely demolishing them. It was a great ult. I felt like pushing in there with the actual with the Orisa, because he did just enough damage to KIC to take him out early. That's going to be a triple kill coming out of Herb. They're not done yet. They are fighting for their survival. Ravens fired up, trying to just there we go. Solid defense at the very last second from the likes of the Ravens. That came down to Herb picking up a triple kill on that Orisa pick. That is how you use that ultimate. Both of these teams, Orisa players, from the likes of Rez and Herb, definitely doing their job in terms of the tanks. Tanks are doing spectacular. I think we need to see a little bit better DPS play and or just clutch sort of damage coming out of the likes of the Ravens. Solid team wipe right there. But to make no mistake about it, they basically have been losing the entire round. So they need to maintain that pressure, maintain that presence. It looks like Flying Kittens gets a pick early. We're watching Rez right now, whose health is low, but he is getting health per second. Very, very well done by his team. Trying to maintain some type of presence on top of the objective, but he's getting pushed back. He's not that much of a threat. Maybe potentially making a mistake by trying to attack Rez, being the tank player, but they get him wiped. That is going to be a team wipe from the Ravens onto the Reapers, and now they have all of the momentum. Interestingly enough, for those of you watching, in our ear, we heard from AV as the Ravens were being pushed into their objective, being threatened with a loss. We heard from the floor that apparently they were revved up. They were super excited, ready to engage in that last final team fight, and it's showing right here. They just won 2 team fights in a row, and now Flying Kitten trying to put in some work. I want to see them stop DPSing the tank as much as they are and sort of focus on some of the other players when they start jabbing into their front line. Looks like Ricky Bobby going right now, picking up a double kill.
He's down! That's one of the tanks going out, but immediately Flying Kittens just ready back. KIC was seemingly taken down as well. The Reapers have control of this bot again, and it's going back the other way. Rez is looking for it. My thing Rez has been really on point with these spears all game.
Yeah.
So many of them have found a player, have found pinning them to the wall, dealing damage, taking out key targets, and he's just so precise with each one of these rows. Really good.
Yeah, it's impressive. And listen, the spear has bullet drop in this game, for those of you familiar with shooters. So there is a time of the actual spear where it actually drops, and it's not instantaneous when you actually press the button. There is time that it takes to reach the target. So he's leading his targets very effectively, actually putting an arc on the actual throw itself. He's landing quite a lot of DPS with that single. You're absolutely right. There goes again. Constantly pushing into this front line.
He's looking for the ult.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Oh,
I have to believe he's going to pop it here.
Yep.
When everybody's trapped in here.
Actually,
He just backs up. He's just back out.
Maybe he's getting some communication. Maybe he's getting some communication in the back line that he shouldn't be pushing. KIC get the pick, if you will, on Ricky. We got LA taking out Cats.
They're running for the hills.
Yeah,
this Raven squad, where was this at the beginning of the game, though?
Well, they definitely started applying some pressure towards the middle. When they rallied,
Rez is dead without an ult.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
But Herb got his off.
Wow, guys, Ravens getting a bunch of picks, all but this last player trying to run back to the spawn so that they do not get stagger picked. Herb feeling good. Guys, they've got a ton of pressure right now. Let's see if they can clutch this. Ravens had their back against the wall at the start of this game, and now they're pushing into the spawn of the Reapers. In terms of an ult economy, I don't know how many ultimates they have, but I do know that there's some Reapers that have some ultimates ready to engage in this team fight. It's a matter of using them. I know the Orisa does. They have to be careful of the Orisa ult. Oh, boy. There it is. Orisa gets a single pick. LA's
so
down.
So is Koza.
Koza's
The healers are
down.
gone.
This is going to be a team fight, what I have to imagine. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Reapers are back, baby.
Flying Kitten's luckily taking out Ricky, so they don't fully get just wiped cleanly, but this is going to give control of the bot. Luckily, they were pushed up far enough that they should be able to respawn, regroup, and take another fight. And that was finally Rez popping his ult, and I think they should be about back even. There should be one or two ults for both teams available. So this next fight or two is going to probably decide the course of this entire game.
Yeah, I do believe the Reapers have more. The Reapers right now are in the lead just in terms of total distance in this game of push. So the Ravens, although they've rallied effectively well, they have not pushed the actual bot far enough into the spawn to take the advantage. Okay, here we go. It looks like Herb goes down. This is going to be another team wipe for the Reapers, feeling confident. You're watching the gameplay of Qwerty right now, playing that Zarya on your screen.
Bye! Had to wave to him there. They turn. Luckily, again, there's probably one or two more fights here if the Ravens do want to continue to try to stop this. But it's going to come down here because they're going to get these ults back. And it's you can't keep trading ult for ult because if you're the second player in, you're in such a worse position when the fight comes back up. But they're now fighting underneath this bridge, just trying to keep space. Rez pushing out. Koza's so low. The stomp. Did it end up saving Koza? That's really important because if they saw those healers up, but Flying Kittens is getting lower and lower and lower. I don't know if he can sustain his way all the way through this. Cutter's down. And they're being pushed back. They have to back up. They don't have the healing.
Wait. Okay, so Herb gets a pick. Okay, so that's going to be a team wipe. That's going to be a team wipe. Okay, so this is a make or break moment for the likes of the Ravens. They need what's called the snowball effect right now. If your opponent accidentally uses too much of their ult economy, you get one team wipe on this game of push. You have to win this next team fight, and you need to do it in a timely fashion. There is less than 60 seconds left. At about the 30-second mark is when the ults are going to come out. That's going to give you one last push as they're pouring out of their spawn. This is the team fight that's most important. 45 seconds left on the clock. We do have an ultimate from KIC. He needs to pop the ult. He does. He gets an effective ult in the mid, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
But Rez responds with an ult of his own.
Herb gets 2 kills, and LA gets a pick. They're right there on the objective. Now listen, they still have presence on the actual map, so their teammates need to get here as much as possible, as quickly as possible. Good map awareness coming out of LA to pick up that health pool right there. He's still sort of present. I like the fact that he is sort of aware of his surroundings, right? He realized that he didn't have a healer around him in that moment. He is pumping out tons of DPS right now.
But they can't leave the point anymore. They have to get back on it. There's 3 seconds left. Herb is going to be pushed down. They have to touch. Do they have it overtime?
That's going to be it. That's going to be it. I think Herb realized it as well in real time. We saw a couple picks fly out. Herb is going to go down. Flying Kitten's going to go down. That is going to be it, guys. How much? We'd have to take a look. I want to take a look at the progress. I believe that is a Reaper's win, correct?
It is. It is. Yeah. They needed to, the Reapers managed to push all the way up right before the ending point. And so basically the Ravens need to cross the bridge to get that last little bit of distance. Shout out to Herb getting play of the game, small consolation prize. Unfortunately losing the game. Dragon Ball FighterZ will be our game going into the second half. So it'll be fun for us to see. So go ahead, grab yourself a drink, use the bathroom. We'll see you in about 15 minutes for some more UEL action. Maybe not.
With the game that they're playing, what exactly is happening, but there's a complaint that players from the other team are pausing and they assume that somehow messing up their flow of the game. So we're gonna investigate after this match. If there's gonna be an issue where the other team is not allowing ours to perform as best as we can, the admin has to have a sanction against the other team, or we'll have to replay the game. But I doubt that that's going to be the case, so I assume there's going to be a sanction in case we actually suffer from this. There were complaints and we complained twice, so we'll see what the overrule is going to be by the end, and that's it. We'll see.
Because I seen him.
And he's like, it's not in the rules.
I seen him go invisible, like a pause, but it's not pause. It's when you turn to the side or go backwards. So like when he spun out, then it pauses.
Because I said, look,
it's all fucked up.
It's not on expert rules.
I know.
Let's go to it. If it's on expert rules, I'm wrong.
Bro. Yeah, it should be 9-1.
I said if it's on expert rules, hey bro, then I'm wrong. But he's sitting there. And they already closed it all out. Yeah. So I was like, it's too late. So that's a forfeit. That's a forfeit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where does it say it in the book?
Thank you. Thank you.
Where's it say it in the rules?
Once you well, we already checked with the game master beforehand, so it's a.
I mean, if it's not in the rules, should that be something announced to everybody?
It should be announced. Like,
Like game master phone.
We was told nothing about it.
It's not in the
Hey, bro.
rules. It's not in the rules.
Hey, just like the fuel's not in the rules, right?
The what?
The fuel and Forza. That was unlimited, right?
Y'all also had the Forza.
That was messed up too. But we'll take this one. Don't worry about it.
Look, Zach. Zach, look. In the rules it says, if a player does not finish the DNF race, their race will not be finished in 60 seconds.
We never finished the race.
But if you're resetting the whole thing before him, you're restarting the whole thing to get a faster time. That's what we're saying.
But we have 60 seconds to do that.
Yep. It acts like a DNF when you reset.
It was never. That was never a thing.
People have been resetting all season. That's how it is.
What is the call?
The DNF for the clip.
That's insane.
Because it's restarting the time over. It's restarting the time from the beginning.
And that's not a GM decision as far as, well, it's integrated.
That's one.
Okay, that needs to be in the rules. That needs to be in the rules. That needs to
Wait,
be
if it's not in the rules, how are we supposed to know?
It's not in the rules. People have been doing it all season.
Yeah, literally all season.
I don't agree with you guys, but he's the GM on site.
But he don't need to be.
Hey, get him out of here.
That's messed up. That's how you know they salty, bro. They salty.
Hey, go ahead.
Reapers win!
Not really. Handicap. It's okay.
So far, we're doing pretty good. In the beginning, it wasn't in our favor, but we bounced back and we were winning almost every single game. So it's looking good in our favor, but we definitely got to tighten up a little bit more.
Everyone's nervous. I'm nervous. The other team is nervous. Our players are nervous, but me and Cutters, like as leaders on the team, it's our job to be the vocal ones, and we can't show that. We have to make them think we're the best. They have no chance at winning. They shouldn't even show up today. So when we win a game, we got to scream. When we lose a game, we got to tell them they're biased anyway. It doesn't matter. We have to talk trash the whole time and keep our confidence up the whole time. And then with our team, too, we have to try and raise their energy up and try and get them to get hyped and things like that. At the end of the day, like, we have to play through. So even though we lost timeouts, even though we lose in games we don't think we should lose, we just have to keep playing the game. If we get caught up and just give up because, oh, we lost a timeout or we lost Forza, that's how you lose. You lose when you let the game go. You cannot let things like that determine the game.
Right now it's going to be the final fight and it's going to be very, very intense.
Hey, let's go, bro. Hey, yeah.
We were. Okay. So, Align, right? We were this close to losing, this close. We came back all the way. These guys, they're cooking.
But then the next question is, it was 16-6. Now, once you guys being the 3-time Reapers going into this game, which we thought was going to be a close game, it wasn't. Why did you let the Click win 6 games? What's going on? Because at this point in time, the team you have is already a championship caliber team. Why are you dropping 6 games?
I'll answer your question. Why are we winning all these fighting games with no fighting games? hear about.
You only hear about it because you only paid attention to everybody but me.
Hey, that's all I hear about.
Because I already explained it on why the Reapers are so good on this. But how's it been with you not having an actual dedicated fighter player, you having individual people at each of these fighting games being good? Because not having a traditional fighter is seen as a decline in some of the other teams' eyes. But you guys have done, you figured it out. You have Ricky, you have Cutters, you have yourself, you have Midnight, you have people across the board, and Rez, excuse me, who touch each one of these fighting games. So how does it feel like knowing you don't have to pay a dedicated fighter who's weaker across the board, while having a team who's stronger across the entire wheel with one fighting aiming and specialty?
It feels like 4 times. That's how it feels. It feels like 4 times. It feels like 4 times. 4 times. Exactly. It feels like 4 times. Oh my God, bro. That tier 1 matchup between Hollywood and Bo Seif. We already know who's winning that, bro. Bo Seif all day!
Hey, yo, and the last thing I'm gonna ask y'all, is what y'all got to say to Third when his coaching tomorrow?
Look, you're going against one of the GOATs. One of the greatest of all time in the UEL.
But he's got one of the GOATs. He's got Bo Seif. Come on, bro.
Blaze winning tomorrow, getting their first win. Can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see y'all tomorrow at 3 p.m. Shout out to SurfThing for these amazing PCs, baby.
Hey, thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go back over to our post-game, and we will get the commentators to get us out of here. You guys have a wonderful night. We'll be right back. Viewers, don't go anywhere. Oh, God, I love you, motherfucker.
Come on, Cordy. Come on, Kurt. They said that they were going to beat us today. Yeah, we just fucked them up, bro. Come on, bro.
I can't get hyped.
Bro, get hyped.
Yeah,
Come on,
get hyped, bro. Let's go.
Come on, Cordy.
Let's go,
I can't get hyped.
Cordy!
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Hey, Ricky. Let's get hyped, Ricky.
Yeah! Hey, put your hands in the middle.
Yeah.
Welcome to Gracie University, and thank you for checking out our certified Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Training Center in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Whether you're training here at headquarters or at any other certified training center around the world, there are 3 things you can expect when learning Jiu-Jitsu the Gracie way.
Number 1, structure. Gracie Jiu-Jitsu is for everyone, but only if taught correctly.
Way too many schools have this one-size-fits-all approach. The problem with this is you have people with all different needs being taught Jiu-Jitsu the same way.
So what we've done is spent a ridiculous amount of time creating specific programs for each and every demographic. And the benefit of this is that each person is going to get from Jiu-Jitsu what they need from Jiu-Jitsu. Gracie bully-proof, non-violent self-defense, confidence, and character development for kids ages 5 to 12.
Women empowered. 20 essential self-defense techniques for ladies of all ages.
Gracie Combatives, 36 techniques, no knowledge to street ready in the least amount of time possible.
The Master Cycle, from blue belt to black belt and beyond.
And in a structured fashion, you guys, to minimize frustration, maximize retention is what it's all about.
Now, every single student will get an attendance card. With this card, we will track their progress. They know what they've learned. They know what they need to learn to move to the next phase.
Students love this.
Number 2. Safety.
Number 1 priority. Even though it's number 2, it's the number 1 priority. Why? If you come to class and you get injured and you can't go to work tomorrow, we're not doing our job.
Often what happens is somebody who has very little experience is in a class with people who have a lot of experience. You end up becoming somewhat of a grappling dummy.
So what have we done? Taken the opposite approach. So the way it works is in our beginner programs, the basics. You're gonna learn fundamentals. You're gonna know how to protect your body, protect your partner, and protect your face, and defend yourself. Ultimately, beginner programs, entry level, are for the basic techniques, no competitive sparring, because you're not ready to do that without injuring yourself or someone else.
And we will get you ready. And once you're ready, then you will transition to the Master Cycle, and the cooperative, work together, help each other environment will also follow you for the rest of your journey.
So even in the Master Cycle, when it's sparring amongst, training partners who are trying to defeat one another, the collaboration energy is very strong. You're working with each other, not against each other.
Of course.
Number 3, street readiness. Now, Jiu-Jitsu exists as both a self-defense system in the highest regard and a recreational sport. And unfortunately, most schools dedicate all their training time to the sportive aspect of the art.
What does that mean? That means that somebody could be training for 2, 3, 4 years.
More, 10.
Forever, and never talk about what might happen in a real fight.
And this is very unfortunate, you guys, because Jiu-Jitsu is an amazing self-defense system. So what we've realized is the first thing you learn is the hardest to forget. So all of our entry-level programs are 100% committed to the techniques you're gonna need out in the parking lot tonight, tomorrow morning. Whatever goes down, you're gonna be ready, but that's because the emphasis is 100% self-defense.
And once you own this self-defense mindset and this way of survival, then you can take that mindset with you and apply it to the master cycle.
Where you might be rolling more sportively,
jiu-jitsu versus jiu-jitsu.
but it's still a self-defense mindset being applied in a sportive practice of jiu-jitsu.
Or to any other area of your life.
Too deep, you guys. Now, there are two other benefits that only exist at certified training centers. Number one, online access to your curriculum of study for free with your membership. And number two, free satellite training privileges at any CTC around the world.
Why would you want online training? It's so you can watch a lesson. When you go home, you forgot a detail, you can't fall asleep at night, you can go on, you can watch the lesson and then sleep easy. Or you want to come to class the next day, but you don't know the lesson, you haven't learned it
Or
yet.
you want to prepare, right?
You show up already speaking the language because you watched the lesson.
And we found that students who watch their online lessons during the week, in addition to coming to class, grow at twice the rate of progress than students who just come to class.
It's all about time and energy.
There you go. So online access and satellite training privileges, which means you can schedule the rest of your life's vacations
or business trips
around certified training centers, because nothing worse than going on a vacation and not being able to keep up on your jiu-jitsu. Nothing worse than that.
And when you do a class, wherever you're vacationing, when you do a class there, what do? You do class number 7, you remember, you take note and you bring that back and you put it on your card, your attendance card at your school.
So any classes done remotely count on your attendance card back home, because the curriculum is identical for all the beginner programs at CTCs around the world. The bottom line is this. You guys need to go to a CTC, tell them we sent you. They're gonna do 10-day free trial. What's the benefit of that?
Well, if it's not everything that you've ever wanted when it comes to jiu-jitsu, then you say, you know what, it's not for me.
But if it is everything you've ever dreamt of and more,
enjoy.
We'll see you on the mat.
And we are back. We are back. That second half of the UEL, and we got a treat for you. We told you it'd be coming up, and it looks like just after halftime is the perfect time for some Rainbow Six Siege.
Oh, my goodness. Rainbow Six Siege, guys, one of my favorite games to cast here on the UEL wheel. Listen, this game is categorized as a tactical shooter, but make no mistake about it, this is a strategy shooter through and through. We talk about it all the time, Strix. What do I say? I say, that good strategy beats out solid gunplay every day of the week when it comes to this game. I had a former moderator to myself, a man named Drew St. Martin, sadly passed away. I love that guy. He used to always come up with certain sayings when we would play Rainbow Six Siege, but one of the things that he always talked about was drone economy, drone me in, meaning certain things like as simple as just droning your teammate into the objective can spell the difference between winning and losing. Guys, all it takes is jumping into a custom game and just optimizing your strategy, coming up with different strategies, team compositions of specific operators, and so much more that will basically make the difference, like I said, when whether or not you take a W, take a round, or you don't. Now, we play first to 2, essentially. It's going to be 3 rounds. So all you have to do is win 2 of those 3 rounds in order to cash out, if you will. We'll see. There's a lot of sort of map decision making within the UEL teams that specialize on specific maps, but occasionally, Strix, we see some awkward game modes. But I think for the most part, we're going to be seeing a little bit of bomb being played here on Rainbow Six Siege, brother.
Yeah, I would expect bomb. The map decision is going to be interesting. Whoever has control of setup is going to probably get the opportunity to select their map of choice. Unless somebody does want to throw us for a loop. You never know. We might be in for our first game of hostage. I'm going to keep saying it until it happens. Because it could and probably would be hilarious in the best way possible.
Yeah. And I've been watching some of the UEL players now for a couple of months, Strix. And I was trying to think the other day because I might be jumping into a little bit more Rainbow Six Siege here relatively soon.
Nice.
And something that I always loved about playing Rainbow Six, like during my sweatiest of times playing Rainbow Six Siege, when we were reaching diamond rank and so much more, was the fact that when we would jump into custom games, there's one particular operator that I think opens up people's perspective of how you need to be jumping into customs to formulate a strategy. And weirdly enough, not necessarily a meta op, but a very good operator is Castle. So Castle is an operator within Rainbow Six Siege that puts up sort of these reinforced doors on top of doorways and or windows that makes it to where people from the other team have to either melee that particular window or door, I think it's up to 10 times in order to break it, or they have to use a breaching charge to get through it. Castle is a defensive operator that when you put up those reinforced windows or doors, you can funnel your opponent into a specific part of the objective to make holding the objective that much easier. It also blocks lines of sight to make it easier to basically transition between multiple rooms while you're playing on defense. So a recommendation for anyone out there, if you're struggling on Rainbow Six Siege, jump into your custom games, select the operator known as Castle, and start just thinking about what doorways, windows that you want to block off to make managing the objective easier. And you'll start to figure out, wow, there's other operators I can use in tandem with Castle that really complement shutting off these particular angles. It makes it just a little bit easier. So that was something I wanted to sort of kick things off with when we jumped into Rainbow Six Siege, because I'm going to be doing that here soon.
Nice. Again, wisdom and knowledge. Like you said, this game is straight up about knowledge. It's about information. It's about strategy more than anything else. So I want to see what these two teams. We've seen some fun out of the Ravens. I believe they've played. The Ravens played Plane here in the UEL once.
Goodness gracious! I mean, the Ravens play. I remember that because of Flying Kittens. I don't want to inflate his ego enough, but it was because of Flying Kittens, man. He ended up getting, I want to say an ace. I think he got an ace while he was playing on defense. The last time we saw the Ravens play Rainbow Six Siege, so he definitely has been practicing as well as other games, dude. But maybe we do see a little bit of playing coming out here.
It'll be really fun to see. Yeah, again, I really think it comes down to who has control of setup here. Everybody's getting in, locking in. I think people, during our halftime, for those that have never been at the UEL in person, players usually, use the bathroom, grab a bite to eat, reset really quickly before coming into the second round. But every team also kind of reaffirms and relocks back in. There's usually a speech, usually some shouting, some yelling.
It's
true.
true.
I haven't seen a throwing of a chair yet, but I think that's going to be up there one of these days.
Oh, yeah.
I think AV might actually lose
Throwing of a chair.
It'd be amazing. Look,
We've seen it in esports. Famously, there is a Super Smash Brothers player named Hungrybox who famously clutched a win at a major and ended up throwing his chair afterwards. Had to be sort of taken off to the side, if you will, by the admins of that tournament. But it happens in esports, guys. Listen, these players are super, super passionate about what they do. Oh, Dragon Ball Fighters, baby. We talked
Next
about it
game.
earlier, Strick.
And the answer to give you, Matt, bank.
Okay.
Bank is where we
All
are
right.
playing.
I like this. I like it.
Now, I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
expect a second floor hold here,
Mhm.
more than likely. You know, CEO, the office there. I'm going to expect them to play that. It looks like we're looking at LA screen currently, so we will be playing defense. And it does
Okay.
look like we have some ops outside of the default ops. So we have a few Siege players here.
Mm-hmm.
They'll do their best to get everything set up and reinforced.
This is actually a perfect example, and they are playing Castle, so that's a little irony there. The other thing that's really effective about Castle as a meta op, guys, is his secondary shotgun. So he has a super shorty secondary shotgun that players use in order to open up what are called the rotations. So you can use that shotgun to shoot holes through soft barriers like this one you see right there. You saw LA crouch through it. And opening up those rotations is going to help you sort of manage the objective in an effective manner while you're being pressured by the attackers, okay? Good placements here by LA. He's basically just he wants to position these cameras to lock down this hallway that he just ran down. Gaining any and all amounts of intel on this hallway is crucial to defending the objective, because make no mistake about it, that is where the attackers will be pushing from. And oh, goodness gracious. So LA, we just got confirmation. LA has no game audio, which is probably why he's playing Valkyrie. He's going to try to just give and feed as much intel to his teammates as much as possible. And that's why he's bringing out those cameras. Ooh, I'd like to see Kittens. If we could jump over onto Kittens, because he played R6 super, super well last time. Okay, perfect. And it looks like he's playing a zombie. Yeah, so he's playing a zombie. A zombie, guys, has throwing knives. Oh, goodness gracious. So she has throwing knives that whatever structure her throwing knives hit, it creates a cement sort of reinforcement on it. So players will use the zombies to block off particular doorways to create awkward angles, or to basically put up over windows to make sure that enemies can't shoot into your objective. Flying Kittens just committed an absolute crime. You never hard ping. He fully scanned all three of those players in order to pick up a points advantage. That is a rookie move in the sport of Rainbow Six Siege. You never hard ping. So I don't like that. That just basically notified all of the enemy players that their Valkyrie cameras all over top square and down this elevator hallway. Whereas if he had not have hard pinged them, they wouldn't know that there was Valkyrie cameras out. I have to imagine, Strix, the first thing they did was take out the default camera. So after he tagged them, they're going to start taking out those Valkyries.
Ooh, and a signal disruptor taken down, so the mute is going to not be there, allowing them to get further in. And we just see Rez kind of holding this angle. They have a straight line through sight, so him on this alley here is going to be able to just look down and take shots for free. Now, they do have a minute left. They're going to have to find their way in. They're just trying to find where the Ravens are holed up here and what opportunities they have. Looking to try to just find and get an opportunity to get in. Friendly fire there. Looked like maybe he damaged his teammate a little bit.
Yeah, pro move there by Rez. If you guys don't notice, he did. He jumped on his camera and he pinged the Maestro cam because he wanted to try to shoot it through the wall to take it out, because you can do that with Callie. Nonetheless, Cutter is picking up a kill. Ricky picking up a kill as well. There's only 2 defenders left in the actual site, which includes Flying Kitten. Flying Kitten taking out 2 players on that Izami. He's feeling good. I believe he might be playing with her shotgun
We have to see. But my big thing here is they have to get the team down. And the diffuser went down, and 2 more of them have fallen.
That is why I wanted to watch Flying Kittens. Come on, production.
Coz is here. Coz is here, too. That scared me. 3 players went down so quickly for the Ravens. But these last 2 players, and Flying Kittens and Koza, held that point down. I like the idea that they ultimately gave up that back wall for free, but they had made the rest of site kind of this stable point that they don't have to play directly on the point. They can anchor around the point, and there was never an easy opportunity, even with Rez and those smart plays, the pings, taking out all the different pieces of utility. They never felt comfortable to just get in the site and plant the bomb down.
Right. So what you saw where Rez was poking with the sniper rifle, he was taken out by Flying Kittens in the janitor closet on his left. The reason why Flying Kittens was in there is because Flying Kittens had opened up a rotation to conference room. So there's a room right behind the janitor closet called conference. And by opening up that rotation, he's able to sort of float around the objective and secure kills in like a timely manner. He had already picked up 2 outside of conference hallway. So he basically just outpoked, outpeaked his opponent, if you will. So he secured a couple of solid kills there. He got a little bit of intel, potentially from those Valkyrie cameras that we talked about earlier in the round, and as a result, he then transitioned into janitor closet, took out Rez, and made the victory that much more sort of appealing, if you will. But solid clutch there on the side of Koza and the rest of the Ravens.
Look like Koza's locked in. What's Koza going to take an opportunity? I like the idea, if they are in basement, having a fuse is a nice opportunity, but he says choose to stay on the Dokkaebi. He's going to use these phone calls to hopefully get his team intel.
Yeah, the fuse isn't a bad pick. Had they actually chose the fuse, I actually don't mind that, because the fuse on top of the hatches can clear out any type of barbed wire and or traps that are in the hallway. Nonetheless, though, we got a little bit of a Dokkaebi here. The ace is going to need to go towards the actual... open area. So he needs to go to open area in order to secure the 2 hatches that are in there. I think what this Jackal is doing is looking for a roamer. Oh, never mind. That wasn't even the Jackal.
So this Iana, she can send out a clone, and it got taken out, so they know somebody's at least upstairs. Because it's the funniest part, because seeing a player running at you, you're far more likely to take a shot at it than just normally a drone. Sometimes you're willing to wait it out. And that is really good for the side of the Ravens. They're not going to necessarily be as susceptible to a flank here as long as they're willing to look. Cassidy's sending out another one just to try to get some more information, maybe where this person's lurking, where they're looking around.
Yeah. He's doing the right thing by sending the Ion out, but can I just mention something? Because I actually quoted the man at the start of this round. They should be droning him. They should be droning their operators forward. They've spent so much time looking for this roamer. At the start of the round, the moment they realized that there was somebody there, you throw in a drone and you completely drone in at least one of your teammates across the entire top floor, and you stop wasting your time with this nonsense. So they've decided to sort of leave him alone, if you will, and now they're starting to poke into the bottom. Solid awareness by KIC to see the traps that had been set there. Pushing down elevator stairs. I like this. Oh, I like the Thatcher. I like the Thatcher, but he does get caught with another Legion mine. And now they know. Now they know that they're actually pushing in. So this ace, there's 60 seconds left. He missed one of his ace charges. It is a felony in 14 different states to not have these hatches open with 60 seconds left on the clock. So he's trying to get one of the teammates. The Dokkaebi, if Koza had the game awareness, Dokkaebi's semi-automatic rifle can actually break unreinforced hatches if she just shoots it 3 times. So the Dokkaebi should be opening up the elevator hatch right now for the rest of this team. Otherwise, they're all going to be funneled in, like we call it. It's called Thermopylae. The Persians against the 300 Spartans. They're all going to go down this narrow corridor, and I promise you, they are going to be smoked in real time. Tons of kills are about to come out right now.
They pick up 2, though. They managed to pick up 2. They got 20 seconds, though, to get onto site.
Flying Kittens Herb does get a couple. You're right, Strix.
If they can get in here, they have to get in this window, though, and get this bomb down now. There isn't time left. One player's lurking in there. They have to find these kills or put the bomb down. Are they able to?
Now they're just going to run. Whoever's he's going to pick up. Did he plant?
Oh, he's planting. He's planting. This is good. They just need to hold it. Okay, they got it down.
Wow.
He's activating his death mark. He's going to find where one of these players is, and he'll know where the Capcan is. He can play for this possible kill, but now the Capcan also knows where he is. This isn't going to be for free. Nice job. I like the ability, choice to take the fight. He can rotate back in and away. One of his teammates, it's KIC and Flying Kittens are left, but they're both on 1 point, 1 touch. It's Cat looking for this fight. He's creeping his way forward, trying to find an opportunity. He sees the rotate. Need to check, and he catches Cassie unaware.
He doesn't have the time. He doesn't have the time. There it is.
And Kitten says, "I don't care about the time. I want the kill."
Guys,
and that is a win.
Yeah, that is super high level play out of Flying Kittens, and you can tell how comfortable he is on that game because of the DPI of his mouse and keyboard. His mouse and keyboard DPI was insane. Sonic the Hedgehog level insanely fast. So major props to him. The fact that he had what is it, Deimos? Is that the name of the operator? Yes. So the fact that he not only was able to sort of protect his teammate who was planted, but then in real time, immediately after it was planted, to go into that Deimos ultimate ability, if you will, and then start tracking down Cat. Once that happened, it was pretty much over at that point because he can communicate with his teammate to continuously rotate with Cat and then play the time. Even if they didn't want to kill Cat, they could just basically just hide in the other room, wait for the defusal attempt, and then just go in and clean it up. So that was a great job. Make no mistake about it. Herb and Flying Kittens securing those first 2 kills right off the rip there is what caused them to be able to push in. I'm really disappointed, though, in the likes of the Reapers to not actually hold them on middle stairs. There's off angles of 90 degrees between elevator hold, which is right next to the vault. If you're coming down the stairs, guys, on your left side is going to be the actual the elevator and the vault hold. There should be someone there at all times. I don't think they had anyone there. And then on the opposing side of that, you have to have somebody at least maybe even playing garage. They had nobody playing in garage, so they all came down main stairs, walked into the objective, and planted Strix.
It's really funny. I do also want to give a big shout out for the Deimos pick for Flying Kitten. Young player, very confident in his abilities. Let him try to take his 1v1. We even saw that at the end of the round. I think there's a lot of reason to say, hey, you don't need to push this. You know where he is. That's enough information.
That's so true.
His idea was, I'm going to take this fight right now.
Yeah. His DPI was insane, buddy.
He swung that. He was like, all right, cool. Okay, I got it. Let me back up. And rotate. All right, I took the fight. And he still, at the very end, could have waited for Cat to have to get on and start defusing the bomb. And he was like, no, you're not paying attention to where I am, and got this shot. And put them back up by a lead in the second half. We start off with a Ravens win into Dragon Ball Fighters. And importantly, KIC and Herb are both available. And we're going to see who the Reapers send in, because they have QWERTY, Ricky, and Cat. Ooh! Both teams are swinging. I'm letting you know right now, both teams are swinging. They're ready to be good.
This is going to be good. And listen, I think if this was any other matchup, I'm giving this to KIC and Herb. Like, I'm feeling really good because I know Koza can hold his own there, but I'm really looking at Herb and KIC right now. Here's the situation. I just saw Ricky pull off the most dominant Skullgirls performance I've ever seen. Oh boy. I'm thinking this is another anime fighter. He is going to understand this game to a T. The zoning, the footsies, the range, just the pressure, the mix-up, the 50-50s, the blenders, like we're getting Jamba Juice right now. It is going to be sensational, Strix.
I'm excited. I'm excited. I want to see what these players bring out and what they're able to play. I love the idea, though, that we also saw a good variety of stuff in Rainbow, but the variety hopefully will continue here in Dragon Ball. All right, I can tell you real quick, on the left side of your screen will be the Reapers, and on the right will be the side of the... Ooh, and 2K rolls. Is Herb available? I want to see if Herb is available. I need Herb to be available. But on the right side of your screen is going to go ahead and be the side of
Herb.
Hey,
my man Piccolo, say no more.
Raven.
Let's go.
So adult Gohan. So we're going to start off with a matchup between KIC and the Cat. So we'll see if Cat's able to deal some damage and really start to really get a ton of time going. So just jumping up, using control. Nice reflect into the immediate combo, bringing him up and bring him back down. And this is where the pressure for KIC starts. You press the button. You don't want to be doing that. You're going to have to hold that. And let's try it again. You can go up, and I'm promising you coming back down.
No.
Actually, he's just going super. He said, I'm done with you.
50-64 hit combo! Are you kidding me? KIC's coming out hot.
I'm looking at, and this is the KIC isn't saying a word. QWERTY's in here now, gets tagged by the C assist coming out from Trunks, and I think KIC is coming out here to make the statement. There's been a lot of questions, a lot of talk about how good or bad he is at Dragon Ball Fighters and some of these fighting games.
Put some respect on him, bro.
He is now in a position where he is trying to show, when he came in here and said that he feels he can take anybody in this league in Dragon Ball Fighters. That's 2 characters, and he hasn't been touched.
good night. He landed, what is it called? The Dragon Rush? That rush down move? Okay, so he actually landed the Dragon Rush into a full combo with a backboard low strike. So he basically afterwards knocked them off of the screen in order to maintain his juggle. You're seeing a little bit of that right now. One of the things he does is what's called just a jump tap, if you will, or a tap jump, and then he's landing an overhead to initiate his combo strings. He's been very effective with it, but now we're seeing a little bit of hurt coming here with my boy Piccolo. Ricky, don't do it to him. He's going to have cheering. Why you got to embarrass him like this on the stream? Herb, do something. Do something, Herb. Oh, my goodness.
And
Herb.
he's dead. He's dead.
No. Oh, goodness gracious. I can't take it anymore.
Ricky still has sparking, so this is big. Both sides are going to need to find their hit. A nice jump into the combo is going to be big here. I want KIC to spend every bit of resources he possibly has here to get in. I think he's going to swap into Koza after this if he has the opportunity. Nope. He just says, I'm going to end it myself. Catches it, the trade ends up going in his favor. Ricky pops sparking, looks for the opportunity, and is just going to start swinging. KIC is dead.
Boy. KIC is
dead.
You can see the disappointment in the top right-hand corner of your screen. He just switched off to the side, just super, super frustrated right there. Now we got Koza jumping in.
And it's going to be big here. Nice time he falls out. Koza just needs to take his time. He finds his opportunity.
A little bit slower of a pacing, but he does land the hit confirm in a combo, jumps out of it, drops it a little bit. Now he's stuck in the corner with a big body on him.
He takes it 3v1.
I told you, get off him. The best anime fighter in the league. I'm calling it. Ricky. Ricky. Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious.
Ricky is the funnest player to watch because I feel like there is never a game where he goes in that I really can count him. I can be like, okay, this should be somebody else's favorite. But in this moment,
I love it. You can hear the excitement in the background. We should have a mic in the arena floor that we just occasionally turn on. Just turn it on right after the match finishes.
I would also that was such a good game of fighters. We saw KIC come out with dominance, but it shows right there. It shows right there in that moment that he took an opportunity and the scoreboard calls are coming out now. The scoreboard.
Well, listen, Ravens were in the lead. And we've been rolling a couple of fighters, and I think Ravens were feeling super confident in a lot of these fighters, and the Reapers, give credit where credit's due, Ricky is stealing some of these game streaks from the grasp of the Ravens, the talons, the claws of the Ravens, if you will. Man, this has been super entertaining, and I think that's why they're screaming scoreboard, because Ravens had a 3-win lead at one point, and now it's tied up, guys, 8-8. This is going to be good. We're just getting started.
LA and Koza going up against QWERTY and Cutters. QWERTY and Cutters is a dynamic and dangerous duo. Both of them can shoot. Both of them can play 2K. And I'm a little bit more nervous because I think the Reapers might start picking up some steam, especially if they take this. That Fighters win is gonna be, I think, the swinging momentum that Ravens fans don't want to see.
Yeah, I think that potentially something like that happens that isn't just like a great win or maybe like a comeback. There's so much emotion. There's so much energy on the arena floor, guys, whenever our fighting games get rolled. When you lose something like that, I'm telling you, it does something to the mental state of these players, and that's why they are going back and forth with one another. Now, I don't think, the Ravens right now, if their record potentially 6-2, their record 6-2 right now. They are a team that is used to winning. You don't just get that many wins with not being able to have a little bit of mental endurance later on into the night. So I think they're going to maintain that winner's mentality. I think they're going to be fighting their heart out, if you will, within these last hour and 37 minutes that we have of in-game time left tonight, guys. I don't think it's necessarily going to break them, but momentum definitely has its presence within the Ultimate Endgamers League. Make no mistake about it. The Reapers right now have the momentum after a game like that.
Yes, it's going to be big here. Looking at LA and Koza going up against Cutters and QWERTY. It'll be interesting to see here. what we're going to be able to do. Got to see here. We got to see what everybody is going to be able to do. So we're going in. Everybody's got to get their controllers and their all the settings correct.
Yeah,
we have to figure this out. This is going to be, I think, a hard one for the Ravens to steal. To be honest, I don't know Koza's ability at 2K. To be fair,
I think Koza can roll, man. But here's the thing. Like we just talked about, are LA and Koza in because of Dragon Ball FighterZ 3 stack? Is this a roster baseball lineup situation where they had to play this?
Koza had to go in for fighters. I remember that before we ended up getting to that rotation. He had to go in for fighters. And it may be a situation where they realize this is the best lineup. And it's kind of important. Remember at the top of the day as well, our next game is CTR. KIC said he wanted to beat.
He did say he wanted the smoke. He wanted the whole brisket of that smoke. So we'll see if he's willing to throw wheels, if you will. When it comes to CTR, we'll find out in a second. But nonetheless, we're going to get more information. It looks like we got LA playing LeBron. All right.
And a good job. I like the defense immediately. Starting to use this pick, trying to get some space. They both kick it out. They kick it back. I love the rotation between the Ravens. It looks like they've built some synergy up there. But the big thing when it comes to both QWERTY as well as Cutters is, can you stop them from scoring is going to be the more scary part of playing this game. A little bit of space. I got to believe they're looking for 3. They're not looking for any of the 2-point shots. And they finally settle for it.
Did you see the crossover to layup transition right there by QWERTY, I believe that was. Yeah, that was fantastic, man. Oh, nice assist. Nice sort of pass. I like to see that, man. We hate seeing ball hogs when it comes to 2K. Whoever is playing as a team better is going to take this. A little bit of a sloppy shot. A little sloppy shot. A little sloppy right there. Okay, but he makes. Wow, are you kidding
that's
me?
Kobe. That's Kobe. That's Kobe. I'm gonna give that.
True.
You get the pass. You get the pass. You get the Mamba pass.
Yeah, but that was more of a player stat shot right there. I don't know about that shot though. Definitely came out to the actual stats of that player. All right, so it looks like this is Koza with a simple layup, and he secures a point for the Ravens. It's tied up 2-2. Looks like we got QWERTY right here playing Kobe Bryant. Passes it up to Kevin Durant, being played by Cutters with a simple backboard layup. Now we're sending it back to the Ravens. Right now, Koza with almost an alley-oop right there.
This is important.
Sends in the three-pointer and drills it. Now remember, guys, this is a game of 21 on the blacktop. 3-point shots are worth 2 points, and 2-point shots are worth 1. Oh! Just dunks it in his face. Strength is the likes of QWERTY. It's all tied up 4-4.
He's open again?
No way. No.
The rebound comes down for Kobe.
Yeah, I was going to say he has to clear it. There we go. All right, this is Cutters on Kevin Durant. Simple little crossover, passes it over to... Okay, so he doesn't take the shot. Is QWERTY on that Kobe Bryant player on the left side of your screen? Oh, he lands the crossover. He takes it straight to the rim. Strength caught him lacking. Oh, my goodness. That was a great play. I love that he faked as if he was going to the right, crossed over to the left. I used to do that to Mac Mills every day in elementary school. LeBron James. LeBron James with another slam dunk for the Ravens, 5-5. Mustard. They are screaming mustard on the arena floor right now. It's 5-6. It doesn't get better than this. This 2K action that you guys are watching is all tied up 6-6. Here's QWERTY on Kobe Bryant, sorry. Tries to land a crossover. Unfortunate. Yuck.
They're going to do it. The moment they get that opportunity, they're going to do it. I need you to sit. They're playing the mental game now.
Yeah.
They're looking for that opportunity to just take any edge possible. They're trying to get this space.
This is Ravens. No way. No way. Oh, LA, boy, that would have been good. He's got to clear it, though. He's got to clear it. He does have the position. He's got to be careful. No. Yuck. That was a whole batch of yuck cakes right there. He didn't even need to cross over to the left, Strix. He just took it all the way to a right. Wide open right now is Koza, but he... Oh, my gosh! I'm uninstalling the game. I could never do something like that. Are you kidding me? The Ravens down 1 point. Now down by 2 points. They're down by 2 points. Can LeBron clutch?
They're looking for this too.
Passes it back.
They feel like they need this too. They need to tie the game up.
Nope. He doesn't have the time.
The Reapers aren't going to give them the opportunity. They're not going to give them the space. 3 minutes. Okay, you have a little bit of time. Play this
You have
out.
a little bit.
Play this a little bit slower. I don't want
slow
them-
it down. Slow it down. I'm having heart problems right now watching this. I can't imagine how the players are feeling. Okay, we got Kobe transitioning over to the right. Passes it over. Cutters did he? Okay, but he landed the layup. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine, but I would have thought he would have taken that shot.
Yep.
Importantly, the missed shots have come out of the Ravens. They had originally had control of this game, so now we see Koza backing down.
Yep.
Cutters. He's looking for an opportunity, kicks it back to LA.
Okay.
But Cordy's right there. Cordy's not giving him
like
space. LA taking
Oh, boy.
baseline.
Ooh,
Nice step
good
up.
pressure though. Good pressure.
Both of the Reapers are on fire, importantly.
Yeah, but Cutter's playing that Kevin Durant. He's applying a ton of great pressure. They're working really well as a team, these Reapers. I mean, put some respect on their presence on this court right now. They are on them like glue. That is a yucky.
He didn't have the time for it, but he gets a second chance at it.
Wide open. No. I was about to
ties it
say,
up.
he ties it up, Strix. That was as open gets.
At that point, but this is going to be a 1 point. How much time is left?
okay.
This is going to come down to a minute and 30. And we're already at 10 to 11. Both these sides came to score points. I'm not seeing a lot of defense I needed to pick up.
Ooh.
A foul there by Purdy trying to take the ball.
Okay. Yeah. Ooh, oh my God. He crossed up his entire lineage right there. That was disgusting. I'm shocked that he didn't actually go for the layup for a free point. Oh boy. Yeah, this is Koza right here with a simple pass, but it gets blocked.
It was a foul. It was a foul.
Okay, it was a
so
foul.
They get another. I trust me. I was with you. I was like, oh my.
Did you see KIC behind LA? He was calling the foul. LeBron passes it back, but the shot isn't open. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Koza had a wide open pass. Nonetheless, they get the point. They tie it up. It's 11-11. Make a wish right now.
This is the thing that's crazy to me right now is that I'm looking at the way Cutters, and I want Cutters to take a few more shots. Cordy is doing his job. I feel like Cordy this entire game has been running LA left and right. LA cannot stop him to say, like right there. That is what he's been doing since the beginning of this game.
It's awkward because they're sort of double teaming Cutters and leaving Kobe to just sort of do his thing. Now, they do tie it up right there, but listen, 10 seconds? Did we just hear 10 seconds? They're trying to put some pressure on.
He's going to rim him. He's going to.
No!
Okay. They just have to get the shot up. They have to get it up immediately.
Here we go. They have to get it off. Oh, they're not going to have the time. They're not going to have the time. Who took that?
It's the Reapers. It's the Reapers. This is something that happens time and time again. Teams do not recognize that clock.
Simon
Reapers
says, give me a point. The Reapers just took strikes.
The Reapers are better at playing these games than any team in the league. Because in that moment, if you have time left on your shot clock, if I'm being 100%, if you have time on your shot clock and you realize you are within that 30-second mark, you should not be giving your opponent the ability to control the last shot. I would rather miss the shot and lose than count on them not being able to rim run and take a W.
Right. Well,
It's
the thing
happened
that frustrated me was I felt as if the Ravens weren't applying enough pressures onto who was playing Kobe again on the side of the Reapers.
Cordy has.
They were not putting enough pressure on him. I think for the most part, what they were trying to do is they had one of their players, I believe was it who was Cordy's teammate during that?
Cutters. Cutters was on
Cutters. Yes. So they had one of their players on Cutters, but then the other one was trying to sort of be the medium between them. So instead of just sort of playing with Cutters, he was sort of between Cutters and Kobe, and he gave Kobe way too much room on the court. Anytime you do that, he's going to cross you up and just take it to the rim or just get a free 2-point shot or 3-point shot right in the game F21. I think the better option would have been to potentially box him out. Or at least try to. I know the player stats on Kobe are outrageous, but I'm just saying you've got to at least try to engage him and stay in his face and keep him uncomfortable. They gave him too much spacing there, man. They gave him too much spacing and allowed him to play into his own game.
And I mean, I have to be fair here. The other thing is that the Reapers Reapers also made fewer mistakes. What I mean is there were 2 or 3 2-point shots that were close to open or even open that
they were
Ravens
very
just
open.
didn't like.
Yeah. Ooh, we want
this.
Now Ravens, right? Was it a KIC that called out the Reapers at the start of the game?
I wonder if they didn't have control of the game. I think setup might have been the Reaper setup, and that might be a situation, right? I know a lot of
KIC
players
just didn't want the smoke, dude.
Maybe after Dragon Ball Fighters, after Skullgirls. At this point,
he's gonna want the smoke with me after this.
Hey, look.
Bro, I'm getting burnt. I'm getting burnt in this game every day of the week, dude. I'll be honest. Listen, this game is tough. It's not as easy as it looks. There is a lot of physics, momentum, maintaining top speed that goes on in the game of Crash Team Racing. This is essentially Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on steroids. So if you thought there was a lot of drifting in Mario Kart, crank that to 10 and then some. When it comes to Crash Team Racing, this is the gauntlet of arcade racers, and we love seeing it, guys.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see them come out. Now, I want to put out here, Herb is no slouch in this game. Herb himself has put in tons and tons of time, energy, and has shown himself to be one of the best players. So even not putting KIC in here doesn't mean they're out of this game, but I'm looking at Cat and Herb as their respective carries. Rez could always show up. I think Rez is a very quiet player that tends to perform, that people don't always notice just how good he is always doing.
I think Cat is very, very talented at this game. From my understanding, I think he's very, very comfortable. If I had to guess, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that, wow, brother, Kittens is in top right now. Kittens is in first place. No way.
Oh, but he importantly hits the flames that might let somebody catch up to him.
No, well, he did hit teleport. Yeah, and he hit teleport, though, right as he went down, which sort of picked up his momentum a little bit. So he might be safe. You can see in the middle of your screen, guys, is the actual progress of these players. Kittens has somebody right on his 6 o'clock. Make no mistake about it, you cannot check your watch because he might just get passed up right here. Kittens unable to clutch. He falls into second place. He's trying to finish this out as best as he can. Listen, they are on the second lap right now. He has time. He's on the final lap. He has time to catch up. They are neck and neck. It's just a matter of who is sticking theirs out more. Kitten's trying to get him.
He's trying to catch up. He's right.
Oh,
there.
no!
That
falls
might feel
off the track. That might just do it, Strix. Might just do it. I gotta say, I'm very impressed with Kittens. It's just a matter of just getting that practice in, that comfortability factor, if you will. Sort of the range at which you need to initiate your drifts prior to reaching one of these corners and what have you. His timing is just slightly off. Just slightly. I mean, listen, we all lose matches that we probably should have won. My wife has beat me at Cheap Cheap Beach probably one too many times on Mario Kart. But Blind Kittens right now is just going to have to accept the fact that he is not going to catch
one of the best to do it, man. Watching him play CTR, it's I've watched him and when he was on Team Hollywood play the game, and the two of them are constantly competing with each other, and I think that just puts them at a different point. Now, I talked about it coming into half that the Reapers have a different gear in second half. They always seem to take it up a notch and just come out playing with a different ferocity. They have taken game after game, put themselves now 2 points up, even though they were down. And now on MK1, your best thing I can say is,
oh my gosh,
Cordy. Cordy is going to be your biggest threat here. Cordy Rez is going to be my guess for their lineup. Cat would normally be somebody they put in here. You have to take this. At this point, you have lost Dragon Ball Fighters, you have lost Skullgirls, and you have lost Die by the Blade. You came in today as the Ravens saying, we win the Fighters. And teams have done this all season against the Reapers. I said it about the bots, and I'm going to give the same respect, especially to the defending champs. Stop underestimating them in fighting games.
Yeah, 100%, especially now, especially after today, man. When you see the performance of pretty much their entire roster, right? Like, give credit where credit is due. You know, Cat, Cutters, the rest of them have been playing relatively well in these fighting games, but it's really Ricky that has made the biggest difference when it comes to just in terms of performance, brother. I will say this, though. We've seen a lot out of Ricky in terms of the anime fighters. Mortal Kombat 1 is... it just operates differently. Now, it is a 2D stage fighter, right? Similar to Street Fighter in that sense, but just mechanically, in terms of the pacing of the actual game itself, inputting your combo strings, with certain characters can be a little bit more simplistic. If you're talking about full skill ceiling of the capabilities of the more difficult characters in this game, it is just as difficult in order to get those hit confirms than any other fighting game. But there are specific characters in this game that I would say are easier than the likes of some of the best combos on Street Fighter, Tekken, and so forth. That being said, this game is very easy to understand and sort of pick up. I just don't see as many players within the UEL doing it as I probably would like to. That's just given the fact that Mortal Kombat is one of my favorite franchises of all time, but just the fact that I've played a ton of it and obviously love the game. But really, it comes down to zoning, spacing, just the basics, right? Getting your hit confirms, mixing up, whether it be overheads and lows, and applying that corner pressure. Now, there is an interesting aspect of this game, new to the NetherRealm Studios player base, which is the assist fighter in this case, which are called cameo fighters. With the I wish we could have seen. I've actually been labbing Ghostface for the last week just to be able to cast over gameplay of him. So we'll get that at a later date, potentially when we see Raging Cajun again. But no, guys, the cameo fighter is the assist fighter within this gameplay. You can press with a simple button input, probably one of the bumpers. Okay. This is going to be LA versus Cutters. With a simple button input, that cameo fighter will jump on screen and either do a knockdown or some type of juggle strike in order to sort of act as a simple like addition to whatever combo string that you're throwing out. Now, some of them have specific zoning tools that you can output. Each cameo character themselves, I think, has either 4 or more specific strikes that using your directionals on your D-pad, you can sort of initiate those strikes. But for the most part, I think a lot of players just keep it simple. They all tend to have one particular strike that they throw out in order to optimize their damage output. And that's what you're seeing a little bit of it right there. Oh, this is looking good. Raiden with some solid damage has a 10-hit, 25-hit combo. Look at the footsies gauging the distance. Throws in that zoning tool right there on the Chameleon. You gotta love it. Chameleon, very optimal cameo fighter. This may just be the round right here, Strix.
Oh, he has one hit. He tries to go for it, and LA loses his first round here. He's do or die now. He's only gonna have one more round. The important thing here, Cassie is behind him, but the important thing is going to be for them to take these games.
Whoa, he's mashing, brother. He's mashing. That's a 2-hit string that he just input that 2-hit string 3 times in a row. Ooh, gets caught by the overhead on the Radiant, then he initiates with a low strike for a mix-up, goes into a neutral grab. He's got him trapped in the corner. He's gonna keep throwing this cameo fighter out there at any and all times. Look at that. That is going to be Chameleon, which is the cameo fighter. That just like a Chameleon does, that character is able to throw all different types of character strikes, whether it be a wannabe Melina, a wannabe Reptile. It basically turns into other characters and throws out zoning projectiles. That's why the cameo fighter of Chameleon is so useful.
I like the backup into the move. Oh, but he was ready to block it. That's game.
Oh boy. Oh no.
That's LA down. I see Cutters getting up, trying to go ahead and do the fatality here. While KIC sets up and sets down.
Oh wow. Yuck.
And this is one of those things, again, I have to believe. Yeah, you know, this is why. Normally, at home, by the way, you'll be able to watch the fatality. You know, things like YouTube don't always like, you know, somebody being being electrified and split apart and any number of things.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I think he's playing with a lot of emotion. This is 10-8 right now. He wants to get as many wins as they can. But yeah, man, that cameo fighter right there is Chameleon. Like I said, that specific character, just like a Chameleon blends into its background, that character can sort of blend into other characters on the roster and use their abilities. So people tend to pick Chameleon to utilize the zoning tools that she offers. I believe she has a zoning tool that acts as a low strike from a certain distance. So you can actually throw that ability out while you jump in with a overhead Strix in order to create a true 50-50 where this player doesn't know whether to block low or high. Yeah, so Chameleon's very good. Okay.
All right, so we're restarting the game there. We're just getting it all loaded back up. SurfThing's PCs will keep us locked and loaded. But we're going to pop back over to us, and I think that is the big thing. This game is one of those games that I expect it to be this close, And I even expected them to put Cordy in. The fact they didn't put Cordy in, to me, says a good bit about this game. But they're playing well. Cutters taking out LA is a huge boon. I think they kind of assumed and made the call that they'd be at least able to get an advantage, and then they just play Rez going second and get an advantage. But now they're down, and KIC is once again in a position where, I mean, at this point, Dragon Ball Fighters, Skullgirls, I have to ask, hey, like, you are that tier 1. You are honestly one of the premier fighters in the league. I don't think that's up for conversation. If you're a tier 1 fighter, I expect you to be taking what especially I would have to consider as his game. The only fighting game the Reapers ducked today was Blaze Blue.
That's true, and they ducked that quick. But I will say this. I've watched KIC play Mortal Kombat many a times now, and I think he is more than capable of taking out both of these Reapers. I think he's very, very fluent in terms of his understanding of the actual game. When you just look at his specific combo strings, how he sort of applies his pressure with that cameo fighter, he definitely knows what he's doing, and I'm expecting him to come out here and at least take down the likes of Cutters. But this also may be one of those moments where maybe I need to put some respect on the Cutters. I just wasn't super impressed with the way he was playing right there. There was aspects of it that I really, really liked, the way that he was landing overheads and then reinitiating with lows, keeping his opponent guessing. But look at this damage output you're seeing right here. He used his cameo fighter and Scorpion to maintain the juggle and then did it again. I mean, it's insanity.
It's one of those things that they have on their team one of the best, and the Reapers have one of the best Mortal Kombat players in Cat. Cat has gotten his team prepared. They're able to really utilize the 50-50 part of Mortal Kombat to really keep opponents guessing.
Right.
But KIC, I think, is out here just saying, I will just play Mortal Kombat better than you. I like the down 1 to check. Immediate break. Is not going to even pretend to play this game with Cutters. Cutters getting him, and we saw this happen with LA. When he got him to the corner, the pressure came out, but he has to break himself. Neither side has meter here, and KIC looked for it. He misses his combo. Managed to tag.
It's a struggle because that particular combo, you need screen. You need actual stage in order to maintain that combo. That's why he ended up dropping it. But, you know, Cutters also dropped the combo in that corner as well. I just think in terms of precision, look at this, man. KIC is just on a whole nother level. That's over 30 damage. That is 45% damage, and then some. I'm talking 50% damage on a completely optimized combo. Cutters is now eliminated. And now we got Rez. I think Rez is sitting down after that, just thinking to himself, what am I doing? What am I in for? Because I'm not facing that.
Rez is a solid Mortal Kombat player. Rez is
he 50% two-touch damage? Level player strength?
We're going to find out here in a minute. Every single time I've made a call, it's bitten me in the butt, so I'm going to go ahead and pipe down for once and let the gameplay speak for itself.
Oh my gosh. I mean, that is as optimal as damage output
He's on
gets.
Katana. All right, every single time Rez plays, he started the game off on range. Then I think I saw him on Smoke or on Raiden. And now he has moved over to the side. So he went Smoke to Rain to Raiden and is now on Katana. I got to know what's cooking. This has to be intentional.
Well, it might be the fans. The actual fans, the hitbox on those fans are a little broken. They're actually very difficult to even jump over. Even if you wanted to just like neutral jump the fans, sometimes they catch people's feet and it's very frustrating. But look at this damage output. He actually almost continued that combo string with Lee May. Okay, nice combo
like
break. Yeah, he's at a zoning disadvantage right now, and he's throwing the fan up into the air because he knows that he likes to lead with a jump in. That's why he's doing that. But he's going to mix it up and occasionally throw one sort of forward in order to catch him and keep him guessing. Good, see, right there. Boom. Just called it in real time. So he's going to continuously make him guess as to how he wants to initiate.
Last round, the KIC. Before another fighter goes the way of the Reapers. It's do or die, and I need to see the do start coming out right now.
Yes, and that's good. You're going to get the full combo right here. Okay, he didn't actually have enough to continue it. He's going to eat a combo by himself. Oh my goodness, 26%. He needs to charge again with that leading knee lunge, that lunge with his knee that he did earlier. He needs to do that when he's guessing, the fan is getting ready to come out. Oh my goodness, because Rez isn't throwing two horizontal fans in a row, so he's throwing one vertical and then one horizontal, one vertical, one horizontal, and that's what he's probably gonna catch him with here. He could have gone in a fatal blow to finish it. Oh my goodness, put some respect on Rez. Rez, I will never ever second guess you again. I was completely wrong. Completely.
This is what I said. This is a different, the Reapers, first half, second half are two completely different teams. I think the Reapers, first half, are beatable.
Okay.
Are absolutely beatable.
Right.
In the first half. This second half Reapers team, as someone has now watched them for 3 seasons of them, they are the bar you have to clear. AV, I need to know what's going on the floor right now.
Bro, Cat is here saying the same thing over and over again. That's 3 fighters over y'all's heads.
Oh my gosh. And that was Rez too, man. It wasn't like Ricky showed up and we were like, whoa, he's so good. It was Rez showing up, beating KIC, the tier 1 player on the side of the Ravens. And I thought he didn't have a chance. I'm not going to lie. When I saw the hit confirms, the juggle combos, 50% damage coming out of KIC, I legitimately thought it was over. But major props to Rez for choosing a character with optimal zoning damage, limiting his ability to sort of close the distance, keeping him guessing, and even after he was able to get some hit confirms, keep his composure, reevaluate the situation, create that spacing, and continue to chip away. And he landed a few combos of his own, particularly some air juggles that he was able to maintain with those fans. So major props to Rez, man. He did exactly what he needed to do. Great understanding of Mortal Kombat. And listen, guys, when we talk about those cameo fighters, in particular on Mortal Kombat, it's one of the things I happen to not like about the game. I don't like Mortal Kombat being an assist fighter. But the timing at which you actually have to press that button in the midst of your combo string is essential. Because if you press it too early, the cameo fighter will come out and hit the opponent away from you while you're in your combo. And if you press it too late, you'll actually whiff the cameo strike. So they have to jump into the lab and optimize the actual input rhythm on their controllers to get the timing of that cameo fighter right. Clearly, KIC had a great understanding of it, but Rez just utilized the tools at his disposal with those zoning fans and what have you to really just optimize that damage output. I didn't see as much cameo strikes from him, but he did throw it in there in order to sort of create a mix-up in and of itself, right? It's not just fans that were coming at KIC. He also had to dodge a cameo fighter. So multiple different tools there that I think stumped KIC's ability to close the distance.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Again, you can't count them out. They said it early in the season. They will continue to say it. Everyone says they're not a fighting game team. Everybody continues to saying it. I think that they have proven time and time again that they can compete with any fighting game lineup in this league.
Yeah.
And put them under pressure. And if you don't just come in and be better and kill them, they will absolutely punish you for it. And yes, right now there's a 3-game deficit. Skullgirls, Dragon Ball Fighters, and Mortal Kombat are the difference between these two teams.
Yeah, man.
In a day where they came in talking about and saying, hey, we're going to win on the fighters, you're down because of those games. It has to look like this is going to get back up. So we're going to be moving into college football here shortly. We'll see who ends up going in here to play.
First game, man.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be Ricky and QWERTY going up against Koza and Flying Kittens. We have to see who's going to be able to go ahead and take control of this.
All right, so I like Flying Kittens going in for this. I have to imagine that he knows his college football. I think it makes sense, and in some of the other games like 2K, FIFA, and stuff like that, if you weren't going to have Flying Kittens in there, I think this is just such a popular game within pop culture. It's appealing to Flying Kittens as one of our youngest players. I will say this, though. A lot of, whether it be Madden or college football, NCAA college football, I think that a lot of the best players tend to be older, honestly, within the older audience, because there is a sense of wisdom sort of required in terms of formation reads. A lot of times it'll be people that probably played football their whole lives that actually understand the formations and or have a great understanding of the game itself and are able to make those reads in real time prior to the ball snapping. But then also as the receivers sort of go about their routage, they're able to pick up on the defenders playing man coverage, zone, what particular zone they're on, picking up on a read, understanding the time at which they need to get the ball off before they potentially get sacked and or pressured to create an inaccurate throw. A lot of that comes down with just repetition, years of experience, and what have you. But listen, raw talent is raw talent. So Flying Kittens could really, really impress me right here. I'm interested to see if Koza is actually the quarterback in this situation, and then Flying Kittens is sort of the secondary player. What do you think is going to happen?
I'm unsure. I know a lot of the Ravens have been recently playing the game, picking up, working on getting better for it. Beyond just the standard players that people would expect, like I Am Herb, they've all kind of wanted to make sure they were well-rounded, especially when this game rolls, so we will have to go ahead and see. But that's the ultimate in-gamers league. We're a league where we play 33 different games across 5 genres. You don't always get to play the game you want to or get to play the player you want to in the moment that game rolls. So you have to be a well-rounded player. It's not good enough to come into this league and just be good at one game. Shoot, it's not good enough to be good enough at 5 games. In a lot of ways, you have to show your versatility and your skill across all 5 of those genres. Sports, racers, fighters, shooters, and racing.
Absolutely.
Games. If you want to go ahead and take home a dub, and I think the Reapers are showing that today in spades. They are showing tons and tons of well-roundedness and why, regardless of what I see a team do, they will continue to always be the favorite season after season.
Yep. Yeah, man. And I think, like, right now, I don't think NCAA is a game that they're necessarily scared of. I think they've, like I said, it's such a popular game in general. It's easy to pick up, but it's difficult to master. That tends to be sort of the pattern, if you will, with some of the best games out there. And I think this is something that they do feel sort of comfortable within. So if the Ravens are going to take this, oh, goodness gracious. All right, so we're getting word from the floor right now that both of these teams are going to be Alabama. We'll get more details with regards to what jersey is on each team, whether it's the home jersey or the away jersey. It does look low as if Flying Kittens is in the quarterback position. So that's interesting. Listen, I want Flying Kittens to prove me wrong, okay? But
I need you to understand. I'm watching the Reaper's camera. It looked like Kat was explaining the buttons, and Ricky and him just started smiling. Ricky's here for a good time and is gonna have some fun.
I was just about to say this. The but at the end of that sentence was the fact that both of the players on the Reaper side are very young. Okay, so they're both very, very young players as well as Kittens. That's why I assumed Koza would be the quarterback in this situation. This might be just one of those that, maybe just in terms of roster selection or what have you, they want to keep their top tier players available. So maybe that's why they sent them in. At the same time, I think Kittens is actually going to surprise us with his gameplay. Okay, so this is apparently Kittens' time to shine. He has been doing nothing but playing this game, so he's gradually sort of mastering the UEL 33 game wheel. So major kudos to him. This might have been one of those situations where the Reapers maybe needed to practice a little bit more of this game. I want to, give them the opportunity, though. Ricky didn't seem as familiar as he might want to be with his controls, but listen, he has Kat right there coaching him in his ear, and can do a lot of damage. Because if you have a good defensive formation, the CPU, listen, you're only controlling one of these characters on the defense, 2 of them obviously because this is 2v2. That leaves 9 other players on defense that are being controlled by a CPU. If you have solid formations, solid calls, you can do a lot of damage in this game. So that's what Kat is trying to do right now for the Reapers and the likes of Ricky.
And it looks like there's a flag on the play. Offensive pass interference will be sent 10 yards back for a 3rd and 15.
Wow. Okay, so Ravens are red jerseys, Reapers are white. All right, so we got that confirmation going.
Yeah, so I've liked what I've seen from Kittens so far, but unfortunately that holding stopped them from getting that first down, and now they're going to have to go for a much
Just to okay, that was pretty interesting. I'm surprised that wasn't picked off. Listen, Strix. Hammy, Hammy, listen. Okay. Something to note: we almost never see quarterbacks playing under center in NCAA college football.
He's going for a 4th and 15.
Going for it on 4th and 15. All right, I'm gonna go out on a limb here on his on his own 20-yard line. Yikes. So I was correct. 100% at the top of the hour. Maybe Kittens hasn't been putting as much time into this game as we would like. But listen, we tend to see some of the younger players taking a lot of those risks, not just in games like Fortnite and some of the shooters that we play, but especially on some of these on some of these sports games. I sort of expected that out of Flying Kittens. This might be a situation, though, where the Reapers would probably have an easier time getting this win if they had more experienced players on their team. But listen, we have Cordy right now in quarterback, and you see Ricky in the top right-hand corner, I believe. Yep. And they just get a run right up the middle. They spread the defense out with the 3 to 4 wide receiver set, right? Tight end off the end, and then just bam, right up the middle. That was a shotgun formation, correct? Was that a draw play up the middle?
Yes. I'm going to also say this. I'm giving this one more set of downs. If the next set of downs goes like the first set, we're FFing and get out of it. We got time. We got to play time. We got to get these other games start rolling and catch back up.
All right. Well,
can't play.
That's true. So if I have to imagine that Flying Kittens is going to watch back over this. So if I could give him just a little bit of advice, grab one of your receivers. There's mechanics in the game that you can grab a receiver and send him across the screen in motion. If when you send your receiver across the screen in motion, if the defender stays on your receiver, that means your opponent is in man coverage. That completely changes how you play the field. If they're in zone coverage, though, you have to look for what particular zone they're playing after the snap of the ball. Because they're going to call audibles, right? Like, they're not always going to be in the formation that you think they're in, but that's a clear way to get a determination of whether or not they're playing man coverage and they're playing zone. And then if you do know that they're playing zone, so you send the receiver in motion, no one's following him. Okay, they're in zone. I would say 4 out of every 5 times, if a player is playing zone coverage, nobody is blitzing. So that completely then changes what you do with your quarterback after the snap of the ball, and or if you actually want to audible to a draw play. So just something to think about, kids. Oh, snaps it off center. A little bit of almost like a wildcat formation right there. Tricky college football play at its finest. Okay, I liked that. Definitely start playing more shotgun formation, though. Reason being is the actual stats on college football quarterbacks tend to be a little bit more leveraged towards mobility than that of the NFL. So typically speaking, you can get some solid scrambles and or QB sneaks off within college football as opposed to actually playing Madden. I think that's more or less why shotgun is typically preferred. The problem with the formation that Flying Kittens is running right now is everything is being boxed in. He is loading way too many players into the central box of the field, which makes it easy for the defense to react. If all of the offensive players are in the center, then all of your defensive players get to go to the center, and whether you run the ball or you pass, they're in a great position. Whereas if you spread your receivers out, it creates vulnerability in the middle of the field. Yeah, I was going to say that's going to get picked off every day of the week, including Sunday. So, but he's learning. You can see Flying Kittens in the top left-hand corner actively learning, pointing at the screen and what have you. I just want to see him spread out his defense a little bit. See how vulnerable the center is? The center of the field right there is so vulnerable, and all you need is 3.5 yards. If you get 3.5 yards every play, you're going to get a first down on the third down of every drive, and you're going to continue to drive up the field. So now they have the center box loaded. You call an audible if you're doing a run play. It didn't even matter because the actual defender spread off to the side. So that's a situation where he must have actually blitzed the edge and not loaded up the center, even though it looked like the center was completely covered.
I feel like what I'm saying is this feels like Kittens has been practicing. He clearly understands his way around the game, but I think that they've been kind of practicing in a very specific way, right?
Right.
Where Cordy seems to have put the time in and really understand at least college football and understand football better than Flying Kittens, at least right now, and that's giving him the advantage.
Ooh, okay.
Right now, even gets the field goal before half. because it feels like, again, you're running that nickel formation. You're
Right.
running kind of standard formations you're comfortable in,
Right.
versus, like you kind of mentioned, playing flexible.
Yes. Yeah. Do we have? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
To ultimately adapt to the situation and be able to find them.
Well, and a lot of times adaptation, like you're talking about, comes with age and wisdom, right? Just repetitions of actually playing the game. That's why I was a little concerned when I saw Flying Kittens going in. It has nothing to do. Listen, this isn't like this isn't me like sort of being condescending towards him in any sort of way. Just football in general tends to sort of lend itself towards players that have like actively played it their whole lives and or have just come across Madden game after Madden game after Madden game, because this is a franchise that has been in development now for 20 plus years, and there's a game that comes out every single year. So I was a little worried when I saw him getting played, but listen, you can pick up NCAA and or Madden, and you can learn it really quick if you want to put in the reps, because listen, every game is different. Certain Madden games, certain NCAA games are going to be easier to run the ball versus passing and vice versa. So he can definitely like step his game up and learn a lot here. I was going to ask you though, I'm just out of curiosity. I know Ricky is relatively young. Do we know how old Cordy is?
Cordy's a little bit older.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, Cordy and Ricky are a little bit older than Flying.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure he is. Right. Well, it's also one of those things where Cat as a leader is coaching them. I don't necessarily see anybody like coaching the likes of Flying Kittens like the way that I would want to see. But I bet you Cat has been giving him some solid pointers in terms of what formations to run and what have you. And I think what he's trying to do right here is just run out the clock.
Maybe Ricky got the ball, and I think they told him, hey, don't worry, you'll fair catch it, but he wasn't actually in the end zone.
Oh my gosh. Well, they're going to run it right up the center. He just went into prevent. Why did he? Okay. Oh boy, that was a solid juke though.
But there is a flag on the Reaper.
Okay. Right. So both of these players are relatively, like all of these players are relatively young. So we just got confirmation on the floor. I was just curious, man, because Cordy is impressing me in terms of his capabilities. He's making some solid reads, but for the most part, I would say that the Ravens are being the much more predictable team in a sense.
Yeah, so there was a safety, by the way.
Wow. Okay, that's actually pretty significant because that makes this a one-score game with the two-point conversion, guys.
If Flying Kittens can put together a good drive.
Brother, get out of this formation. Somebody run out there on the arena floor right now and get him out of this formation. Okay. I like that.
Ooh, I like the turn upfield.
4 yards, but I mean, 4 yards, clock's being drained. He has time on his side right now because it is still third quarter, so not to panic. Here we go. Now you spread him out. You see how there's not a lot of players in the center of the field. If you wanted to do a draw play right off the right side of the center, he could. But that was way too quick. That would have worked potentially if they were in a cover 2, but there was nothing that gave you the indication that they were in cover 2 right there. I think he was just trying to throw a fastball. And they're coaching him behind right now. He's asking why that player wasn't open. Now, had he been playing in a different formation, as opposed to that one that was loading the center box of the screen, you probably could make a read as to what formation they were in. And then maybe or maybe not thrown that fly route right there. Because that's not going to be open every time.
Yeah, this is I think we've hit it on the head. We play short quarters as well, so you don't have a lot of time to adapt.
Right.
In the way that we play. With 20 seconds left in this third, we're going to jump with 2 minutes left on the clock. You're not going to get another chance to stop the ball, so basically you're going to maybe get one drive into an onside kick. You need to get a stop here, hopefully.
Wow. Yep. That's interesting. Forfeit Raven, I think they just feel like they're running out of time. It's wild because they had a whole nother quarter, and the other thing was the Ravens also had 3 timeouts, and they were only down by 1 score, and they were only a little bit past the 50-yard line. I think it was a little too early to call it right there, but I mean, and in the same breath, Flying Kittens wasn't doing enough to give them any sort of indication that he was capable potentially of a comeback. And that's nothing. I know he's going to watch back over this, and he's going to hate this commentary, but it's just the truth. It comes down to formation reads. The only thing I could probably say is every formation in the game, just like a fighter just like in a fighting game, every sort of combo string or every sort of fighting style in a fighter has a counter to it. Every formation, every defensive formation and every offensive formation has a direct counter in the game of football. So start studying that and then start manipulating the mechanics in the game to give you a better indication as to what formation your opponent is running. That's how you win NCAA.
My bit that I will add on to that, Matt gave you the technical. I'll keep it a little bit more simplistic just from a practice standpoint. Go online and play NCAA. Get some of your coaches to watch you play. Do things. Don't just follow whatever they're going to tell you immediately. Right. I want you to do things, try things. When something doesn't work, do what you did here. Ask them why. Why was that a bad play? What didn't I see? What should I have been looking for? And there you'll be able to get the experience where you're actively learning every single play you run. And games online are a lot longer than the games we play here, so you'll have more chance to try things and see where the weaknesses are. Again, I think in-house repping games is really good, but unfortunately, it's really hard until you run into players of certain calibers to always balance out everything, because if you don't have to use it, like you and I would say, in a fighting game, if I don't have to use something, it's nice to have it in my back pocket to use later if I do need it. I don't need to show everything all at once. College football is in a lot of ways, but now we're in Wreckfest, the great equalizer, where everybody is going to be racing cars, and this comes down to winning of two ways. You can either win the race with your team with the most points, or alternatively, you can crash everybody out on the opposing team and take a dub. It looks like we're watching cutters, it seems like, here. And a very close race going back and forth.
Oh, my gosh.
All these players playing together. LA and Flying Kittens coming out to an early lead with cutters hot on their trail.
Ooh, I like this. Sort of getting ahead of Flying Kittens right there is the like of cutters, but then Flying Kittens flies right past them. And this game, guys, you can look at the top of your screen to see the points total. Depending on the position of each of these players as they pass the lap line, that will determine the amount of points that gets allocated to their team total. So you do want to be further up. But here's the catch, right? This is basically, how did we describe it? Demolition Derby, if you will, in the game of Wreckfest, to where if you're not necessarily in the lead as a team or as a player, you can also select maybe yourself and or some of your teammates to go out of their way to crash the opposing team members and basically just damage their vehicle enough to where they can't finish the race. We see that more often than not on Wreckfest, but every now and then we do see some races getting finished.
And we'll get an update to you from the floor here and exactly what's going on. My guess is going to be an improper setup more than anything. Now, people at home, you may be thinking that this game is getting away from these players and these teams. We have had games swing 4 points in 20 minutes. I need you to understand that this game is far from over. The Ravens have an opportunity. I think the big thing is just getting their feet and their momentum back under them. So that I need them to see them to take a win probably in this next 10 minutes or so. If they can get a win and use that momentum to maybe ride into something like Tekken, which I'm once again going to knock on a little bit of wood on my desk here and say they should win.
Yes.
If they can go ahead and get into a couple of games back to back where they're able to take a win, and they'll be able to get back into this game, no problem.
Well, no matter how good your team is, you can always have some type of tech issue, like an improper setup that creates a free win scenario. So that's always, it can happen to anybody. So we might see something like that, but do say that Tekken does roll. Let's just say that is, I'm not going to say a free win, but just say that's a very likely win or so for the Ravens. They're able to secure that. Well, really, you're only about one win or so away from being down by a point, right? By a point? And you know what I mean? There's been a lot of games where that's not even a possibility. So the Ravens are well within their realm of, capability to bring this thing back, tie it up, and then potentially go into an overtime match tonight. Now, one thing I did want to notice when we were talking about NCAA, and this is true for Madden as well, if we could just sort of recap that a little bit. Another thing you were talking about, jumping into online, playing a few games, getting your coaches to sort of watch you. I mean, anybody can sort of stream from their Xbox, stream from their PC or something like that, even if it's just the gameplay. You can actually stream your gameplay directly to Discord now, so you can have your coaches watch your gameplay through Discord streaming. That's an option as well. However, Madden, NCAA, doesn't matter. Just go watch a few YouTube videos, look up the best formations, the best offensive playbook, things like that. learn the meta plays, learn the meta just formations in general, there's going to be 2 to 3 of them. All you have to do is learn those 2 to 3 plays, and then in real time, try to read what formations your opponent are in, and then just sort of make a few alterations. And then just learning that is just going to take reps, like Strix is talking about, where you just have to play the game. But I promise you, you can jump over to YouTube, find some of the more meta formations, and start running those. But I would say just be careful, because don't believe every YouTube video you see. There's creators out there that basically just make a lot of clickbait. You go to try to practice their strategies and they do not work, and or they're like 2 to 3 patches behind, and that formation or those particular players or that playbook doesn't work as well anymore. Okay,
all right,
so
we're loading back
something
in
to
here.
note.
Loading
There
back
we
in
go.
here, so we're trying to see. Once again, this first turn on Deathloop is pretty contentious. Cutter is not able to hold that same front running position, actually all the way back in 10th place, but
Yeah.
his teammate, the Cat, has
Whoa.
jumped out to the front and leads the game a little bit.
But
and
KIC
gonna
went
come
flying.
down. Ends up pushing both his teammate and Herb out of the way. Maybe fighting for positions of his own. He's going to try to bump LA, I think, going into the loop, maybe cause him to lose speed. Yep, if he can drop the speed here, he'll fall and end up taking a ton of damage. LA's dropped all the way to 7th place, and I'm seeing a lot of blue with only a few red players in the lead.
Yeah, well, dude, listen, KIC actually took a ton of damage at the start. His car did a barrel roll, and I got flashbacks of Need for Speed Hot Pursuit. I thought he was about to go out in the first 30 seconds again, but he's still in. He's still got about 55, 60% health, so KIC potentially becoming a hitman, if you will, throughout the rest of this track, because he is sort of in the back, but those players that are racing in the back can become extremely deadly, because what they can do is basically go into oncoming traffic and create a demolition type of scenario where they eliminate somebody on the opposing team to help their teammates. All right, so this is Herb right here. He's struggling. Oh yeah,
Back
he's
in ninth
stuck in 4th
position.
gear.
Yeah, it seems like he's taking some damage, and that's kind of limiting him. Still enough speed to go through the loop here, so trying to stay in. Cordy is out of the race, so if they can manage to just maintain their position, they're in a great spot. Never mind, KIC goes down just that quickly, so it's still evened up, so they're going to still have to fight for these top spots if they're not able to take out at least another Reaper or two.
Yeah, I just mentioned it, Vince. Yeah, no, you're fine. It's like, it is, you know, how ironic, Strix. We had just mentioned the fact that KIC got dropped early in Need for Speed. He's an aggressive player. I mean, look, you saw his 50% combos in Mortal Kombat. He's an aggressive player. Just sort of played against him this game, and that's okay. Flying Kittens, though, has 40 health left, Strix. He's sitting on
beyond
the
that,
edge.
we've already lost LA. We cut over to Ricky, who's gone.
Ricky!
I like how we just see his eyes looking left and right. Just anybody catch that? Yeah, unfortunately, we saw that one. We saw that one.
Yeah. Cat's sitting pretty, though. 97 health right now. He has to be careful when he comes down to the bottom of this loop, though, because it is the death loop for a reason. Okay. Able to dodge that car. He's sitting in a good position. Right now, he's in first, guys, so as long as he's able to maintain his position, sort of coast along here, he should be okay. Now, is this a situation, Strix, where maybe you send out a hitman to try to get Cat in real time?
I think they kind of have to. They are, if I'm counting correctly, don't know where Herb is, but guaranteed Cassie and LA are both out.
Oh, he was struggling.
Yeah,
he was at the back.
2 players completely out of the race. We see Herb there trying to take a hit, dealing a little damage of Cutters, trying to take maybe Cutters out of the race completely. But what you really need to do is get rid of Cat. Cat is out there in the lead,
100%.
and you need to give Flying Kittens the opportunity to go a little bit faster to take that first place spot. Even Koza, both of them are in 2nd and 3rd, and just to put pressure on him.
Right.
So I got to see what's going to happen here. Cat's just smooth. He has technically he's finishing up his 5th lap. He'll be able to get this. Almost takes out his teammate. Here we go. Rez coming out.
Whoa, Rez coming in hot. Rez coming in hot. Oh my gosh. Dang, bro.
I think he gave Cutters a haircut right
Rez
there.
was pulling up fast. Oh my gosh. He got no hair.
And here we go. Swings around the
goodness.
turn. That is a crazy Cat. Oh, 11-second lead is great. Close shade. And we see all 3 Ravens. They're together here in this middle of the pack section. But Herb is far enough behind that he's a lap behind Rez with the rest of his team.
Shit, look how fast Rez is going. How is he picking up so much speed? He's flying faster than me pulling up to my grandma's house on Thanksgiving, my friend.
And
He's flying right now.
Rez is looking to take out Herb and ensure a win here on the game.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Herb's frustrated. He resets real quick. So does Rez. I think this is spelling victory for the Reapers, not what the Ravens were looking for right now. Cat's
Four
sitting
got relatively
comfortable.
close, but with Rez coming across, I have to believe it's going to jump out to another lead.
Yeah.
6 points. Herb will be in fifth. That'll probably be like a 1 or 2 point difference. If they can somehow get a kill, they might actually be able to. And I think Rez is making the decision that I have to take somebody out. You might go ahead and lose.
Yeah, that's true. This is
wreck. Excuse me. Wreck players out. We're wrecking players out here. Cat has won the race. But if someone could take out Rez, I think technically they could still win on
Okay.
But Flying Kittens is going to go ahead across the finish line. Just going to bring them closer within. There's 2 more of those players. Got to see what those points look like. Looks like he's going in 143 to 143.
This is wild. Okay.
Ooh, Rez, nice job. He clears that out. He avoids it.
Oh, wow.
148. He's counting the points. Last time in this position, he got 6 points, so they'll go up by 1. If Herb crosses the finish line, I think the Ravens might take this.
No way.
If Herb, the point should be Herb has to get across the finish line, though. I'm pretty sure.
Look, he's limping. He's limping.
I don't think he has the time.
He has 19.
He has 10 seconds. I don't think he's going to finish. If he needs 2 points.
Yeah,
he
you can
needs
see
2
it.
points.
You can see the cringe. You can see the cringe.
He just needs to get around this turn, and we'll see what the points look like. He gets 5th. Does he get a point or anything for that? We'll have to find out here in a second when the game master tells us who won that game.
It's actually a tie.
149 to 149. It's a draw.
Rez's hit matters. So I think this might be a restart. We might have to rerun this game. We'll find out what the official call is. But fortunately for the Ravens, I don't know if they have the I don't know if they want to rerun Wreckfest.
Getting
but
a
maybe you can
confirmation
learn.
from AV, there's going to be a thumb wrestling match on the arena floor to decide. All right, they're going to have to run it back. So it's not going to be a thumb wrestling match? That's unfortunate.
I think we need to do that. I think we need a thumb cam just directly in the middle. Like a podium appears. Have you ever seen the slap boxing matches?
Yes,
it's like that, but for thumb wrestling.
Oh my gosh, that'd be perfect.
And you just have to grab one. It's like go, and you just see who can go ahead and take it. A tie in Wreckfest.
I've never seen it before.
I'm gonna highlight this because I think it is important. Right?
Okay.
I think this is incredibly important.
Okay.
Rez turned around on that second to last lap and hit Herb.
That is a
did not
good
finish
point.
that race by maybe 5 seconds. That hit, once again, we've been talking about this all day. Go all the way back to Lumina Rush, where it was a 0.5 second difference.
Yep.
The difference between a win and a loss. It has been neck and neck. And right now, it looks like the Reapers have the edge, but we're running it back. They're going to have to lock in. And you saw there, it's winnable. It's straight up winnable.
Yep. Well, this is a situation, too, where, listen, as excited as I am to run this back, and I want to see who ends up taking this, there's a lot of time being run off the in-game clock right now. If the Ravens lose this, I think that spells victory for the Reapers in the long run for tonight, because too much time is being wasted on this game for them not to secure this win. If we could, I'd like to see KIC. If KIC gets taken out in the next 30 minutes, we're going to have to take the steering wheel away from him.
Man said 30 minutes, not 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
The way these racing games been going.
There he is. There he is. Let's go, KIC. I'm rooting for you.
Looks like he's driving a pretty clean line.
He is.
That's surprising me as to what happened. I mean, Wreckfest being Wreckfest. Now, this is the scary part. You can be clipped by someone coming into the loop and lose almost all of your health if you're not careful there. Sliding around, and right now, Flying Kitten's in first, and it looks like the Ravens have taken a much more solid lead here in this game. They're holding a lot more of these pole positions.
Yep.
And are, as long as Flying Kittens, and I like this decision to spin him out.
I like it. Hey, I see taking out his frustration right there on Cutters. Listen, this is what he did really good into that. Oftentimes, if you want to take a clean line like Strix is talking about, You take a wide, narrow angle into these turns, not like KIC just did right there. Oh boy. But what he did prior to that was he actually
Cutters want some revenge. So.
I know. So he actually accelerated into Cutters at that previous corner, knowing that Cutters was going to be slowing down. So I love the decision to play aggressive. Now he's got Koza on his side right now. Gotta be careful not to damage his teammate. Yeah, I know. But they have a lot of players right now sitting, high up there. Flying Kittens in first. KIC, we got Koza in third. This is looking good as long as they continue to drive clean. KIC going into these corners way too fast. But here's what I think he's doing.
Like two bars.
Oh, Herb got knocked out first. Wow. Well, I will say this. I think KIC is going into these turns very quickly because he's trying to avoid somebody hitting him in the back. So he wants to get the very end edge of the turn. Wow, we got some direct
being
damage.
honest, it looks like the Reapers aren't looking to race anymore. Instead, looking to wreck. Koza got a wreck assist. That means I think another Reaper or another player at the very least has gone out. And now just trying to maintain. You're too low. Lips Flying Kittens.
Oh, so Flying Kitten's still in first though. Flying
Holding his
Kitten's still in
position.
first.
Whoa.
Whoa. Tipping on foes right there. What's going on?
Different game.
Okay. I see. I thought we were back in San Andreas for a second.
Yeah, maybe just for a moment. Okay, this time they managed to clear each other. No friendly fire. Cutters has to be out there with the look on his face there. He's looking around. The Reapers, I got to find out what's happened. QWERTY's taking some good damage as well.
Whoa.
Unfortunately, hits a
dog
wall.
What the dog doing? That's a wall. All right, so he's at 26. He's at 26 health right now. He's probably just in full-blown hitman status. I think he's going for an elimination.
Not even going for the loop, instead going around here. I think this is true. You can see he's not really accelerating. This is where they're trying to let their opponents catch back up. You don't want to...
Yes.
You could be in a situation where basically you're half a lap behind ahead of your opponent at all times and aren't able to interact with them. Ricky Rockham's gone out too. So I see QWERTY and Rez. Look at this car just slowly drifting across.
Ooh, Lord. What's he
They're
doing?
just waiting at the finish line. This is a menace. Rez has eyes for LA and is looking to take him out. I have to believe that. And he got the speed to do it as they come out of this loop. LA has to be aware of where. LA's going to slow down, though.
How is Rez going so fast? Is it just his field of view that makes him look like he's going so fast?
The FOV looks like he's moving.
Speedy Gonzalez over here.
Ooh,
man.
I like the dodge.
Okay.
LA's not going to give it to you for free. You got to find those moments. And
get it, LA. Oh, no.
He's done. That's a nice wreck there by Rez, taking out another player. There are only 3 players left, though. And that means in this moment, Rez with 42 health needs to take out KIC and Flying Kittens. We saw we saw a player win a game of Wreckfest with 2 health.
It was
Shout out to Havoc.
Tier 5. Yeah, Havoc, Tier 5,
he
baby.
managed to kill them flawlessly.
Yeah.
And still just walk away with 2 health. And it's like, okay, the game is done. We have it.
HAV, hold it down.
And now Rez has to finish. Now, this is the important thing. For him to do this, he has 1 lap. This is why we see him going the other way. He cannot let anybody finish this race. If they finish this race, the game is over. Now,
how is he going to do this?
This is something that's really important to a lot of people. If you're going the wrong way on this game mode, it actually slows down your speed tremendously. He's going to look to catch Flying Kittens.
No way.
Oh, I like it. I like it. He didn't even touch the wall. You see him shouting in the camera.
Oh, talk that smack, Flying Kittens. I like it. Takes off his headset, finishes the match. He's feeling good. Kittens finishing things up and secures the victory for the Ravens. They are now down by 3. There's 40 minutes left of in-game time, guys. This is very, very doable for the likes of the Ravens right now. Very doable, Strix.
Midnight Ghost Hunt is our next game, though.
Right.
And these featured games, I feel like the Reapers have had the edge in them.
Strix! We could be tying it up, man. I'm getting excited.
I'm saying this right now. I need them to take a few more of these games. If they take a few more of these games, if the Ravens are like, cool, you lost 3 fighters. I'm like, yeah, but did you think you were going to win Apex? Did you think you were going to win Final Stand? Didn't you think you were going to win? You can bring back that energy. You just need to find these wins. And going into Midnight Ghost Hunt, a game of prop hunt.
Yes. Yes. This is the most extreme game of prop hunt you have ever seen. Listen, I know Black Ops 6 just launched their prop hunt game mode, but it is nothing compared to Midnight Ghost Hunt. You trust me here. Okay, so what's going to happen at the start of this, the ghosts are going to jump in and try to possess the objects, if you will, that are littered around the map. Typically speaking, we like to see people jump into the smallest objects. You can see anything as the size of a pin versus the size of an actual tractor or forklift. Okay, some of these objects on the map are gigantic, huge statues, if you will. Typically speaking, like I said, we will see that the players that hide in the smallest objects that are able to blend into their environment, avoid being seen and what have you, tend to make it till midnight. Well, what happens at midnight, Strix? Tell the people what happens at midnight.
The roles are reversed. The hunters become the hunted. The ghosts gain more health. They get the ability to really deal damage to the hunters. And now the hunters have to survive their own 2 minutes, I believe, 2-3 minutes on their own and then get out there. I think it's actually 4 minutes. It's 2,400 seconds. So ignore me. Don't do math on stream. Just don't do math on stream. The moment I said 2,400, I was like, that doesn't sound right. That's not the right amount of time.
Yeah,
but
dude, you're gonna put too much pressure on Flying Kittens. He's learning about like multiplication right now and stuff. You can't be talking about. I'm kidding. Flying Kittens, don't come after me, dude.
Nah, you wonder why his name is Flying Kittens. You're gonna look over, just in the air. Flying Kittens is approaching.
Yeah.
They're like, I'm on the 3rd story. He's like, I don't care. I'm on the 50th. I don't care. I'm a flying kitten. I'm coming forward.
Yeah. So, but listen, once midnight occurs, the ghosts will actually become the hunters themselves and try to take out the likes of the hunters by throwing themselves within the objects that they are possessing. So, typically speaking, what I like to see is the ghost getting into relatively large objects, but they have to be like sort of feasible within your environment. If you're jumping into a forklift, but you happen to be trying to throw yourself down a skinny hallway, you're going to end up hitting the walls and the ceiling of the hallway. So it's not going to be very like effective for you to use, right? So a lot of the times we'll see the hunters actually like limit the area or the surroundings, within their sort of view, if you will. But we have seen situations, Strix, where the actual hunters will get into a really open room in order to make it super easy to see movement and sort of pick up on movement in their peripherals in order to start sending shots at that specific target. So there's the best of both worlds. There's a lot of strategy with regards to how to find these particular ghosts, how to check objects, right? Use all of your abilities, tracking abilities, and what have you. But then after it turns to midnight, there's strategies on both sides. What objects do you possess? Do you try to flank your opponent? Do you try to hide in sort of an open area? Or you try to back up into the corner of a 90-degree corner within a room in order to check the doorway? There's all sorts of interesting things that you'll see unfold. Very, very fun party game, but we tend to play this at a very competitive level, and you're going to see that unfold over the next 5 to 10 minutes.
But the Ravens got to get in this game. I don't want them to have to burn their last time out.
Yeah, that'd be bad news bears.
They need to get into this game. That timer is going to hit 0. And we'll find out here shortly what's going to happen. I want to see which side the Ravens end up choosing. So if you are in control of RPS going all the way back up to the top of our day, if you're in control of setup for a game, this game in particular, you get to pick map, or you get to pick hunter or ghost. There we go. I had to think about the word today. And it does look like, as we're looking at possibly Flying Kittens. We're looking at the Ravens. The Ravens will be the hunters here. They want to get through as fast as possible, and Tekken being the next game is a good sign.
Oh my gosh. Can you imagine? Guys, if they take this, this is quite literally the situation we just talked about. If Ravens clutch this, they have a very good chance of winning Tekken. That would bring us to an 11-12 matchup tonight. Strix, could we see it?
If they can win this, I believe this game will go to a 1 game.
I'm
gonna say, you know what?
Yeah.
That would be the most surprising fighting game loss of any fighting game on this wheel. If the Ravens lose Tekken,
yes,
then either the Reapers have seriously been grinding, been leveling up, or I think the fundamental idea of this team needs to be reexamined.
Ooh, I like that. Laying down the gauntlet is Strix right now. Just to note this, Rez is in a spectacular position right now. He's taking advantage or sort of leveraging the actual shadows of the environmental design by being a chair on the top of that sort of cabinet, if you will. I actually think it's going to be really difficult to see him. But here we have Ricky playing in the bucket right now down in the basement. Again, I like seeing players use these small objects because not only are they hard to pick up on, it's actually really difficult to pick up on movement in your peripherals. So if you stand still for a certain amount of time, the game will actually auto shake the object that you're within. So if you are playing on a small object, sometimes even though the object will shake, it's difficult for the hunters to pick up on that movement in the corner of their screen if you're in a small object. And we're seeing a little bit of that right here with Ricky Bobby.
Ricky doing his best, kind of disrupting the space a little bit. trying to find an opportunity.
Wait a minute. Cutters. No. Cutters. Is Cutters in the toolbox? And he's
either the boombox or the toolbox. He's one of the two objects.
Wait, is he in the toolbox on the actual table?
He is the toolbox. You have to notice that it's floating above the deck.
Oh, and that's the actual table that they go to manage their abilities and what have you, right?
This is the scary part to me, though.
Okay.
Is they have to come back here before midnight. So Cutters is going to have to move. He is going to have to leave.
Oh, because his box will shake. Yeah.
It's going to glow red as soon as midnight starts.
Oh, Rez is gone. Rez
they
has
managed
been
to find
taken
him
out. Okay.
Now he is making noise to try to keep his ectoplasm low. And you see him glancing. You see, this is what I love about watching the ghost perspectives. Is everybody on the ghost is like side eyeing the other team, like, do they know? Do they know? Am I safe? Am I good? Is this okay? With a minute and 20 seconds, unless they can find one or two of these ghosts immediately, I do like the Reaper's chance of actually taking them.
What a good spot right here on the scaffolding, sort of to the side of the theater. Like sort of pivoted right here into the corner of this. Okay, so we're seeing some flashlights. Hitting QWERTY here in the corner, but I don't think he's stripping. I think he feels good about his position. Not making too much noise, not too much player movement. He is going to have to move here soon. Now, this is obviously one of the bigger objects, jumping object to object, running around is Ricky! And so we're going to have to see if he can avoid. Okay, it looks like he's good. He's comfortable, Strix.
Can we see what's going on with Cutters? With 40 seconds left, I want to see if Cutters is actually repositioned.
Oh, no! 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 Cutters! If Cutters pulls this off, the game gets removed from the wheel. If Cutters pulls this off, there is no way.
Well, this is important because if they set up a bunch of traps and they aren't careful, Cutters can get a sneaky down.
This is insane. This is one of my favorite things I've ever seen in the last 2.5 months of being with the UEL. This is amazing. This is amazing.
Is anybody going to be looking at the generator in 5 seconds? 4, 3, 2. Somebody has to see this.
Brother,
he's going to turn red right now, and he flies out realizing that the jig is up, and he has to leave and turn into something else. And that has to be the worst feeling. That they realize.
Was amazing.
And now they're on the steps. They're looking for an opportunity. Nice little bit of damage. They're trying to bait.
There we go.
Out
I
an
like
opportunity
this.
to go in.
Rush it. Rush it. Rush it.
One of them's already down.
I want him to win. All right, here we go. You're seeing the perspective of Flying Kitten sending shots down Rage, trying to get as much damage in as he can. Let's see if they can clutch this. Jumping into multiple objects. Is that player on the ghost? They do have to keep careful. They're in open area right now, Strix. They could make big damage if they're not able to get these shots off.
That's a couch!
That is a whole couch! I like the rotations up the actual stairwell because the columns on the stairwell make it difficult for them to throw. Kittens gets damaged just a little bit, but this frost gun is slowing them down just enough to where they're getting the eliminations. Flying Kittens is 1 hit away. If Flying Kittens gets 2 smacks, he's going to go down. The movement out of Flying Kittens is that of which he's playing Apex Legends, but he's not. This is Midnight Ghost Hunt, and Flying Kittens is popping off right now.
Cassie's also 1 hit. They have to find some of these kills. They need to take one of the Reapers down. They need to. He's still moving. He's still living.
No, but from behind, Kittens goes down. Is it possible? Is it possible? Did Cutters help pull off? Cutters trying to get in here. Trying to get in. He's in a whole piano. He's in a piano, Strix.
But he has to watch
he's
around for
running
the
for his
rotation.
life. He is
He's
running
looking.
for his life right now. He doesn't know where he is.
He just has to be touched. If he's touched, he goes down. He has to
Oh
survive
my-
for 2 minutes, though, at this point. And they can't pick up the opposing players. So the Ghosts, I believe, can go revive their teammates. This is going to be huge.
Yeah, he is terrified right now. KIC is terrified like little mobster Matt in 1999 when the Blair Witch Project
Turn around.
came out and he
Turn
got
around.
caught in the forest after midnight. Ghost hunt goes to the actual ghosts. That was such a fun match to watch. Cutter's pulling off the impossible, dude. Pulling off the impossible by playing a toolbox on the table of the hunters. One of the biggest Albert Einstein 200 IQ plays that we have ever seen at the UEL. Cutters, you just became a certified dog, my friend. That was so good.
I'm letting you know
So
I'm shooting everything on the table now, going for it whenever I play the game. I'm not trusting a singular object in a world where he was sitting here. The fact that all of them are looking at the fact that 4 players at one point were just staring at him, and Cutters is like, "Hey guys, what we doing?"
Dude, he was shaking his camera too. He was like moving his camera up and down, showing off, knowing that production was highlighting his gameplay. I mean, how can you not? That was so big brain.
But Tekken 8, and this is where normally I would tell you to go back to front. This is where I'm looking at Herb, Flying Kittens, KIC, even LA. I need y'all to come in first, and I need y'all all to kill 1 to 2 people, and these can't be slow rounds. I need y'all legitimately, like, unfortunately, you kind of have to be willing to die, but you need to get through these players fast. You can't wait anymore. 9 to 13.
There's 27. Okay, so we've seen a 4-point comeback in 20 minutes. So they have about like a 1 game sort of like leeway outside of that 20-minute mark, right? Maybe 2, because not necessarily 2, but like 1.5, right? With setup. So I would say right now, get this win. They need this win bad. It's going to be difficult because we've seen some hands getting thrown over on the side of the Reapers. I don't want to hear anybody talk about them in fighting games anymore. I'm with Strix on this. They're certified now in the FGC. But with regards to just Tekken being sort of a favorite of the Ravens, I have to imagine they feel comfortable here. Okay, so they get double digits. They go up 10 to 13. You then will have probably about 21 minutes to secure another 3 wins. Super doable. That's about 7 minutes per game. Understandable depending on what games get sort of pulled on the wheel. There are some very long games, though, Strix, that have yet to be played. Forza. We're not going to talk about Forza. We're not going to talk about certain tracks on Forza. Checkmate Showdown. Depending on how the game is played, Checkmate Showdown could be a really long game, too, that might play against them. Timeout by the Ravens. Okay.
So this must have been a Ravens setup. Yeah, we're at 22 games, so this should have been a Ravens setup. For people at home, if you're ever wondering, whatever team wins RPS or ends up setting up the very first game, if you count up the score and it's an even number, it'll be their setup. If you count up the score and it's an odd number, it'll be the other team's setup.
Right.
Really quick, easy way to tell just based on it. They have to kind of spend the time out here, and that's really unfortunate because what I was going to say was you would want to hold on to your timeouts, and you're hoping that you constantly ping pong between PC and console. If we're swapping between our Gauntlet setup and our SurfThing PC setup, our Sage setup, then teams have 2 minutes to set up games, which ends up playing to the Ravens' benefit. But if we go from, say, Halo into Fortnite,
don't say its name.
That's going to be 4 minutes between those games of setup, which is a lot of time to eat up off the clock.
Yes.
Now,
Yeah,
ignore
said
the
it
time
perfectly,
counting
man.
down. When they called the timeout, the time did stop. We'll get it updated from the floor once everything is
Yeah,
set
they had
up.
about 26 minutes, I believe. So, I mean, that's more than enough time. And listen, they probably called out the timeout, like you said, because they had set up and they wanted to make sure everything was set up correctly. In the same breath, though, not necessarily a bad timeout to call because you are pausing that in-game clock in order to just keep enough time on the clock, Strix. That would be worst case scenario. They make the comeback and then they lose because they ran out of time. We've seen that happen before. Maybe last week. But
I'm still mad about StarCraft. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm still mad about StarCraft.
Okay.
Chat. This is something that This game, I want to know, chat. Now, I'm going to ask chat, who are y'all's MVPs for today's game?
Oh, I like
those that have been
I like
paying
that.
attention, those that have been watching. Who do you think has been going above and beyond? Who has really made this game for both sides? I want to hear it. I'm seeing.
Yep. Oh, I like it. I like it. Oh,
You can finish that pretty quick. So
yeah, you can finish that real quick. All right.
Law versus Jin. So on the left side of your screen is going to be the Cat and the Reapers will be on that left side going forward. And on the right side, it will be Flying Kittens and the Ravens. So if you are rooting, you're looking for the gold pants for the Ravens.
Button check.
Button check.
Hey, the first time I ever saw Kittens, he messed up a button check and became a dead player. So it's nice. Yeah. So he's obviously
they're doing
learned.
everything. Yeah, they're doing everything. They're checking all their buttons, making sure. This is the luxury of also using that timeout. They are doing a full-blown button check. Not just like one small, like, oh yeah, cool, everything works. No, let me go in here and like really tap some stuff and make it for everything.
Yeah, they're like in fighting games, there's wave dashes and all sorts of like shifting movement that you got to make sure your D-pads are on point. All right.
Nice throw. Cat's looking to cause some damage. This is the thing. Cat is always coming out and seems to be prepared to constantly throw buttons and to throw opportunities. A nice block. He ducks under the throw and is now back on offense. But I'm telling you, Flying Kittens got something to prove.
Wait, Kittens against Cat right now? No way.
Don't let up. There we go.
Imagine it. Kittens taking out Cat. He said tier 1 who? Not on Tekken. Not on
I love
Tekken,
the smile, by
Trick.
the way. I love the smile. The little smile just to be like.
Yeah, that's redemption for NCAA. Yeah, they're actually playing on the asteroid from which Flying Kittens threw the football when an interception would occur.
Dear Lord. Dear Lord.
So, a little bit of the redemption round right here for Flying Kittens.
QWERTY going in next. QWERTY going in next. He's playing the Victor, it looks like.
Nice.
I want to see.
Victor, a.k.a. V for Vendetta, a.k.a. V for Victory. Or should I say Victory?
Bar. They go up 1-0 here. I just have to keep my eyes open because at this point I do not know. Going in the game, this is interesting from the Ravens. They're doing full-blown button checks and making sure everything is right.
That's interesting.
And I think that's good, but
Hey, look, Kittens ain't even sweating it. He's past his bedtime, so he's just enjoying himself. He just feels good. All right, there. Oh, nice little mid check with the juggle combo on the backslash right now. Maintains the pressure, optimizes the knee drop in order to create pushback and stick him in the corner. He was actually looking to get a backboard off the wall. He does secure it. Sidesteps to his left.
Kittens
and
might be
maintains
dead. He has
full
one more
pressure.
guess.
Kittens. Okay, but Kittens back with the pressure of his own. Does a rush down, but gets caught lacking right there. Lands the uppercut into full juggle. Let's see if he can maintain the combo.
He drops it.
Ooh,
nice block.
No way.
Pop
No way. Say it ain't
It's
so.
still his turn.
Say it ain't so.
He should be able to win this. He backs up.
I like
he
it.
gives
I like
him
the
space.
patience. I like the patience, young Padawan. Oh, chips.
He
Oh,
goes
but
down.
Wow. Kittens did a great job right there, but it just wasn't enough. Both Seif taught me that one, QWERTY says. Wow, so they're labbing with everybody. That is a true UEL player, the ultimate in-gamers league where gamers go pro. Sometimes it takes labbing with members of other teams to optimize your gameplay. QWERTY working with Seif on Tekken. Imagine it, Strix. No.
I think this is a situation where you don't got time. Your quarter's about to run out. There's no
that's
time.
True.
You have to. This is why I said we normally would see them send their weaker player in.
Quarter is about to run out.
Yeah, the arcade's about to close. You don't got time. You gotta beat the final boss. Got to show up right now in the game.
I swear, I grew
You
up
gotta
right
finish
down
this
the
up.
street from you. I swear. Dude, you remember like the little rideable machines outside Kmart? Yes. R.I.P. Kmart. All right, here we go. We're jumping into it.
Or Herb's controller. I want to make sure it's good. I'm thinking this is a button check, or is it not?
Oh, it looks like smoke. It looks like smoke. Herb on the right side of your screen, not gonna lie, taking some damage. This isn't looking good for Herb. I thought this was gonna happen, QWERTY. With the optimized sort of corner pressure, all he needs to do is block this string. Little bit of pushback.
He
got
don't
caught.
do it. Yo, Steve is ready to swing. But this is this scary part. Nice block into punish. Herb, hold back. Launch.
Yep.
Doesn't matter. That's a kill. A nice one. Down quick as well. Who they sent it in next?
That
The
was
Reapers are just
shocking.
trying to buy time. The Reapers
That
are
was
trying to
Strix.
buy.
Walk us through what happened, because right there, it looked like Herb was getting absolutely bodied by the midpoint of that round. How was he able to turn that around so quickly?
There was a couple of key blocks where he has the opportunity to have watched Flying Kittens fight QWERTY, excuse me. And I think he recognized some of QWERTY's tendencies. And even though Herb's Tekken 8 isn't right now at the same point where Tekken 7 was, he's a top 100 player in the world in Tekken 7. He understands Tekken as a game, and knowing those tendencies lets him know, when do I need to sidestep? When should I be blocking? Is this player willing to just press on me and kill me for doing this? And I think his composure and his recognition of that gives him the opportunity to play either speed with these players. And the Magic Man himself, he showed back up.
Bruh, and
he showed
no way
back
he's
up.
playing King? That's
Yes.
my dog. All right, here we go, Ricky. About to quite literally throw hands with this grapple character in the likes of King. He's getting pressure, though. He needs to find his frame advantage. It does seem as if Herb likes throwing out these huge combo strings that are very quick with a little bit of stutter, so you can't be caught lacking. There's a little bit of stutter in terms of his punching, but the damage output, the pressure, it doesn't even matter. That round was over before it began, Strix.
I think this is the perfect character for Herb in UEL because of the fact, if you don't know how to deal, he feels like he is overwhelming. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. I say, what is the name of this character again, Strix?
Steve. This is Steve Fox.
So one of the things I've noticed about the combo strings of this particular character, there is a, sort of an interrupt, sort of shuffle movement within the combo string where he sort of shifts to the side and then unloads with a rib shot. During that shift, it's hard to pick up on whether or not he's canceling his combo string or if he's just doing the continuation of that combo string where he sort of shifts to his left and then goes for that rib shot. So I think a lot of these players, or at least the last two players, have been caught in situations where they think he's just doing some staggering combos, if you will, like the simple 2 to 3 input combos, and then they're getting caught mashing, right? They're getting caught trying to react to a canceled combo string. Once that hit confirm happens, they're getting pushed into the corner and then basically put to bed.
Well, we're starting this game off with a launch from Cutters, which you love to see, into some big damage into the wall, and I think you hit it perfectly on the head. Steve is a character, is not a character you want to be randomly throwing buttons out against. Another throw. You want to be you want to pick your windows perfectly.
No.
Why are you trying to press
3 hip tosses in a row? Listen, this is a situation where Herb, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't show your entire toolkit unless you absolutely have to. The way he went about winning that particular round was nothing like the previous two. So if you thought you had Herb downloaded, you thought you might know how to beat him, he just showed you that he will cancel combo strings going straight into a neutral grab. I mean, it's insane.
And all that's left is Rez. We saw the magic in Mortal Kombat. We'll see if he can't do it again here in the light of Tekken. But he's got a long road and hill to climb. If he is, I want to see what character he ends up picking here. This could end up being a big change here.
Well, last time I doubted Rez, he ended up
He
clutching.
plays Yoshi. I forgot he plays Yoshimitsu.
Well, listen, the last time I doubted Rez, he ended up clutching against KIC in Mortal Kombat. So I'm going to go out and say that he's comfortable in Tekken. It's just a matter of, are you Herb comfortable? I don't know. We'll see.
The unfortunate thing is that with that replaying of Wreckfest, Matt, our clock is ticked down a lot.
I know, and they don't have any timeouts, brother. They need to get this win. They need to get it quick. And you're right. You're absolutely right, man.
This is going to be one of those things where they're going to win this, and I think it's going to be similar to last week where we saw with the X-Gods and the bots, where it's going to come down to just not enough time left on the clock. But, you know, I've been wrong before, and I'm happy to be wrong right now. And it's going to start with Herb on this Steve, putting the blender onto the side. And this is the issue with Yoshimitsu. Yoshimitsu can do things that no one else in the cast can, but Herb is prepared for some of these tricky mix-ups, some of these tricky options that Rez is trying to throw out. I'd like to throw break.
I like the tech on the grab because he has been doing it, so we read him a little bit there. But they look at these staggered inputs, man. I mean, he's just absolute domination coming out of Herb right there to clutch that win. They go up. They've reached double-digit wins right now.
We summoned it.
10-13.
We summoned it. It is a Reaper setup, and the next game is none other than Forza.
I think Cat knows what to do, right? Oh, it's
F1.
Okay. It's actually F1.
Okay, cool. Okay. I was confused there for a second. I was like, I don't think we had that. I would have been sad during Tekken. It's F1. Cat is available. Cat is a solid racer. Now we do play, I believe, 3 laps in F1, so it's not going to be too long of a race. If they win this, they go up to 11. This is going to be a 4-minute timeout or setup timer, so we're going to be down at 8 minutes. So yeah, I think we're going to come up one game short.
Yeah. And the thing is too is like they haven't even been necessarily too bad with their timeouts, right? But it's the fact of like after halftime, your team only has 2 timeouts, even if you didn't spend any, right? You had 5 timeouts prior to halftime occurring. The moment that halftime occurs, you only have 2 more timeouts, and they didn't. One of them, I will give them a little bit of like sort of leeway on, right? Like one of them was actually sort of beneficial around that 26-minute mark, if you remember. That one wasn't too bad, but prior to that, they did have to use a timeout when they probably should have kept it, right?
So this is where, funnily enough, we can have a conversation you and I have had all season. We've been talking about all season about setups. This is where your setups have to be as clean as possible.
Right.
You shouldn't be burning. Basically, you don't want to burn. It's almost to me like those last 2 timeouts after half are for those situations. Are for the situations of determining exactly what is or is not happening, right?
Right.
So, like, if you and I are sitting here and like, okay, we're in game. We know what map we want. We know what we need to do. Boom, ask questions, get in, play it. Yeah. Because in this situation, and in the situation where we saw an almost, it is a Raven setup. Rainbow Six is what messed up the count. That is, thank you, Productions, helping me out there. Okay. Rainbow Six messed up the numbers, so the numbers actually shifted. That's fair, cool, great to see. With all that said, what I was getting into was when we saw like those 3 and 4 point swings, they always come down to you have to mitigate setup time. The setup time is what is causing the problems here. Everybody's like, oh, well, like I can win a game of Tekken in like 5 to 10 minutes. Well, what about with 4 minutes before the game starts? What about a game of F1 with 4 minutes before it starts? Even if the game is 3 minutes, it turns into a 7-minute game and so on and so forth. You need like one more timeout. If they'd had 2 timeouts here, I think this game isn't over because as long as you win these games, you can ultimately take a victory. But I think we also have to look back, Matt, like it's the story of this day. Skullgirls, DBZ, Die by the Blade. Even to be Midnight Ghost Hunts. Lumina Rush, you lost by 0.5. You were up in FC.
Well, you know, there was a few games when Ravens went up by 3 games. It's because they sort of, I don't want to say stole because we definitely need to respect the talent of the Ravens, but they were very close games in and of themselves. So the Ravens went up by 3 for a few games that sort of feel like they just barely eked out. Ravens continue to maintain their confidence. I mean, Kat was even calling it out in real time on the arena floor, basically saying like, yeah, we're not tripping. But by the end of the tonight, We're going to be the more well-rounded team. We are going to make up for all of those losses and then some. And that is quite literally what we have seen sort of illustrated on the canvas that is this evening of this matchup between the Ravens and the Reapers. As the night went on, we got to see a lot of that FGC talent coming out of the Reapers from the likes of Ricky, from the likes of Cutters and Cat and Rez and Cordy and every single one of these fighting games, with the exception of Blaze Blue, which they forfeited. But I think that was just smart in the sense of, okay, they're actually doing really well against us. Maybe we didn't expect this. Let's just do this forfeit in case we need some extra time. Now look where we're at. How the turns have tabled. The Ravens now are running out of time.
And they have to get this game set up and ready to go. This is a tricky game to get set up. And they don't have any more timeouts. They don't have any more opportunities to make sure everything is working. And so if they fail to get this game set up, that can be a forfeit. And, I mean, either way, that'll be the run killer if there is a forfeit. F1, they could try to wreck out their opponent.
That's true.
It's dangerous.
Good point. That's a very good point. I haven't even thought about that, Strix, which they might want to go for. Listen, if that's your only option, you might as well go for it. Let's see what the wheel says. Oh, Dead by Daylight spells trouble. Dead by Daylight takes a very long time to finish. That is going to be all but it.
It's going to be a one-game difference. But importantly here, I don't think they actually need to wreck out. So Koza has consistently shown he is really good at F1. He seems to be on the top of our screen with Cat directly behind him on the bottom. So he's in third. Cat is in fifth. Going a little bit faster around the turn. Has to slow down just a little bit. Still positioning himself to stop Cat from taking too much space. Cat still having to deal with the pack. That's the big thing about this map in particular. A lot of sharp turns, a lot of narrow corridors, and it's very easy.
I'm surprised Cat is playing in this first-person perspective. Like, typically speaking, like within the competitive scene for a lot of these simulation racing games, you tend to see people play within that third-person camera view because it feeds you information that you need in terms of your spatial awareness, the distance needed to have your tires away from the wall and what have you, because microseconds can mean the difference between winning and losing. And if just the slightest amount of friction against the wall and what have you when taking a turn can spell huge trouble for these racers. So I am a little surprised that Cat is racing in first person, but hey, if that's something that he's done, consistently throughout his, experience on racers, then maybe he is a little bit more comfortable there. He is right about to pass. Not anymore. Cat just took a hit and dropped all the way down to 11th, but Koza also struggling now in the pack, something we have not mentioned. This is a 1v1, which means all of the other racers you see on the track, this is not a public lobby, right? This isn't Maelstrom. Oh no! Oh boy, what just happened?
I think he thought the pit was where he needs to go. That's his second 2-second penalty. He now has to beat Cat by 4 seconds to take this race.
He has to beat Cat by 4 seconds. I mean, he's currently in 10th. Cat is in 12th, but Cat is right on his tail. I see what you mean. Oh man, that's gonna be huge for Koza. A huge mistake. Maybe that just comes down to map knowledge. He's gonna be beating himself up over that. He's driving clean right now, but this is definitely a clean portion of the actual track, and Cat is right on his 6 o'clock. This may end up being super beneficial to Cat, especially. Oh no! Game was not set up correctly. Strix looking as confused as I'm sure all of you are. Oh man, Strix.
I'm trying to think what was off. I always wonder what was off possibly about the game. But hey, I'm not the game master. The game master's overlooking it. That will kind of seal this game away. It's now more of a choice.
You gave him the yuck face, man, like someone trying like a vegan meal for the first time, and they're just like, oh man.
I do that because this is something that's really funny. Because I think that when I talk about the UEL, I've had the luxury of like watching these teams and watching a lot of these players.
Right.
I think a lot of players haven't come to realize that the better you are, the higher standard I'm going to immediately hold you to.
Oh, 100%.
And something like the Ravens having a mistake on setup here, there's no way that I can.
You're right. It's unrepresentative of like how closely contested all of these games and the actual matchup between the Ravens and the Reapers has been all day today. But just like so many of the matchups we see with the bots have had so many close matchups throughout the season. But then by the end of the night, by the time the in-game clock actually hits 0, all of a sudden there's like a 4 to 5 point lead for the bots. And it comes down to that last 30 minutes. It's the endurance, it's the setups, it's the little tiny mistakes that just are everything within the Ultimate In Gamers League, man. This isn't just about being a good fighting game player, a good shooter, a good strategy player, and what have you. That's why we tell you guys all the time, if you think you have what it takes to compete amongst all of these categories, I think a lot of us feel a pressure to sort of, like an environmental pressure to just play the most popular game. Sometimes we want to play 2 or 3 different games, but because our friends are playing Black Ops 6 or something, we tend to just play that one title. Whereas a lot of us want things like the Ultimate In Gamers League to showcase how well-rounded we are as players. If you think that you have what it takes, head over to uelesports.com, potentially signing up for Season 10 coming at you here really, really shortly. But I say that, I bring that up because the Reapers and the bots are the 2 probably most late-game, well-rounded teams within the league. I see them sort of capitalizing, if you will, on the mistakes of their opponents more often than any other team.
Yeah, if you want me to be technical, they both have at least one banner up in the rafters at UEL.
Yeah.
Bots won Season 1. The last 3 seasons have gone to the Reapers.
Yeah.
These are players and teams that know what it takes to win in this league.
Yeah.
And they always manage to take a step apart. Saying that, if I am the Reaper, I think that this might just reignite that fire behind me. Because they have looked almost untouchable all season for almost every game they've played. This is the first game where I think there's some stuff we got to clean up. There's some stuff we got to work on.
Yep.
Because going in the playoffs, if people are saying the bots are better than the Ravens,
right,
then this is a game that I think the bots could have won. Because the Ravens could have won this game. There's a few small decisions. I do want to highlight, just to bring it back around as well. I saw for the Ravens, flying kittens out there. His name floating around. But Ricky was the resounding name coming from the side of the Reapers today as the chat's MVP of the day.
like
Rez
that.
is playing killer here, and it looks like on the other side, the Ravens have their ideal survivor lineup.
Yeah.
Which is going to be good. Be good.
And this definitely is going to be the last game of the night, guys. This will be a total of 25 games. I've talked about this many a times. Typically speaking, I think we tend to get just about 25 games every single time. Now, there has been obviously times where we go through all 33 games on the wheel, matches going back and forth and what have you. But I think almost every single time, man, it comes down to that 25th game almost to the dot. Now, tell me a little bit about this particular hunter right here.
So this is the artist. He's able to spawn up to 3 crows, shoot them across the map. If they come into contact with a survivor, they will start to flock around the survivor. As you can see there, he's found one of the survivors. And so she has the ability to play for information. Now, if you get hit by a set of birds when you already have a flock on you, you will take a health stake. So players will have to take the time to get rid of these birds, which her different perks can augment how good or bad this is. I would have thrown that pallet. The fact that you were willing to not throw that pallet, there's a lot of confidence. Herb's going to take a hit. Still doesn't throw the pallet. Is still willing to play around here. And playing loops against this killer is really difficult. I like the call to the early throw the pallet. And is now going to start to make some distance and try
This
to run
is
away.
harassment. This is harassment at its finest right here. Now, how do you get the actual crows off of you?
You'll see an animation where he is swatting around him. That's him holding down a key to get rid of. Now, the issue here is if he jumps through, he'll take some damage and instantly go down there. Looping against this killer is exceptionally difficult, and you kind of have to know when to leave the chase. When do I leave an area? Because if she sets up a crow like that, you're either going to eat one crow, and after you eat the first one, you just can't commit to that area, so you need to be planning where you go next. But he's found somebody on a gen immediately nearby. This is LA, and LA's trying to get some space while getting rid of these crows. Instead, he's going to head upstairs, is managing to stay just far enough ahead, takes a hit, and is going to jump out of this window, I think, to get some space. But he leads him right to his teammate. More importantly, he's using an add-on that makes it where if one player runs into a teammate that doesn't have crows on them, it infects them with crows.
Wow.
So now him even running by his teammate there, both of them have crows on them. They both could have gone down. They luckily get away with one down, but this is already a game that I think is in Rez's favor.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is some of the best gameplay that I've seen on a hunter, or killer, I should say, throughout all of UEL. I love the way that he's utilizing sort of the abilities here. Such a unique ability. I'm sort of in agreement with AV that this is borderline hacking. But in the same breath, he is playing this particular killer to a T. I love his sort of spatial awareness, if you will, his ability to just kind of flick towards generators, throw the actual crows out there. It's just too much harassment, I feel like, to deal with. Makes the mistake of sort of jumping over there, but he still potentially could loop him right now. But looking in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, guys, they don't even have a single generator online, and they have been getting harassed the entirety of this match. He's going to break this pallet, and it's all but going to spell trouble here for this player that he has been after.
Rez is one of a couple of players I can think of off the top of my head who have every single time almost they've played DBD.
Okay.
Played a different killer. He has played 4 or 5 different killers across his time in the league. And continues to show that he just understands how to play the game. Now we just see the first gen finally starting to pop here. And this is really unfortunate. Herb is on his second hook. That means he has one more hook before he dies here. You only get 3 chances, 3 strikes, and you're out. And this is the really smart thing. You have to balance out using the shotgun blast where people are around you. To using and sending these crows out at a far distance to check different parts of the map. And he looks like he's found somebody in the house while at the same time tracking down these other players. Now he sees somebody across the map and is just shifting, catches a player trying to sneak into the house. I want to see if they can commit here. No, instead chooses to stay just on Herb. He knows that if he kills him, he's out of this game. He's down, and that's Herb done. Unless somebody can save him in this moment before he gets on a hook, he's out of the game.
Yeah, and, you know, watching this particular killer in action begs to question why anybody in their right mind, if you're jumping on Dead by Daylight, is going to play the Trapper, the default killer in this game. The utility of so many of the other killers is just optimal compared to the actual Trapper. So I don't want to see anybody else playing the Trapper. I just feel like some of these other characters, and you said this this character was the artist, is that what it is?
Yes, the artist.
Okay. So from the artist to Vecna to the nurse and so many others, they just, their actual abilities themselves. I know that the Trapper has like sort of the traps that he can put on the floor and what have you, but these are just so incredibly useful for just constantly harassing, zone control, map control. Brother, just looking at generators and sending these crows towards the generators. Rez sort of toying with the enemy team right now. I think just feeling as confident as ever, knowing that the in-game clock has run out and that the Reapers have officially won tonight's matchup. He is just wasting time here, y'all.
Now, technically, there are perks that can allow you to take a hit for free. So he is playing smart. I'm going to give him credit. He's playing smart. But more than anything, he knows exactly what he's doing. Like, this is one of those things that I really look at players on different teams. I'm like, you got to stay up. Don't know if LA even realized there's somebody behind him. I think LA realized what's going on in the game.
Oh, yeah.
And ends up getting grabbed here. Clock is running down. He's going to end up getting hooked up here on the top of the house.
Wow, and what an interesting hook that is. You know what I mean? Like right there in broad daylight. Just right on the edge of the house. That's a good one for sure. It has to be difficult to get up there and actually save your teammate as well. The good thing is that there is a generator up there. Now, just to the credits, right? To the credits of the actual Ravens, they have gotten 2 generators online now. So there's 3 generators left. You know, whether or not they can do that is another question, but I'm actually genuinely surprised that they've knocked out 2 of these already.
Yeah, they've done a good job. I think the early loops are the things that frustrate me. On those first couple of chases, my hope is that they would have been able to get a generator at least done, maybe 2. Now, they had some unfortunate mishaps where people were running into the people working on generators. Hopefully they communicated that this pallet is down. This is KIC. You should be able to make this window just barely. A nice job understanding the range. You see Rez even shaking his head there like he got that. He really was able to make distance there. Continuing to follow these scratch marks on the screen to keep checking him down. He's still looking for him, and KIC catches him. He thought that he was going to throw the pallet. KIC instead choosing to run here, doing a good job of looping around, throws the pallet early, stopping Rez from even putting down the crows, knowing like, hey, I'm not going to be able to catch him. If you throw it down, it makes it less incentivized to kind of stop him.
Okay. Heard. Well, you know, it is interesting. He's actually burning a ton of time right now.
And a nice dead hard. He does a perk that allows him to eat a hit. Doing a good job, but that crow, he manages to dodge it.
Flying Kittens in LA. Are Flying Kittens in LA up?
Yes.
Yes.
Looks like they've reset. And this is the thing. This is something that I would argue to most teams. You're very good killers. I think there's a lot of very good killers in the league. I think Rez is now more interested in seeing how good KIC is and choosing to take this chase. He gets Shack pallet, which is really good. This is usually one of, if not the best pallet on almost every single map.
Okay.
And is now trying to check to see where he might be. KIC is right. Yep. He goes around the corner. He's looking to see. And it looks like he's finally made the decision to say, I'm wasting a lot of times.
Oh,
and I wouldn't be surprised if a generator or two pop here. And that would have been the best possible outcome for the side of the Ravens taking another point.
Now,
Okay, and here we go. This looks like Flying Kitten's finally being chased as well. He manages to make that. They really understand. This is the big thing. So the concept we've talked about, and you've mentioned it before, looping. When you optimally loop, you are basically always a step from being hit. You're always just out of range, and you know just as long as you need to, like right there, and you see him leave. This is what I mean. You notice how he immediately left, right?
Right.
He takes a hit still because of the crows, but he runs away immediately and gets caught. He was trying to wait to see and get an idea of where in the world he was.
Yeah.
And instead, Rez just chooses to keep on walking. Again, has a very good read on the situation and gets the hit. Drops him down, decides that he's going to go hunting for a few of the other players. And this looks like it's going to be LA.
You know, I am surprised, though. You know, was it KIC earlier that was burning so much in those effective loops?
The really long loop where we finally saw somebody not go down. Yeah, that was KIC.
Okay, so major props to KIC. That was some of the best actual Survivor gameplay that I've personally seen here at the UEL. But despite all of the time that they have been burning with Rez on the killer, they only were able to pick up one particular generator during that time. I'm hoping that we see another one pop here relatively soon. That would be an indication that they were working on multiple generators during that time, which would be acceptable. But the fact that so much time has been burnt and that only one generator was popped during that entire time is a little worrisome.
And this just shows me kind of some inexperience of playing up against the artist.
Right.
Again, you have to kind of pay attention to where she's setting up those pros. And they're not really showing that respect, so they're taking a bunch of... And I agree. I think both of these sides are strong. I don't think either side is... To me, this looks more like a situation that the Ravens don't have that much experience against the artist specific.
Right.
And that puts you in a situation where if you don't know what a killer really does and how to play around it in Dead by Daylight, that is when you're most vulnerable.
Well, there is only one more generator needed right now. They did get that second one popped, though, you know, like we suggested, and there is still two players on the field. We got KIC, who clearly knows how to play Survivor, and then obviously LA, who has been doing relatively well here. He looks like he's found somebody. He's going to stop or damage the progress on this generator. Now let's see what happens. Okay, so Flying Kittens is off the hook. There's now 3 players on the map with 1 generator to go. Strix, they might just pull this off.
They might be able to do it. The big thing here, though, is going to be KIC does only have 1 hit. He's now basically baiting himself up. He's trying to keep Rez's attention for as long as possible to make sure the rest of his team can get an opportunity. Oh, he gets caught on the wall there. That's going to be huge. He doesn't manage to jump the window. He's going to get
No way. No.
Does he make this pallet?
No way. Is he going to land the crows, though?
Oh, the crow hits him.
The crow, Strix. No. All right. But listen, there's still 2 other players on the field that he has to be worried about. They could be working on these generators while he's trying to finish off KIC. Now, he's going to leave KIC because he has to attack one of these generators. If he doesn't, they're going to unlock that gate, and it's going to spell trouble. This would be such a good way for the Ravens to go out. I'm not going to lie. I'd be really impressed with their ability to sort of finish strong, the match for tonight is over, right? But the fact that they're able to go out on a win against a player that clearly plays the killer very well in the sense of the artist, right? I love what we're seeing. The fact, look how focused Flying Kittens is. Look how focused he is in the top right-hand corner of your screen, guys. I love it. This is how you finish a game strong right here.
And that's enough to finally make him pick him up. He was playing super careful, and he's going to these white hooks. These white hooks, I believe this is the one that's going to damage generators whenever he hooks somebody on it. So he's kind of doing this to try to buy a little bit more space, a little bit more pressure for himself. He's hoping the player went back over to this gen to maybe try to stop it. It's a really hard set of gens for him to go ahead and grab. And I didn't even mention this other thing. Some of the add-ons, and one of the add-ons he has, even if the crow doesn't hit somebody, he'll get that heartbeat. So he knows that someone's nearby. So you get the ability to have so much information, and you see how he has a crow now over top of KIC, just in case somebody was trying to sneak up and pick him up there. Again, good play from both sides, but he has eyes, and who is this? Flying Kittens. Flying Kittens trying to pull him to the house, trying to say, hey, you got to be willing. But he's like, I'm not going to let you get KIC. Last time he was a free out on the map, that was a problem. But if he doesn't commit here to either player, that could be a problem. Gener's got to unhook here in a second.
Well, it's also one of those situations where he's struggling to sort of commit to one or the other. He's sort of playing in between, and I think I don't think it's necessarily the fault of Rez and his inability to sort of finish out these kills. I think it's just incredibly quality teamwork coming out of the Ravens and their ability to play these survivors. Arguably the best sort of like teamwork that I've seen. Now, early on, they were taking way too much damage, Strix, way too much damage. But my goodness, they have actually really rallied around this game, and they are just moments away from finishing off one of these generators.
So he's coming back. He has to constantly pressure this in. This is how you properly attack free generators, by the way. You have a set of players that are communicating, and what they're doing is every time he walks towards one of them, the other two know and are now moving towards that gen. So he's basically now being pulled back and forth. He has to constantly walk back over here and say, is somebody here? Did I miss somebody hiding? He sees the scratch mark, so he knows somebody's in the area and is now pushing them and chasing them towards chat. But how long can he afford to chase them? Now, this should be a good chase if he's able to do it. Flying Kittens, you got to be aware of those crows. A nice job dodging. I like it. He goes through the building and is going to go back outside. He waits for a split second. He jumps through the window. He's buying the time.
I'm impressed. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Absolutely grimacing in the top right-hand corner of your screen in that black and white camera footage that you guys see right there. Rez giving up on it.
They're done.
They finished the generator, Strix. The gate is going to be open, and now it's a race for the gate. Look at the way that Rez is stressed out in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, trying to finish off this kill. I believe he's right behind Flying Kittens. He does get the knock on Flying Kittens, but KIC and LA are rushing towards the gate. Let's see if they're able to get got.
And this is the issue. He has to stop them from opening these gates. 2 players out is a win. It doesn't matter. He's trying to check both of them at the same time, and he sees nobody's on the gate. Where are they? What's going on? What's happening? And it looks like he's found a player. He sees that this gate is almost done, and now is being lured into, I think, chasing KIC once again. We saw him be the beginning of the revival of this game. He was the thing that allowed his team to start to get some pressure on these generators and to find a possible win here. And now he's looking. That's all this was. All this was to pull him to one side of the map so that he now has to try to deal with what's going on. And they're at the other door. They're working on it. He needs to get another crow down, but the more crows you send out, the longer the respawn. Someone has to tell Flying Kittens right now to get off the door. Flying Kittens is down, but the door is open.
Opened the door.
This is important. If he picks him up, he has to immediately look the other way. If he picks him up, the other two could literally wait for him to walk towards this hook and then just run out of the door and not care. They don't have to worry about it anymore. That door is open. The timer is going down. Flying Kittens will be hooked, but this should be 2 out. I have to believe this is 2 out. Are they not on that other door? Have they not popped it open?
I don't know. This is...
They get Flying Kittens off.
No way!
And he has to prepare this. He has to buy time because if Flying Kittens can get far enough, he can take a hit. 2 of them run out. That's a win.
Oh my goodness. That is my favorite game of Dead by Daylight we have ever seen. That was such good gameplay.
An early kill, a lot of pressure, really good gameplay from Rez, showing just how to play a character like the artist, but just a great recovery coming out of the Ravens to take the last game. But I'll say it was hinted at in the interview or explicitly said that they may take a game, they may take some games, but we're going to win the match. And you can join us here after a word from our sponsors to hear from the victorious North Carolina Reapers. Okay.
Well, if he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down that kill from the bandits. Oh, and there. And that one goes in there, taking this one away. It's 5-2. The first half is really starting to go their way.
Yes, it is. Definitely, yes. This could be a runaway, like you're saying.
Baraka.
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
yeah,
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30 and have both of your guns maxed out already. So
yeah,
I think it depends on what kind of loadout you're gonna be.
Who is this Baraka?
This is Herb. Herb plays Baraka.
Herb plays Baraka. Wow.
Yeah, he definitely knows his combos.
The frames are crazy. He's got. Let him get up. Oh my god.
Plant.
So now we're watching Mr. OG on the flank. Herb's down. Ooh, him's down too.
So that is, you can get to level 30.
Welcome back, guys. We are sitting down with Flying Kittens and Koza. First of all, man, congratulations on finishing strong during that match. I want to actually ask you about that last game. That was probably the most coherent sort of teamwork that we saw from you guys throughout pretty much all of today. I mean, don't get me wrong, you had a lot of great victories, obviously pulling out double digits against the like of the Reapers, but I thought like the synergy between all of you, if you could capture that moment, right, within Dead by Daylight and apply it to the rest of tonight, we might see a different outcome. Where do you think you guys, for the most part, sort of allowed the Reapers to sort of get ahead in terms of the wins column?
I would say mainly it would be my fault for that part.
Why would you say that?
For Tekken 8, I thought Reapers were forfeiting and my team wasn't sitting down. I took accountability into my actions and I caused a timeout for that reason. I'll definitely say that is my fault for that part. Because I low-key didn't know who was going in or what. And I just didn't see the controller plugged in.
Well, I will say high-key. That was very, very mature of you, my man. To be honest, man, you shouldn't have your chin low on something like that. I think you leave today with your heads held high, especially finishing on such a high note like that. I thought you played really well, man. The only time I ever caught you sort of stumbling a little bit was obviously NCAA college football. But other than that, man, you honestly have been one of the most like improved players that we've seen here in the UEL. So major kudos there.
Thank you.
Koza, my next question would be for you, man. I love seeing tier 5 players like basically hold it down in terms of like an anchor spot, if you will. We had mentioned Havoc earlier today being almost like a leader in the tier 5 spot, which we don't necessarily see too often. You and yourself, dude, I know you guys, obviously took home an L today, but I thought both of y'all played exceptionally well. The same way that I feel like Flying Kittens has been really improving. For you, man, what specific genre are you starting to feel more comfortable within? Because we are noticing your gameplay in a lot of these different games, but where are you specifically starting to feel like, wow, I could actually kind of hold my own within this genre?
I mean, it's a tough question. I feel like, starting with fighters, I was like not good at all, and I'm still definitely struggling in that category, but made some progress there. But I mean, all around, coming into the league, there's a lot of games I haven't played before. So I think all around, just some of these games that I've first time seen on the wheel, I feel like I'm kind of improving in a little bit of everything. I wouldn't say just one category.
Yeah, you definitely are, man. Major kudos to both of you guys. Strix, anything you want to ask, man?
No, I think just y'all look amazing today. I think that really strong showing, and I know y'all got another game to follow up with. I don't think I have anything too much.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
So I've been practicing NCAA a lot, and that game was never supposed to go like that. Only reason why is because for whatever reason, when I ran one play, it was towards the end. It was supposed to be on X, but I play on Xbox at home, so it's the same console, same everything. But it was on A, which was never supposed to be like that. It was supposed to be on an X. So that's what threw me off, because I threw it, and I was like, okay, this is gonna be a wide because he was wide open, but it went to like X was like down over there, so that tricked me up, and I was like, what in the world?
Right. Well, I got you.
I've definitely been practicing. It's just it was never like that at home. Never had that issue at home. Never had anything like that at all.
Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious, man. It's pretty obvious that you have been like actually practicing a lot of these games. I actually mentioned on the broadcast when you came up to me, actually in the cafeteria, talking about practicing Halo Infinite and so many of these other games. So to see you actually go home, that is the type of player, I think, between both of you guys, right? We talked about Koza being in that tier 5 spot, starting to sort of hold his own within a lot of these different genres. I think when fans at home are starting to form their fandom for specific players in the league, that's what they look at. They don't look at somebody that's necessarily a one-trick pony, but someone they can constantly cheer for. And I think both of you guys are holding it down, man. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Heck yeah.
And so both of y'all are aware. Chat did vote both of y'all as like y'all were the two names in the contention for the Ravens MVP for today. So people are noticing just how well y'all are doing and how great y'all are playing.
Yeah,
I feel like I sold sometimes, but
I want to put full accountability on myself. I definitely sold a lot of times, and it was on accident.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
I played terrible.
Yep. Well, guys, we're going to take a look at an interview with the Reapers now. So just give us a moment. All right, here we go, boys. Welcome to yet another interview. Cat, congratulations, man. Ricky, my man, MVP, my personal MVP. I don't know if you heard during the broadcast, you are now a certified dog, by the words of Mobster Matt. There was a moment earlier today, man, where you were holding it down on those anime fighters. Can you tell me a little bit about the mentality, the mental state that you were in as a young competitor jumping into the UEL and holding it down the way you did in those games?
So basically, my team is trolling me. How did I hit him once? Look, because Broly, he's the comeback king. Everybody knows I'm the comeback king. I always make a comeback. It's in my Discord bio.
Broly is the comeback king.
All right. Well, listen, my second question would be for Kat. Brother, can you walk me through the moments where Cutter was a toolbox on the table of the hunters? What was what was the communication going on in that moment, brother?
Look, we play that game all the time, and for some reason, we found that Cutter sitting right there is the best spot every time. Even
Literally.
when we know he's doing it, it still
Yeah.
works half the time.
That
So-
was my certified Albert Einstein 200 IQ play of tonight.
Yeah,
I'm talking PhD in Midnight Ghost Hunt. That was amazing, man. I love that. Congrats.
It was amazing. Kat, you called your shot at the beginning of the game. It didn't matter about the game. Y'all were going to walk away from today's match with a win.
Yeah.
And then as the interview came in, I saw the 4. So is that you calling?
Hold on.
It's a
Let me pull
4-peat
something
season.
up. I
Okay.
just want to say something. Because I heard KIC's little interview, bro. He said we wouldn't win a single fighter today. Because why did we win 4?
Dang.
There's only, how many, 7? So why did we win more fighting games than that?
I can't say a word to you because you said it in the video that plays at halftime.
So
Everyone in the league has said y'all are not a fighting game team. Time
Yeah.
and time again. Myself is just as guilty of it.
Yeah.
But y'all come out and consistently every time a fighting game team shows up,
See, Cutter's sleeping in the
take
background. Nah, I mean, like, bro, I mean, I heard it all, you know, because I wrote the rules with 300, you know, to rig the season, you know. So once me and 300 got in the lab to get all the rules right for the fighting games, it was just over, you know. Like,
Yeah, but inputs are king when it comes to fighting games, and I was honestly really surprised with a lot of the players on y'all's team. It seemed like everybody on the Reapers at least has a hand or two when it comes to throwing hands in the FGC games and in the selection that we have here on the wheel. So major kudos to you, gentlemen. I wasn't expecting that. Like, listen, it seemed like last week we were casting over y'all's match, and every time we see you now, it seems like you guys are improving in every one of these categories. And I think it plays to y'all's advantage. If people are going to underestimate you when they come into the playoffs, man, it's not going to be pretty. Congratulations, both of you guys, on a solid win tonight over one of the best teams in the league, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, I just want to say, you know, shout out KIC, shout out Herb. Really, shout out Avid, though. Shout out Avid. But, I do want to say big shout out to all the teams still playing, all the players still playing. Like, as someone involved with the league, shout out to you guys on the commentary. I really appreciate both of you for coming out, the production, everything. But, oh yeah, Slim. Big shout out Slim. But, nah, it's unfortunate, like, I have to stomp on these people, bro. It's really unfortunate. And I have to call them idiots in the chat, so.
Oh my gosh.
Because I was told Koza's top 10. He's better than Ricky and Rez and all them.
Listen, I'm saying this right now.
I got
Ricky,
called an idiot.
Listen,
I got called an idiot.
Strix called me out a little bit. I'm saying this right now. Ricky, in terms of anime fighters, I think he's the best fighter in the league. That's just me.
See, it's because in my rank, though, that wouldn't matter.
I've lost them, so as a fighting game, I can't say nothing. Until I beat somebody, I'm not allowed to talk. On that note, Ricky, how does it feel to be back playing in the UE? I gotta know.
Hey, feels amazing. Everybody's buns.
Everybody's
I'm on. Look, I'll say it right now. I'm
It
only
ain't
good
even
at one
4th of July,
game.
bro.
I'm only good at one game.
I love it. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen, for sitting down with us. It's been a pleasure casting over this match. Congratulations again.
Another one in the books, Matt. Another
Thanks.
one in the books. An amazing game. I think showing from two of the strongest teams out there, the Reapers. Cat was holding it up at the beginning of the interview for Pete. He's calling it. He's calling the shot, and I think he's right to have the confidence in his team. They've played amazing over the course of the season.
Right.
We are not done for the week, though.
Nope.
And it's not just us. The Ravens aren't done. On Sunday, they have to turn around and play the LAX Gods, and that determines a lot. That determined so much for what goes on in the postseason of this game. So we will have to see that. And once again, it's always a pleasure to cast with you, brother. It's always a lot of fun. And
Absolutely, Strick.
Always a great
Absolutely, man. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. Remember, this is the ultimate in-gamers league where gamers go pro.
If he loses this now, I don't even know. All right, calm down, TOG. You just lost to him. Calm down. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused.
Going great on his trail. Right now, hunting down from the bandits. Oh, and there